What's going on, everyone? Welcome to this training. Before we dive in, I need you to know something important. This isn't just another how to grow your agency video. This isn't theory. This isn't concepts that just sound good and leave you wondering, how do I actually implement this? This is actionable, step-by-step systems that you can start implementing today to transform your agency from chaos to clarity. What I'm about to share with you transformed my agency from a 16-hour-a-day grind into a systematized business that's generated more than $5 million in revenue. And it's helped over 470 agency owners like Dylan, who went from doing $3,000 a month to over $100,000 a month, or Juliana, who scaled from just $1,700 a month to over $15,000 per month in less than 6 weeks, or Zach, who built systems that took him from doing $4,000 with one client to over $50,000 in monthly recurring revenue, or Ryan, who added $34,000 in monthly recurring revenue, or Dimitri, who added $120,000 in just 4 months. Look, I could go on, and I say this because you are in the right spot, and this isn't some guru who scaled to $10,000 a month and is all of a sudden some sort of coach. We've done it ourselves, and I've done it for a lot of people. So with that, if any of the next things sound familiar, this should affirm that you are in the right place. You're constantly putting out fires instead of growing your business. Maybe you've hired a team, but you're still feeling like the bottleneck in your business. You're checking Slack all the time, even at dinner with your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife, your family. You're stuck in the day-to-day operations because no one can do it right. You have no tracking systems to measure capacity, performance, or profit. You're wearing 10 different hats in your agency and it feels overwhelming. You're manually tracking all of the clients' projects and finances, and you're experiencing burnout from trying to scale without proper systems, or your plan to fix the chaos is basically, we'll do this later. Look, if you're nodding your head, if you've nodded your head at any of those, or if you've thought that's so me, then I need you to know that you should be closing all of your other tabs. You should be putting your phone on silent, and you should give me your full attention throughout this whole course, because what I'm going to share could literally transform your agency and your life. Here's the truth that a lot of agency gurus just won't tell you from what I've noticed. Adding more clients to a broken system just creates a bigger mess. Running more ads to a leaky system just wastes more money, and hiring more people without proper systems just gives you more people to manage. And look, I learned this the hard way. For years, I was the ultimate yes man in my agency. You need videos? I'll do it. A website? Sure. Social media? No problem. You need me to come by this weekend and help you out and shoot some content? I'll freaking do it. I was making good money, but I was miserable. I had no freedom. I couldn't scale. I was basically just a glorified freelancer with a fancy title. But then I discovered something that really changed for me, and it was systems. Not just random SOPs or checklists, but a complete operating system for every aspect of my agency. And the results were amazing once we were able to implement this. We scaled to over $200,000 a month, got a 7,000 square foot studio, built a team that could run without me. We created predictable client acquisition systems. We delivered consistent results for our clients, which allowed them to stay longer. And most importantly, I was able to get my life back. So what you're going to learn in this free training is I'm going to show you exactly how we did it, how we set up everything, all of our infrastructure. I'll walk you through basically the core 14 operating systems that every agency needs. I'm going to give you real examples of how these systems have transformed our business and how to implement these systems inside of your agency starting today. Again, this isn't just theory. These are the exact systems that we've implemented into hundreds of agencies with proven results. And I'm going to give you the complete framework, not just pieces of it. You'll be implementing alongside me. This isn't just going to be information. And by the end, you'll have actual systems in place, not just notes about what you should do someday. Look, you might be thinking, I've tried systems before, they just didn't work. Or maybe my business is different, systems won't work for me, or this system won't work for me. Look, I was skeptical too, but here's what makes this approach actually different and actually gives me the confidence that's going to be successful for you. Most agency owners, they try to implement random system they find online. They create a few templates, maybe a couple of checklists, and call it a day. That is not what we're talking about here. Okay, we are talking about a complete operating system that addresses every aspect of your business. Meaning, I'm going to show you how to onboard clients, how to deliver work, how to manage clients, how to track sales, how to hire a team and train them appropriately so they're actually A players, how you can actually track results in your business, and so much more. Look, this is not about working harder. It's about building a model that can grow with systems, people, and predictability. And the best part is you'll be implementing these systems with me throughout the course. This isn't just information. This is meant to be transformation for you. So this training is specifically for agency owners out there, and agency owners that are doing at least $10,000 per month in revenue, have a team of at least one member, or are ready to hire team members. They're tired of being the bottleneck inside of their business. You want to scale without sacrificing quality or burning out. You are ready to implement real systems, not just talk about them. If that is you, you are in the right place. I also want to share a little bit in this video, taking you back to a specific moment in my agency and a specific time in my agency. Look, it was 2019. On paper, things looked good. We were making good money. We had clients, but the reality was really different. I was working 16-hour days, 7 days a week. I was handling sales calls, client meetings, project management, and still doing most of the fulfillment myself, meaning I was editing videos basically every single day. My phone felt like I was constantly buzzing. I was scheduling posts literally at midnight, hadn't taken a real day off in months. And despite all of the work, I felt like I was barely keeping my head above water. Okay, I remember sitting in my apartment one night at 2 a.m., finishing a client video that was due literally the next morning, thinking, this isn't sustainable. Like, something has to change. This is not what I imagined being a business owner was like. And that was the breaking point for me. It was the moment I realized that I didn't have a business. I basically just created a job for myself, a demanding, all-consuming job with no boundaries and no end in sight. And that's when I started my journey to actually build systems in my business, not just make more money, but to create a business that could actually run without me being involved in every single detail. To understand how I got there, let me just give you a bit of background. Look, I didn't come from a business family. My dad, he worked construction since he was like 18, 19. He put long hours of physical labor. My mom basically worked the same company for years, living to paycheck. They divorced when I was 13, which only basically made our financial situation even worse. And we struggled constantly with money. Like, I remember the shame of basically being evicted from our apartment, like watching our belongings leave. At the end of the day, money was just tight. It was a source of stress. It wasn't a source of happiness. Okay. It was just always a negative topic. And for me, like, college wasn't even on the table. By 19, I was basically just like unemployed, smoking weed daily, drinking too much, completely directionless. And I was trying basically to live to impress other people. And my first job was a commercial painter where my colleagues were on jail leave, and they would share their stories about weekends in lockup. I remember sweeping floors in a lead containment 100 feet above water on a bridge, making $16 an hour. And I thought to myself, is this for me? So I was like, no. I got a job at a call center after that. And on the weekends, I would sell energy drinks at Costco. I was that guy handing out samples. And eventually at the call center, I worked my way up to a manager position, overseeing around 70 people, which led to the business development role at that same company because of my work ethic. And finally, I moved companies to an NBC affiliate, basically selling TV advertising. And then I made a big jump, quit my job to go all in on being a real estate agent. 24 years old, selling houses. I remember I quit. I moved in with a friend in a spare bedroom. It was super nerve-wracking, but I knew I was made for more. I wanted to try something that actually pushed my entrepreneurial spirit because I was into that. I was very much interested in that being a business model for me. So, but the real turning point for me when it comes to business was really my knack for social media and video while working in real estate. Like, I started basically creating content for myself that generated leads, and then other people started noticing in the industry and wanted help. So at first I basically would do it for free, just helping people out. Then I started to charge a little bit, and people kept saying, dude, you're really good at this. Like, you should do this full time. After around 2.5 years in real estate, I realized I didn't love opening doors. It's not like selling sunsets or $1 million listing. What I did love is I loved creating content that actually drove results. So took the leap, started my agency, and like most new agency owners, I was, again, the ultimate yes man. I was pretty much afraid to turn down any opportunity. I had FOMO that led me to spread myself too thin, took on any client who would pay me in any service that they would ask for because I just wanted to make some money. And it worked for a while. Like, I was making good money, but I was also working 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. with no friends, no hobbies, no community. I became what we like to call the glorified freelancer, and basically someone with, an agency owner, CEO title, but operating like a one-man band, taking on whatever came my way. I was a job. And my relationship with my girlfriend, now my wife, was suffering. I was physically there, but mentally not there. Like, we'd be at dinner and I'd checking Slack messages. We'd be watching a movie and I'd pause to answer urgent client emails. We'd try to have a conversation. My eyes would constantly like dart to my phone whenever a notification came through, and I just wasn't present. I remember her saying, I feel like I'm dating your phone, not you. And that hit hard because she was right. I wasn't present. I wasn't engaged. I was basically always distracted by work. And my spiritual life was non-existent. I had no time for church, prayer, or reflection. My relationship with God had taken a backseat to client demands and project deadlines. I was pretty much an employee of, again, 5 different clients without benefits or stability. I was juggling way too many things for way too many people, handling everything with absolutely no delegation, no systems in sight. Despite, making good money, there was no vision for how I can actually grow and be able to support my girlfriend, now wife at the time. Look, this is the trap that a lot of agency owners fall into, myself included. We start this idea that agency is going to provide, freedom, flexibility, but we end up just creating a demanding job with no boundaries, no systems, and no way out. And another turning point came in my business when I realized something fundamental. Business isn't about how much I could work, despite what I heard from entrepreneurs online and people glorifying the hustle. It was about creating a model that can grow with systems, people, and predictability. For me, this was a complete mindset shift that changed everything. I hired a mentor and he looked at my business and he said something that hit me like a ton of bricks. He said, what you've built is completely unscalable. You don't have a business, you have a job for yourself. For me, those words stung, but it was what I needed to hear at the time. And he helped me really understand that no matter how hard I worked, how early I woke up, how much coffee I drank, there were still only 24 hours in a day. And I couldn't outwork the fundamentals constraints of time. So instead of asking, how can I work more hours? I started asking deeper questions like, how can I create systems that don't require my constant involvement in this? How can I build processes that anyone can follow to deliver consistent results? How can I structure my business so that it can run without me? And I made a commitment to myself. I would dedicate every single Saturday to systems development. No client work, no sales calls, no putting out fires, just systems. I would go to a coffee shop, work all day building processes, templates, frameworks that could scale beyond basically just myself. And this wasn't easy. It meant saying like no to revenue. It meant overcoming my control issues and fear of delegation. It meant investing time up front for long-term freedom. And I stopped being everything to everyone as well. I developed basically standard packages with clear boundaries and basically said, we're just going to stick to these packages and that's what we're going to be selling going forward. I created repeatable processes for delivery that didn't require my personal touch on every project. And most importantly, I started working myself out of the business instead of deeper into it. Every time I found myself doing something repeatedly, I basically just documented it, systematized it using Notion, and then trained someone else to handle it. The results were amazing. We went from basically being chaotic, doing custom projects, to standardized, repeatable services that delivered consistent results for our clients. Client satisfaction actually improved because expectations were clear from the beginning. The team, well, they could actually be trained on consistent processes instead of trying to read my mind. And me, I reclaimed hours back in my day, gradually freeing myself from day-to-day operations. And we actually started to scale in a sustainable way that didn't depend on me working more hours. This wasn't just about making more money, though that happened. It was about creating a real business, one that could grow beyond me in my personal capacity, one that could eventually run without my constant involvement. This was the systems revelation that I had that has since transformed hundreds of other agencies. So what exactly were these systems that transformed my agency, and what exactly are you going to learn? Well, let me walk you through the core operating systems that we built that we're going to teach you in this course. One, onboarding OS. We created a completely automated client onboarding system. Basically, the moment a client says yes, they receive a welcome email, a contract, an intake form, a kickoff booking link, all without me lifting a finger. This is going to eliminate the post-sale chaos and buyer's remorse that often happens. Fulfillment OS. We developed a step-by-step process for every service we offered. Basically, no reinventing the wheel for each project. Every team member knows exactly what to do and when to do it and how to do it to our standards. Client OS, we built a system for, managing all of our client communications, expectations, and relationship. This includes templates, feedback, requests, issue resolution, contract. We also built a client portal OS that you're going to learn about, which is a centralized hub where clients could access their assets, provide feedback, track progress, basically having to reduce any back and forth. A client success OS, basically we implemented a proactive check-in and results tracking process to ensure that clients stayed happy and basically retained longer. We have a leads OS, basically a system for generating qualified leads and booking sales calls on a tracker so that we can see how everything is actually doing and use data to make decisions based off of how our marketing is doing. There's also a sales OS. We created basically a sales process, sales CRM with workflows, with basically a dashboard that gives us all of our data so that we can ensure that we are in fact on track again. We have the SOP OS, basically a system for creating and maintaining standard operating procedures that really anyone could follow. We have a hiring OS. This is a system for finding, vetting, and onboarding team members who can execute the systems that we've built. We have an internal marketing OS, and this is basically a system for consistently producing content that positions us as an authority in our space through content. Financial OS, we implemented a tracking system for all of our finances, like our client acquisition cost, how many deals have we gotten, what's our year-to-date revenue, all that sort of stuff. A CEO OS, basically for my own time management, leadership, all that sort of stuff. Ad tracking OS, a dashboard to monitor the performance of our marketing campaigns, and then data dashboards, basically visual representations of our key performance indicators so that we can make data-driven decisions. And look, these systems didn't just make us more efficient, they completely transformed how our business operated, and we'll be able to transform how your business operates. So instead of everything flowing through me or through you, we can have a clear process that anyone can follow. Instead of custom work for every client, we can create standardized services that could be delivered consistently. And most importantly, for me, I went from working in the business to working on the business. And the results of implementing these systems were dramatic, like what I'm saying. We went from doing, $20,000, $30,000 a month to over $200,000 a month consistently. We grew from just me to a team of over 25 people on our team. Client retention improved because we delivered consistent results. We could take on more clients without having to sacrifice quality or burning out because we had systems in place. But the most powerful impact wasn't just financial, it was the freedom that these systems created in my personal life. For the first time, I could be fully present with my girlfriend. I was no longer checking my phone all the time at the table. I was no more half listening while thinking about client projects. I could actually engage in our relationship without the constant pull of work kind of taking my mind share. I could reconnect with my faith. I was able to grow spiritually. I had time for church, prayer, Bible study, things that feed my soul in ways that I never could with being so in the business. Okay, I joined a men's group that became really a cornerstone of my spiritual growth. I was able to build community, friendships outside of work. I developed real relationships that had nothing to do with business or networking. I found people who cared about me not for what I could do for them. Okay, I was able to develop hobbies and interests that brought me joy. I got into endurance sports, which became not just a hobby, but a practice in mental toughness that basically benefited all areas of my life. I'm able to take vacations where I am mentally present, not just physically away from the office. My wife and I could travel without my laptop basically being the third wheel on our trip. I could sleep through the night without anxiety about dropping the ball and missed deliverables. The mental freedom from stress has been life-changing. Okay, and this wasn't just about making more money. It was about creating a real business that served my life rather than consumed it. It's about building something that aligned with my values and supported the life that I actually wanted to live. The systems didn't just transform my business, they transformed me. They allowed me to be a better person, allowed me to be a better partner, friend, all that sort of stuff. They gave me back my life while being able to help my business grow beyond what I truly thought was actually possible. That is the true power of systems. They don't just scale your agency, they scale your freedom, your impact, and your ability to live a life that you actually enjoy. And I say this all, that it's not just my agency that we've been able to do this for. We've now implemented this for hundreds of agency owners with remarkable results. Cameron, he was running a creative agency without structure, dealing with chaos and a complex structure inside of his business. And after implementing our complete system, he nearly doubled revenue to $1 million a year and expanded his team from 2 to 7. And most impressively, he closed a $275,000 deal with 92% profit margin while being able to take his first 2-week vacation in years, something he thought was going to be impossible. Lennon transformed from a solo videographer doing $500 shoots into a thriving full-service real estate media agency by implementing our systematic approach to packaging content retainers and closing high-ticket offers. The shift from one-off projects and undercharging basically allowed him to scale to over $17,000 a month in monthly revenue in less than 3 months. Gabrielle was running a creative agency stuck at $8,000 a month, relying basically just on referrals and word of mouth with no systems for scalability. And her team was always confused about roles, responsibilities, and she lacked her confidence in building this. So after implementing what we had built and basically client expectations and expectations for the team, she was able to scale to over $30,000 a month in 3 months and buy back over 20 hours of her own time. Casey, he was drowning in his own success. Okay, this dude, he was working 50 to 60 hours per week, but he was crushing it. And he was just in the fulfillment hell while watching potential clients slip away because he couldn't even take sales calls because he was so busy. He mentioned every day felt like Groundhog Day. With no end in sight, he was able to implement what we did for him. Basically, we installed it for him. He freed up over 30 hours per week, positioned himself to scale, and is now on track for $50,000 a month. And now he works on the business instead of being enslaved by his business. We have hundreds of case studies like this that I could go over, and these just aren't outliers. We have a ton just like this. So why am I sharing all of this with you in this free course? Well, first and foremost, I genuinely believe that systems are the missing piece for agency owners. I've seen way too many talented people burn out, undercharge, and struggle, not because they lack skills, but they lack systems. I created this course to give you the exact systems that transformed my agency and hundreds of others. My goal for you is to implement these systems and see real results in your business. At Agency, we work with serious agency owners who want to accelerate the growth. Our clients consistently rate their experience a 9 out of 10 because we deliver transformational results, not just information. And for those watching this who want more personalized guidance, we can actually come into your business and build these systems for you. But what makes our approach different is that you'll be able to work with 2 7-figure agency owner coaches who have actually built what you're trying to build, not theorists or gurus who have never actually been able to scale an agency. You'll get personalized one-on-one strategy calls focused on your specific challenges, not just generic advice that doesn't fit your unique situation whatsoever. You'll receive custom implementation pathways that eliminate any sort of guesswork for you and show you exactly what to do next to get results fast. And you'll gain access to our team of experts who will literally build your systems with you, ensuring that you actually get this implemented, not just discussed. You'll also join a community of agency owners who are implementing these same systems and seeing real results, proving accountability and inspiration for you. The results speak for themselves inside of Agency U. I mean, our clients have recouped an average of 600% of their investment. They've saved hours collectively, and they've generated over $6.5 million in revenue by the time of this video is being filmed. We've helped agencies double, triple, even 10x revenue by implementing these exact systems. We've watched agency owners go from working 80 hours a week to normal working hours with actual weekends so that they could spend time with their family. So here's my promise to you. This course delivers massive value, whether you work with us directly or not. You're going to get complete actionable systems that you can implement immediately. Like, I'm not going to be holding back on these real secrets for paying clients. This is the real deal. If you implement what I teach in this course, you will transform your business. You'll build systems that scale, you'll create freedom in your business, and finally step into the CEO role instead of being stuck in day-to-day operations. And if you decide that you want our team to accelerate this process for you and basically do this for you, then click the link down below and jump on a call with our team. There's a faster way to do this, and working with us will help you get results guaranteed. And when you click on the link below, you'll be directed to a calendar where you'll be able to fill out a quick application. And once you fill out the application, you'll watch a short video and our team will reach out to you. On the call, we'll chat with you about you and see if you're a good candidate for what we offer. We have options across the board, and we'll be honest based off of what we find. That's it. But before we dive into this, over the next 8 hours of training, I'm going to walk you through each of these 14 operating systems in detail. For each system, you'll learn exactly how to build it from scratch, the tools and templates that we use, how to implement it inside of your agency, common pitfalls that you need to avoid, how to scale it as you grow, and you'll get access to our actual systems, templates, and frameworks, the same ones that we're going to be using in the course and the same ones that we use with our agency and our clients. By the end of this course, you'll have a complete agency operating system that you can implement inside of your business immediately to transform your business to thriving. This means no more working nights and weekends, no more being the bottleneck inside of your agency, no more feast or famine revenue cycles, no more feeling like everything will fall apart if you step away just for a day. Instead, you'll have a systematized business that can scale predictably, deliver results consistently, and actually run without you. And if at any point throughout the course you want to move faster and see if you qualify to work with us one-on-one, you can just click down below and book a call with our team. So, are you ready to transform your agency with systems? Let's get into it. All right, so the first thing that you guys need to do before we get started is you need to get the Agency U operating system. And to do that, what we want to do is we want to go to this form here, which you can find by clicking the link down below. And all you'll need to do is fill out your first name, last name, add your Instagram handle, add your phone number. This is important just because what we are going to do is we're going to text you a link to the agency operating system and then add in your email, where basically the email will register you to get access to the agency operating system. It's email gated, so anytime that you add your email, that's how you're going to get access to it. And then revenue, our records. Then once you hit submit, then we will send you over an email that will come through with a link that looks something like this here. Just give it a second here. And then we will text you a link to log in as quickly as possible. And then that link will be something like this. When you open up the link, it'll basically say the agency operating system. Please enter your email to fill that out. And then all you need to do is type in your email, click on enter, and then it will redirect you to basically say, hey, we just shot you an email over to access the Agency U operating system. And then what you want to do is then access the link that we send over in the email, and that will open up the Agency operating system. So let's just give this a second here to get loaded. And here we go. So once you get access here, all you need to do is click here to log in. It'll redirect you to the Agency operating system. Then what you want to do is you want to click on duplicate, and then it will basically ask you where you want to duplicate it, which will be into your Notion workspace, obviously, and it will start duplicating. It'll begin the duplication process. Guys, it will take some time. Sometimes there is some roadblocks. It could take a couple of minutes to get loaded. Sometimes you have to clear your cache. Sometimes you need to revisit it, try a different browser. So sometimes it does take a little bit of time, but trust me, it is worth the wait. And once it is loaded into your Notion, it will look something like this. And what I want you guys to do is I just want you to make this your own. So you can change out the branding, change out the title, obviously, because this will be yours. And then pause there because we're going to be going through how you can optimize this going forward. But that's the first thing that you want to do in getting your agency operating system and how to get this loaded into your Notion page. Okay, so now that you have the template duplicated into your Notion, what we're going to start with building this out is building out your onboarding system. So when I first started my agency, my onboarding system looked a lot like chaos, looked a lot like writing down to-do lists on what I needed to do. It looked a lot like what was supposed to be an exciting experience actually turned into a chaotic experience. And as we continued to scale, it only got worse and worse because the more clients that we got, the more chaotic it felt because there was already so many things that we needed to do. And then we had to onboard people, we had to remember all these different tasks that we had to do. It was just not the best experience for our clients. And the problem with our onboarding process at the time was it was just manual because we would have to basically remember everything that we needed to do. We would have to manually send the contract. We would have all these different softwares that we would have to pay too much for in order to make it all work. We would have to write all these to-do lists, and it was just a mess. Not only that, we would deal with issues like scope creep. So essentially what would happen, because I had bad expectations from the jump and we would just basically start with them whenever they wanted to start, is they would have really bad foundations of working with us. And the results of bad expectations when we begin working together is bad expectations of the working relationship. And the power of onboarding and just having a really good onboarding process is, it gives us structure and it gives us the autonomy in order to create those expectations and make sure that from the jump, we're having a really good experience. Because the moment a client says yes is the moment that they're going to have buyer's remorse. And if we don't do a good job of making it a really good experience for them, making it really your secret weapon at the end of the day, setting expectations, it's going to be not a good relationship. I mean, I remember I would onboard people and they'd be like, oh, could we start like tomorrow? And I'd be like, oh yeah, sure. And then because I let them take that inch, it would be the next thing, then it would be the next thing, then it'd be the next thing. That kind of stuff just compounds into just not a great working relationship. So really the two things that we want to achieve with onboarding, which is going to be paramount for us, is the first thing is we want to make onboarding our secret weapon. The moment a client says yes is the moment they have buyer's remorse. If we do a bad job of setting expectations, taking time to do things, it's delayed, you're going to potentially lose the deal because your onboarding sucks. And the clients are going to be like, okay, this is how the relationship's going to be when we actually start working together. What's it going to be like going forward? So we want to make sure our onboarding is professional, it's structured and automated, which is exactly what we're going to go through today. The second thing is we want to make sure onboarding is the place to set expectations. Any frustration is an unmet expectation. I used to deal with scope creep all the time, as I mentioned before. And the reason I dealt with scope creep is because I was really bad at setting expectations. I just wanted to get the client in as fast as possible. I wanted to say yes to them. I wanted to move as quickly as possible so that we could do well by the client. But the problem is if that's the foundation of the working relationship, then that's easily going to be abused going forward. And it's really hard to reset expectations than it is to set expectations from the beginning. And this is really in the onboarding where we want to set expectations. Say that all to say, what we're going to do is we're going to teach you exactly how to build an elite onboarding experience from A to Z using the agency operating system and a few other softwares. If you can complete this, you will be able to have structured onboarding, automated onboarding, get referrals because your onboarding system is phenomenal, save hours because you're able to basically not have to lift a finger doing any sort of onboarding. You'll be able to onboard clients more efficiently. You'll be able to onboard more clients within the week without stress because you have this automated. And as we go through this, guys, what I don't want you to do is I don't want you to just sit back, watch this and be like, oh, that's really cool, I'll implement this. No. I'm literally going to build a whole onboarding system from scratch. And what I want you to do as you're watching this, since you have your template duplicated, you have everything in front of you, is I want you to build this with me. I want you to take what I'm going to be putting in essentially, and I want you to make it your own because this is meant to be a working video. This is meant to be a work session together. And if you can just literally follow step by step, because that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to go step by step, then you will have this onboarding system in place by the end of this video. With all that to say, let's get into it. So on the screen here, we have a few different pillars that we need to knock out. We're gonna knock out some foundational stuff. We're gonna knock out some automations, and we're gonna knock out how to have a really, really efficient onboarding call, and really just onboarding. That's where the expectations come into play. So let's start with foundations. What do we need in order to have a successful onboarding? First things first is we need a contract. So what I like to do is I like to use a tool called esignatures.io. The reason I like to use esignatures.io, it's not a $30 a month type of subscription to send my contracts. It is you pay per contract sent. So anytime that you have a contract, you just pay 49 cents every single time that you send a contract. So it's really efficient, it's really affordable, and you're only paying every time that you use it. So it makes a lot of sense. The other reason is that you can add placeholders and you can automate it between a couple of apps, which makes it really, really nice. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and go to esignatures.io. And what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to create an account. And once you log into your account, what you'll need to do is you'll need to load in some funds essentially. So you can basically add in a specific amount of funds. I think the minimum that you can add is $20 from the jump, or maybe $50 from the jump, but add that in there and then you'll be good to start having a balance so that you can actually start sending contracts to people. Next thing that we want to do is we want to go to our templates. And what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to create a new blank template. So I'm going to go ahead and do that with you guys. So templates, new blank template. And then what you'll see in the new blank template is going to look something like this. It's going to be edit me. This is an editable, add clauses, pro tip, great placeholder fields. Perfect. What you guys can do if you guys have an existing template, an existing contract, is you can go ahead and copy and paste it in there. What we're going to do is we're going to just name this test contract video onboarding. And then in my contract, because I copied and pasted it from my template, obviously, I'm going to have these placeholders already prefixed. So before, what we would have to do is we would have to, basically manually build a contract. So with e-signatures, what we can do is we can take the general information that we have from the client and we can add them as placeholder fields. Because what we're going to be able to do with this is we're going to be able to basically have a form trigger the contract being sent, and what you fill out on the form will automatically be added into the contract. So instead of having to basically manually create a contract, this is going to happen automatically. So things that I recommend would be like the business name, obviously the client, the deliverables, maybe there's like an address, whatever is going to make sense based off of your contract. I like to keep contracts simple. Contract date, contract length, invoice amount, invoice terms. So maybe what you could do is you could take a fully executed contract. You could basically ask ChatGPT to turn it into like where I could add placeholder fields, and then it would do that for you if you really want to move quickly. But we wanted to just flow really nicely so that we can add variables in there. Okay, so your contract should look something like this. And then when I say flow really nicely, this agreement shall begin on July 14th and remain for the next 6 months after the blah, 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 blah. Project description, you can copy and paste deliverables. You don't need 20 different contracts for 20 different services that you're doing. Invoice amount, invoice terms. Client should pay the invoice $2,500 monthly, $3,000 paid up front, whatever it could be. And then all we're going to do is go ahead and click on save template. So check. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a sales intake form. So with this, all we need to do is go to our agency operating system, and I'm going to scroll all the way down to the map. And on the map, what you'll see is you'll see a form under sales that is called sales intake form 2.0. So basically what the sales intake form is anytime somebody fills out this form, what it's going to do is it's going to communicate the answers into the contract. So for example, client first name. Okay, well, we're going to acknowledge the client's first name in the email once we send them the contract. So we need that. If I go back to my placeholder fields, cool, I need deliverables somewhere. So let me make sure I have the deliverables. Perfect, right there. Okay, what else am I going to need? I'm going to need contract date. Perfect. Let me make sure I have the contract start dates in there. Perfect. Oh, I need contract length. Let me make sure I have the contract length in there. Perfect. And then I have basically a placeholder field that says X months versus not just like 3. And then we have invoice amount. So I definitely need to add that. Invoice terms. Perfect. I need to add that. Cool. And then I also need to add in the client email where I'm going to email the contract to, and we should be ready to rock. So whatever information that you want on here would be good for like storing too. So like, even if something doesn't add to the contract, it might be nice to see like, where was the lead source? Where did the client come from? Who closed the deal? So you can kind of track that. And basically 2 things are going to happen when this is filled out. 1, they're going to be like responses. So they're going to go in like your responses queue. So you can always like revisit those later. And then 2, this is going to basically add stuff to the placeholder fields so that we don't have to manually add it, which will be really, really nice to have. So right now, guys, just go to your sales intake form. You could use what I'm doing right now, or you can kind of create your own based off of whatever you would like to use. But that is the sales intake form. We find it in the map. We want to make sure that the form questions match up to the actual contract so that when we fill out the form, it flows really nicely in the contract. So that's the trigger for that. The next thing that we want to do is we want to create a onboarding calendar with appointment reminders. So if we go to Go High Level, we can basically create a calendar. If you don't already have one, you can use Calendly. There's a lot of different calendar tools out there. Basically, we need something that we can send somebody to book an onboarding call. What we want to be able to do with this is we want to be able to basically have the client fill out the onboarding form. And then once they fill out the onboarding form, then they're going to be redirected to the onboarding calendar. Let me go ahead and duplicate this because we need the form in there too. Let me add this one in here just while we're waiting. So for onboarding calendar, because we're just going to do it together, I'm just going to go to Go High Level. I'm going to log in because I have one. You can click on that link down below if you would like, or you can get your own Go High Level account. And then I'm just going to go to my Go High Level. I'm going to go over to calendars. I'm going to go to calendar settings. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to our onboarding calendar here once it loads here. So we should create basically a group in Go High Level: discovery call, general call, onboarding calls. And in the onboarding calls, what we're going to do is we're going to have basically an onboarding call X your name. So what we're going to do is we are going to create a meeting, and in the description, we're going to say we're excited to kick things off together. To get started, fill out these simple steps, book your onboarding call. And then what we're going to name it is contact name, X location name, onboarding call, optimize for availability, add whoever you want to add in there, put your availability, put the forms, notification, reminders, all that good stuff. However you want to customize the calendar invite, that would be totally fine. You could do this in Calendly, you could do this in Go High Level, whatever you'd want to do. Then what we want to do is we want to go over to automations if you guys are using Go High Level, and we just want to make sure that we have appointment reminders going. So if I go to onboarding, then I could just basically say onboarding call reminders. And what we're going to do is we're going to basically trigger off of appointment status confirmed in the calendar group of onboarding calls. And we're just going to send a 24-hour, a 1-hour, a 5-minute appointment reminder. Confirmation email, basically say, if you have any questions before the call, here to help, all that sort of stuff. This is your confirmation. Hey, just a reminder, we're meeting tomorrow to do onboarding. Please make sure you're in a distraction-free environment. 1 hour before the appointment, we are going to send a reminder email. Same thing. Hey, just a heads up that your onboarding call is in 1 hour. If anything comes up, don't hesitate to reach out. And then a 1 hour text message. And then what I like to do is do a 5-minute reminder, just like here's the link to join, just so it's at the top of their inbox. So that's what we want to do. Next thing that we want to do after we have the onboarding calendar and the reminder set up is we want to create our onboarding form. So this is what the client is going to fill out after they fill out their sales intake form, actually. So basically when they fill out their sales intake form, then we're going to redirect them to basically fill out an onboarding form, which will automatically send them an onboarding calendar once they fill that out. Typically, I mean, like what I used to do is, again, like I mentioned earlier, clients would be like, hey, can we meet tomorrow? Hey, can we start tomorrow? Can you come? Since we did a lot of videos, like, hey, can you shoot with us tomorrow? Because we have this thing coming up. And it was like, oh my gosh, like I want to say yes to them. I really want to start working with them and make sure that we're getting off on a good foot and like I'm helping them out. But the problem is that I don't have a lot of information on them. There's not a lot of expectation set. And it led to basically just scope creep because people would abuse it. And because I'm saying yes from the jump, because I'm kind of veering away from my process from the beginning, that sets the tone for the rest of the relationship. So we want to avoid that. We want to make sure that we have structure in place and that we're being disciplined with this and getting this in front of people. So if we go to our map again, because this is where all the forms are going to be stored. I'm just going to go to operations onboarding form. So onboarding form can look a lot of different ways. It can look however much information that you want to collect. For me, I know that I'm going to get most of the information that I need in order to do a really good job from the actual onboarding call because I can ask questions, I can dig into it, I can do all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to make the onboarding form fairly high level, not too technical on my deliverables, because what I'm, again, just trying to get them to do is follow the structure and get a little bit of information that's going to help me out. So with that being said, here's questions that I like to ask and questions that maybe you could kind of take for your own, depending on your clients, depending on their awareness level of the solution that you're going to be giving them. But let's get into it. So first name, last name, email, obviously phone number, super helpful. Who will need to be included in communication about the work that we're doing together? So maybe there's like an assistant, something along those lines that we can add in here. That could be helpful to include. Accounting contact. So where are we going to send the invoices? Super helpful. Drop any brand assets that they have. So maybe they have a folder with like their branding, the colors, that kind of stuff. And then we kind of dig in, like I'm trying to more ask like about their offer. So who is your ideal customer? What are the pain points of the customers you help? What are the desired outcomes? What is your process for helping them get from where they are to where they want to go? So understanding their business, understanding how they help people, and then getting some case studies. Are there any notable case studies that we can find from happy customers? So maybe they could drop a link to testimonials, or maybe they have a couple off the jump. Because again, if you're helping them market themselves All this information is going to be helpful from the jump. And maybe you could dig in this to a little bit more on the onboarding call. What are the services offerings that we're planning on promoting? So this could be like, if it's e-com, it could be a specific deals. It could be holiday sales, whatever it could be. If it's like a service-based business, then it could be like, hey, we really want to market remodels. Hey, we really want to market our service side of things. Hey, we really want to market to buyers and sellers, whatever it could be. Words you would describe your brand, words you would not use to describe your brand, and then what would success look like working together, which is really helpful to have and store because you can always revisit this later. And then anything else that we should know. Feel free to add as much as you want. You don't want this to be like a time suck and like a barrier of working with you. You just want it to be enough information so that you can get enough information to get them to the next step. So after that, we want to create onboarding tasks. So again, guys, like when I would onboard people, it would just be like a mess. Things were all over the place. There's not really any structure to the onboarding. So what I want us to do is I want us to basically create our tasks. What I'm going to do is basically create a list of onboarding tasks. And once we have these onboarding tasks, this is what we can follow and automate to be completed once the onboarding form is actually filled out, once the sales intake form is actually filled out, so that we can make sure we're following a structure and we're starting to systematize SOP out our workflows. What I mean is we are going to basically go to our map again. I'm going to go to actions and I'm going to click on this drop down right here and I'm going to create a new template. So what this is going to do, it's going to create a template for my onboarding tasks. So I'm just going to say onboarding tasks. I'm going to put the assignee as, let's just put it as me. And I'm gonna put the due date as the date when duplicated. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm gonna create a list of all of the tasks that are going to be needed for onboarding. To speed things up, and what you guys can do is I'm just gonna use ChatGPT to help me out with this. So I'm gonna say, create me a list of onboarding tasks formatted for Notion in a checkbox format, break it out by section. I want them to do things like make sure invoice has been paid, their onboarding form has been filled out, their onboarding call has been scheduled. They need to optimize the client operating system. They need to send reminders if nothing has been done, send invoice. They need to prepare for the onboarding call. My offer is I help them with videos and ads, and this will be assigned to a team member to complete to ensure that we have elite client experiences. For each point, make them SMART expectations, meaning specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-based. Add in anything else that would be needed. You can do like this too. Add them to Slack, a welcome gift. I just brain dumped, but good. The thing for you guys to do right now would be to think about if you were onboarding your clients, what would be the most elite experience for them? This is a really good time for you guys to just kind of slow down for a second, pause the video and come up with, okay, if I were going to be onboarded by me, what's the best process for onboarding, and how can I make sure that this onboarding is elite? So what you can do basically is just kind of work with ChatGPT, like what I'm doing, internal setup, and then just like brain dump, and then have a conversation with it, and then make sure like everything is good, nothing has been dropped, and we're good to go. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this just for the sake of time. I more so just want to show you how you can use ChatGPT to do this for you. And I'm indicated I want to format this for Notion. Then we're going to go back to our actions page. I'm just going to copy and paste it. Internal setup, add client to CRM. Obviously, speed is really important here. So maybe I'd shrink these timeframes like a little bit, but for the sake of this video, that's basically what we need to do. And what we just did is we created a template in our actions, which I'm going to go over later. And basically when this task is added, what will automatically populate is these tasks. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. And what we're going to be able to do in this process is when basically the sales intake form is filled out or when the contract is signed, then we're going to be able to add this task automatically so that this will trigger everything that we need to do from an onboarding perspective. So that's the foundation of onboarding. We have our contract, we have our sales intake form, we have our onboarding form, we have an onboarding calendar with the appointment reminders, we have all of our onboarding tasks. We are good to go. The next thing that we're going to focus on is the automations. So we're going to start by getting Zapier. What I would recommend doing is getting the pro account. So basically what Zapier is it connects different platforms so that it talks to each other. By filling out the onboarding form, then we can send a contract. By Once the contract is signed, then we can automatically send an email, because a lot of these tools obviously don't connect with other tools because they want to keep their users on their own platform. So what Zapier does is it allows two different tools to connect to each other so that when one thing's happened, so basically like an if this, then that, then it triggers another thing. From a pricing perspective, it is $29.99. So if you do monthly, it's $29.99 a month. And you can do the multi-step, unlimited premium hooks, live chat, all that good stuff. So that's what we need to sign up for. I'm gonna log in because I already have an account, obviously. So what we're going to do here is I'm just gonna go home. No, I'm gonna go to Zaps and I'm gonna create a new folder. Let's just call this one onboarding video, and I'm gonna click save. So we just created a folder inside of Zapier where we can store all of our automations. The next thing that we want to do is we want to automate our sales intake form to contract. So that's what we want to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on create as app, and the trigger is going to be Notion. Click here. And then what you'll need to do is you'll basically need to link up your Notion account. So what we're going to do is we're going to click trigger event, and it's going to be a new database item, because if you remember, if we go back to our map, we go to our sales intake form, you'll know that it's going to create a database item. So that's what it just did when we fill out the form. So that's going to be the trigger, is going to be the database item. Then what you're going to want to do is you're going to link up your account to Zapier. So to do that, inside of your Notion, you'll click on the settings, you'll go to connections, and you'll want to make sure that Zapier is in fact connected under your connections. And then what we also want to do is if we click on share, or if we click on these three dots, when we go to connections, we want to basically connect Zapier here. And then it'll say, connect this to this page. Yep, confirm. Because this is where it's going to be pulling information. I'm just going to change the database name, because sometimes that's what helps and it actually makes it pop up first in the feed. So I can see here, Zapier is connected. We are good to go. So I'm going to click on continue, and I'm going to find the database. And the database is basically this name, sales intake form test video. And because I just changed the name, sales intake form test video. So I'm going to go ahead and click on continue. It's going to test to find something. I'm going to click on test trigger. Should take a second. And then what it will pull is a database item. So what I want you guys to do before you test is just fill out the form essentially as like a fake client, so that you can use that as test data, which will be important. Then we're going to pick one of the test pieces of data. And then what's going to pop up is, okay, what do we want to do with this information? Where do we want to send this information? And we're going to use e-signatures. So again, action event, we're going to create a new contract account. We need to connect our account. So basically what will pop up is this. And then inside of e-signatures, what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to go to your automation and API, and then you'll have a secret token that you can then use for your e-signatures. So once we link the account, then we're gonna click on continue. And then this is what's going to pop up next. Test only, no. Template, we're going to choose the template that we created inside of e-signatures together. So it'll be the test contract video onboarding. Sign your name. That's going to be information that we got from the sales intake form. I just click the slash key just because it's a little bit easier for me, a little bit faster. And the search bar, I'm just going to type in name. So client first name, I'm going to do space, I'm going to do name again, client last name. Signer email, again, slash, and then search. Signer mobile, not going to be relevant. Signer company name, business name. If you want, you could do like a redirect URL if you wanted to. I like to send emails just because it's a little bit more reliable. Then if there's like partners, if you wanted to add like multiple signers, you could add multiple signers. But for this case, we're just going to do one. And then I'm going to scroll all the way down to a place that we see called placeholder fields. If you guys remember, we had the placeholder fields in our template. So what we want to do, this is case sensitive. So we're just going to go ahead and copy and paste directly from our contract and add the placeholder fields. Case sensitive, it's like space sensitive. So we want to make sure we're just taking the exact info from here. Invoice terms and perfect. So the placeholder fields, these should be the information from the contract. So once those are added, then what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to pull the information from our sales intake form that's going to take the place of the placeholder fields. So for business name, I'm just going to click slash. I'm going to type in business name. So that'll be good. Deliverables, I'm going to type in the deliverables we're going to do for them. Contract date, I'm going to add in the contract start date. Contract length, 6 months. Invoice amount and terms. So then I'm going to scroll down here. And I'm just going to type in, put the contract title that makes sense for you guys. So I'm just going to put in like test contract X, and then I can actually put the client's first name or the business name as well. The contract title will be test contract X business name that's receiving it. You could put your name in there, whatever it could be. We're going to need to filter by this. So let's just do company name. Your company name X. Perfect. And then sender company name, you can put yours in there, and that's pretty much it. Then I'm gonna click on continue. Then I'm going to go ahead and click on test step. And then we can see that a green check mark indicates that that actually went through. So then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my contracts. I'm gonna scroll down to the tests, and I can see your company X agency U has been populated in my e-signatures. I can go ahead and click on preview the PDF, make sure everything flows really nicely. So I can see this agreement is between agency U, which is a placeholder field, and is effective agreed below. Project description. This agreement shall be begin on date and remain for the next 6 months. That's the term. In consideration of the services, client shall pay the agency $3,000 monthly. So everything lined up phenomenally, as it should, and we are good to go. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on rename this. I'm gonna do sales intake form, arrow, send contract. And you can go ahead and click on publish. And you are now good to go with the first automation. So that has now been done. Now what we wanna automate is the contract being signed and them receiving the onboarding form. So I'm gonna go back to Zapier. I'm gonna click on create in the same folder. I'm gonna create a new Zap. And the trigger is going to be e-signatures again. And basically in e-signatures, the trigger event is going to be contract is signed. I'm gonna link up my account again, find the account. I'm gonna click on continue. Let me just go ahead and sign this contract that I just got real quick. View and sign, everything looks good. Sign it, perfect. I'm gonna go back here to my Zapier. So that'll be important for you guys to note too, is like when you send the test, actually sign it. That way it can pull information. So let's find new records until we can find the one that we just signed. And here we go. Your company name, X agency U. So I'm gonna continue with this selected record. And then what do we wanna do? I need to create a filter actually. So I'm only going to continue if the title starts with your company name. So this is super important because if you use e-signatures for sending employment agreements, for other types of contracts, we don't want to send to every single contract that's been signed a welcome email. So we want to add this filter, and we want to make sure that any contracts going forward are different starting essentially, or start with something different, just so we can make sure that the filters are appropriate. So in this case, title starts with your company name. So the title started right here with your company name. So you can put your company name in there and make sure that's the filter, and then don't use that going forward. So that's important to know. Then I'm gonna click on continue. And then it'll say, cool, your Zap would have continued for this test data. Then I'm gonna click on continue again. Then I'm gonna go to Gmail as like the email service provider. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go ahead and send them an email. I'm gonna click the account so you can connect your Gmail account really easily inside of Zapier. I'm gonna click on continue once it's connected, and then we're gonna configure this. So we have the information from the contract. We just need to link that up. I'm gonna CC nobody. Maybe you could BCC yourself if you wanted to, just so you can have visibility on it, etc. Choose the name from name. You could put your company name, essentially, reply to. It will automatically map to the one that you have. And then subject line, this is where we write the email. So now I'm gonna go back to ChatGPT and I'm gonna say, write me a welcome email for when the client signs a contract, and the next step being that they fill out their onboarding form. Make it action oriented and include the link to the onboarding form in the email. Make it direct, short, and then after they fill out the onboarding form, then they can book the onboarding call. We're really excited to work with them, blah, 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 blah. And then we can take this. And then I'm gonna go ahead and insert the onboarding form. So I'm gonna go back to my map, click on onboarding form. I'm gonna click share form. I'm gonna make sure that anyone on the web with the link can fill this out. I'm gonna uncheck Notion branding. I'm gonna copy form link. I'm going to paste that right there. This gives us everything we need to hit the ground running. Once it's submitted, you'll get access to book your onboarding call with our team. We're excited to build something great together. Let's make it happen. Perfect. Continue. Important to test the step. Let's check our email. There we go. Got the email. Let's just check the link. Looks good. So now we can click on publish that, rename this, contract signed, send onboarding form. Perfect. I'm gonna go back to my folder. So onboarding form filled out, send onboarding calendar. So now what we need to do is when the client fills out the onboarding form, then we wanna send them an email to book an onboarding call. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and click on create. I'm gonna do new Zap, go to trigger. It's going to be Notion. And then the trigger event is going to be new database item, because that's what's going to trigger this. I'm gonna log in our account. I'm gonna click on continue. So let's go to my onboarding form. Let's just triple check responses. I'm just gonna change the name just because it will pop up on the front. I'm gonna click on here, connections. Let's make sure Zapier is hooked up here. Confirm, and go back here. I'm gonna choose database. Cool, it didn't show up. So I'm gonna click on refresh after I linked it up. It should be called onboarding form test. There we go. Same thing, guys. Fill out one just so you have some test data. So let's go back to Zapier, continue, test trigger. and it'll basically find the record. There we go. So pull the only database item that we have in there, continuous selected record. Then same thing, we're gonna find Gmail, action event, send an email, account, user account, continue. We're gonna go back here. Now send me an email once they fill out the onboarding form and can now book a call, include link to the calendar. So while that's writing, I'm also just gonna pop over to go high level again, log in the app. Perfect. Next step, book your onboarding call. So let's go back here. Same thing, take the email that they just filled out in the onboarding form. You can BCC yourself if you wanted to. From, doesn't really matter, to be honest. From name, agency you. Reply to will automatically go to the from. Subject, cool. Next step, book your onboarding call. And then we're gonna go ahead and do this. And if I just click the slash key, then down here, book your onboarding call here. So I'm gonna go back to go high level, go back to my calendars. I'm gonna go to calendars. I'm gonna go to calendar settings for my case. And then I'm gonna find the onboarding call, click on the, share calendar, scheduling link, copy this, paste that there, and then change this out. Then I'm gonna click continue, test step, check my email, and immediately got it. Thanks for filling out the onboarding form. You're one step closer to launch your content with us. Now let's get your onboarding call booked. Perfect. Let's click on that. And there we go. Should link directly to them booking a call or whatever you want to do. And we're going to rename this onboarding form, onboarding calendar. And we are now good to go. All right. So now all of our Zapier automations have been completed and we're pretty much good to go. So what I would do right now is I would just do like a quick test run. I would do it from the jump. I would go to your sales intake form. I would fill out the sales intake form with a fake client using your email, and I'd go through the whole process, making sure everything is dialed in. And that should basically do the trick for you and set you up for a lot of success so that it'll make your life a lot easier. So, but it doesn't stop here. The next thing that we want to do is we want to basically set up some Notion automations. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a task and we're going to automatically add them to the client directory. So inside of Notion, which is pretty cool, is we can set up automations based off of things being done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the sales intake form and I'm going to basically set up an automation right here. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this lightning bolt. And basically what I'm gonna do is once this is filled out, then I'm going to go ahead and create that onboarding task for this to be completed. Because our sales process is we basically get them to sign right away and there's not really a delay from when we send the contract to when they actually sign it. So for this case, I'm going to basically create it based off of this. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna click on new automation. I'm gonna say when a new page is added, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add a page to the actions database, because you guys remember that's where we put the onboarding tasks as onboarding tasks. And I'm gonna go ahead and click on edit property. I'm gonna do edit task name. I'm gonna say onboarding for, and then what we can do is we can go ahead and add stuff from the page. So I could basically do trigger page, I could do business name, onboarding for blank. Then I could put the due date, I mean, it would automatically be added, but date triggered. I could put the status as to do, and assignee is going to be, let's call it me. And then I can rename this, create onboarding tasks. So basically what this is when somebody fills out the sales intake form, then the onboarding task is automatically going to be created. So let's just test this out. When new database item is added, page is added, then what should happen is in my actions OS, which is going to be under fulfillment OS, onboarding tasks for Austin Schneider LLC. And we're going to go over this here later, guys. So no need to like worry about what you're looking at right now. And if I open this, then everything should be ready to go. And then this will be assigned to me. And on my view, I'll be able to see all the tasks that are assigned to me. So that's what we're going to do with that. And that way it's structured. Anytime somebody fills this out, we know immediately that we need to start on this onboarding task. And we've detailed out everything that we need to do for that onboarding task so that it can actually get done effectively. So after we add the task to do, because that's what we did in the foundation stuff, what we also want to do is we want to add them to our client directory. So I'm going to go back to my map here. I'm going to go to sales intake form, and then I'm going to click on the lightning bolt again. I'm going to add another automation. When page added, then I'm going to add a page to our client OS. And our client OS is essentially the client directory. So we're going to go ahead and add in the business name, edit property, status is to onboard. Progress is on track so far. Assigned members, not relevant. Date started. We can pick a date, due date triggered. And I'm gonna go ahead and click on enable. And then let's duplicate this again, and I'll show you exactly what happens when we do this. So just duplicated that. When I go home, what we'll be able to see is something's gonna pop up right here. Let's refresh. Perfect. So we'll see right here, this client was automatically added to our client OS, which I'm going to talk about here later on in this video. But this is where you'll be able to basically add them to your client directory, where whoever is responsible for onboarding can begin onboarding them. So now that that's done, we're pretty much ready to rock and ready to go with them. And a lot of the kind of like small things that are easy to miss are now automated, systematized, teed up, and there should be really no margin for error for not having an excellent onboarding experience, because we've just automated this whole entire thing. We've set up the systems for success, and we should be dialed in. From the automations guys too, like what you can also do is, and what I like to do is set up like Slack notifications. I mean, inside of Zapier, what you're able to do is you could add other apps that are like, send a Slack notification. If somebody signs up, you could create Google folders. You could notify specific people. There's a lot you can do with the automations. I'm just trying to show you just high level what I would implement right this second. And then inside of Notion, we'll dive into more of how we optimize this in future section. So now that we have the foundations, we have the automations dialed in and set up, the next thing that we want to do is we want to optimize for the onboarding call. So what I like to do is I like to create an onboarding presentation. The purpose of the onboarding presentation essentially is when I would jump on calls with people, it would kind of just be like jumping right into it and just going over, okay, cool, here's what we're going to do. Here's where we're going to start. Okay, cool. When do you want to start? Okay, perfect. Did we get access to your logins? All right, got access. Let's start on Monday. There wasn't like a lot of expectation setting. And the problem is that they didn't really know what the expectations were along, canceling shoots, invoicing, our process in depth, all that sort of stuff, because the prior communication to this was mostly the sales call. And by the time that we're onboarding them, they probably forgot everything on the sales call. So the first part of the onboarding call is we always want to set expectations. Again, like I said earlier, any frustration is just an unmet expectation. And if we're not doing a good job at setting expectations, then the client's going to be frustrated. And basically they're going to say, oh, I didn't know we couldn't add extra videos for free. I didn't know that we couldn't do this for free. Oh, I didn't know that we were going to do this. We never want clients to say that, because we want to foundationally set ourselves up for success from the jump. And we like to do that in a presentation format just because it's a little bit more professional and easier to get through. Really, the onboarding call to me isn't like a strategy call. For the most part, at least for the first half, it is a expectation setting call, and then it's strategizing on the first thing, because onboarding is where you're going to avoid a lot of frustrations, a lot of expectations of what the client could expect from working with you, the results, all that sort of stuff. With that, what we like to do is we like to create an onboarding presentation to review with the client. So if I click on this right here, what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to build an onboarding presentation. So I like to use Canva to build this out. So if I'm on the client call, and I'll show you this a little bit later on, is we're gonna be like, okay, cool. Before we jump into everything, we're just gonna go over a quick onboarding presentation just to make sure we're really aligned on expectations, our process, what you can expect, timelines, and the results that you should be able to get, as well as meet our team and all that sort of stuff. Does that sound good? Perfect. So the first thing that we do is we go through the onboarding presentation. So firstly, welcome, we're super excited for you guys. The purpose of the onboarding call is just to meet each other, set expectations so you can squeeze the juice out of working together, and so that we can ensure that we're understanding of your brand and we can make sure that we crush it for you. Does that sound good? Perfect. So just a reminder, a little bit about us. We're not just another agency. We're partnering with you to help you build social media videos to help you get more awareness. Our team consists of blank who does this, blank who does this, blank who does this, person who does this, etc. Explain the team, explain the context if there's going to be more people reaching out to them. Because what you want to do here is you want to also reiterate the buying decision. Oh, I picked the right people. Oh, these guys got my back. Oh, I understand what these people do. And then as you hire more people, oh, this person does this for me. Okay, perfect. Our values, so that they can make sure that they're aligned, all that good stuff. Again, welcome. Why us? This is where you can tout, remind them of why they made a good decision, reiterate the buying decision. Well, we established here, we've served this many people, we've done this stuff, we've done this, we've won all these awards, we've got all these different case studies for all these different people. We're pretty much the goats of marketing. Now that sounds a bit egotistical, but the reason I share this is I want to know that we have your back. We are on the same side, all that good stuff. So you want to tout, reiterate the buying decision, through case studies, through awards, through things that you've been able to achieve for other people to make sure that they're, pumped to work with you. Then this is where we get into the process. Okay. This is super, super important because, it's really easy for the client to veer away from the process, to want to do things their way, or to want to schedule something outside of this, or not really know what the process is and assume something, and then they get something in their head. And then when the reality hits them, then they feel frustrated. So the purpose of really outlining the process is that we're able to explain exactly how everything's going to work, because people will buy into the process of how they can get to the outcome. If you get them bought into the process, then they're going to understand, they're going to understand timelines, they're going to understand all that sort of stuff, which is going to be super, super, super important and super valuable for you guys in just setting expectations, getting them to understand what you guys are doing for them, and then making sure that they fully understand what they're getting into and how the whole thing works, so that they're not like, oh, this should take one day. This is where we can dive into that. Onboarding, bullet point with like the expectations. This is where we need this from you. This is where we need this from you. Okay, cool. We're going to go over this. This is where we're at right now. Client portal. Hey, this is where you're going to see all your stuff. This is where you're going to get logged in, blah, 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 blah. Let's log you in right now, whatever it could be. Ad creative. We're going to create ads for you. And then what we'll be able to do is we'll send them over within 2 weeks. And then after we send them over, then we want you to respond within 24 hours so that we can get them live as soon as possible. Is that something that you guys can do? Okay, perfect. Ad launch. Then once they're approved, within 24 hours, we will jump on a call and we'll do a launch call. And on that launch call, basically the purpose is to launch the ads together so that you can understand the process, whatever the process is, with expectations, so that they're bought in. Ask for agreement, that they understand each expectation. Strategy call. Every single month, we're going to jump on a call and we're going to review it. So if you had feedback, if you're asking questions, just like hold off till the strategy call, because that's where we're going to go through everything and make sure that everything is super dialed in. Cool. Content day. So what we're going to do is we're going to schedule a full day to come out and shoot with you. What we want to do is it's going to be 8 hours. Our team's going to come out. It's going to be really fun. On the strategy call, we're going to come up with the content that we're going to create, and it's going to be a really fun experience, blah, 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 blah. Revisions. If you do have revisions, super happy to help. We limit those to 2. And when you're sending revisions, what people sometimes do is they'll send it over, in like one email, and then they'll send an email 2 days later because they watched the video again. And then they'll send an email another day later because they have another idea. What we like to suggest is just, watch the video a couple of times, gather all of your feedback in one email, and then send them over in one go. And we'll send you the video and ask for revisions. And we'll remind you in the email of how to actually send the revisions back to us. Cool. Execution. Analytics. Every single month, we're going to go through analytics. You can see them live on your client portal if you wanted to, but the analytics are blah, 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 blah. Like, let's confirm you have access. Perfect. And then we repeat. Let's talk access. This is where you can get access to any app. So if you guys are adding them to Slack, if you're using Notion, if you're using other different tools, this will be important. Client portal. Here's how you get access to your client portal. Let's log you in right now and make sure you have access. Perfect. Slack. I'm going to send you an invite to our Slack channel. Can you get logged into that right now so that that's where we're going to be communicating? Okay. Instagram. Hey, let's log into your Instagram right now. And then I can document your Instagram password inside of the client portal so that we can make sure we are logged in and that we can literally get access to everything right now, right here, right now, so that there's no going back and forth after this. So highly, highly recommend doing all of this stuff on the onboarding call with the client so that there's no going back and forth and there's no roadblocks and you don't have to repeat yourself and all that sort of stuff. That was a lot of information. Now for some boring stuff, canceling meetings. Our calendars fill up quickly. Like, don't no-show strategy calls, don't no-show like our analytics calls or whatever that is. Let us know within 72 hours. Respect our time, essentially, is kind of what we're trying to communicate here. Invoicing, we're going to get you an auto invoice every single month. You'll be expected to pay that, blah, 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 blah. Additional services. So we just laid out everything that we're going to do for you. And we're going to do this, 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 this. And if you do have other ideas, then we'll for sure basically send you a price of what that would be, the additional fee. If there is a need that we suggest, we may bring it up throughout the relationship as well. If you want to add more videos, if you want to test more ad grades, if you want to add a new account, whatever it could be. That way, avoid scope creep. How to win. This is a long game. First month, you may get some quick results and then it may trickle. It's all about the compound effect. Like, don't get discouraged. Like, we're the right team for you. We got you, et cetera, et cetera. After the contract is our goal, after the contract that we continue to work together. So after this 3-month stint, we'll propose some new ideas for you, et cetera, et cetera. We send monthly surveys every single month. We ask that you fill that out. It really helps us get feedback. Anything less than an 8 is a fail for us. Scheduling. Let's schedule the next steps. Maybe you can schedule video shoots if you're a video agency. Maybe you can schedule monthly analytics calls if you're some sort of web developer, PPC, or something along those lines. And then you guys get into the next step, which would be the next steps of the onboarding call. That was a lot for you guys, but really the onboarding presentation is paramount to setting the expectations from the jump. Not only reiterating the buying decision, getting them to understand the process of what you guys are going to delivering at each step of the way, but also setting expectations from invoicing, scope creep, all that sort of stuff, canceling meetings, everything that's important for you to communicate that often goes uncommunicated because we rush or because we don't have a process like this, which is why exactly you guys are watching this video. Onboarding presentation is done. The next thing that we're going to want to do is create an onboarding call agenda. How we're going to do this? We're going to do this inside of Notion. So if I go back to my client OS, so if I go home again, we just created this new client called Agency U LLC. And I'm going to talk more about the client OS later on. But if I pop in here, scroll down, what you'll see is you'll see a calendar for like a meeting calendar. So what you can do is you can click on this database, which is just like a calendar database, a call database, and you'll see different types of meetings. And these are all templates. So if we want to edit the template, what we'd want to do is we want to click on these three dots right here. What I would suggest doing is I would suggest embedding the onboarding. So you could just share, you could do public view link, I think maybe. Create public view link, copy back here. You could literally embed the Canva presentation in here. There we go. When you're on the call with the client, you could literally just start sharing this. And then pre-meeting. So this would be like any information for you guys, like what needs to happen essentially. They've audited the online presence. They've copied the onboarding call forms. They've created day one snapshots, whatever it could be, like what's paramount to do before the meeting. And then after you get everything, basically you store things in like passwords and access, whatever it could be, so that you could easily reference it. But let's go back to the template here. And then you can basically create questions that you want to ask, things that you want to get access to, all that sort of stuff that will be relevant for your onboarding call. And then also like next steps on what actually needs to get done so that you can keep track, like schedule the shoots, walk client through how to prepare for the next call, make sure the clients join the Slack channel, like kind of like an internal checklist. So again, guys, what you could do is you could literally just inside of this, create me onboarding call based on my offer, format it for Notion. Let's go back here. And then all we need to do is paste. And then you can kind of just pop in the answers here. And then when you basically onboard them, you just click add an item. You click on onboarding call. And this automatically populates. And now we don't need to reinvent the wheel. And we can follow basically the step. So not only you will have access if you're the one running the onboarding calls, but when you train somebody to do it, then you'll be good to go here. And then you can go ahead and add like the recorded call up here. So you could say, hey, this is going to be a Fathom recording so that going forward, anybody can access that as well. All right, guys, we just set up our full onboarding system. If you guys do this, copy and paste, you'll no longer need to deal with scope creep. You'll basically turn one client into multiple clients because of your elite onboarding experience. You'll be able to efficiently onboard people by literally filling out one form. You'll be able to have better expectations by having the onboarding presentation, by having the onboarding call agenda inside of Notion, inside of your agency operating system. You'll have all the tasks itemized, productized, so that you can actually scale with onboarding. And this is something, I mean, we have so many wins. Like one of our clients was like, oh, I onboarded 3 new clients today and I wasn't even stressed out because I was able to set this up, and we were able to set this up for them. Another client says this is saving them over 2 hours per client. So if you guys can set this up, you will save time, you will get more referrals, you will provide an exceptional client experience, which will ultimately allow you to grow and scale your business. Look forward to see you on the next section. But guys, go through this thoroughly. Make sure you're following it step by step. And if you can set this up, you will begin to win. This will be your superpower in turning one client into multiple clients, into removing time off of your plate and creating a scalable onboarding experience, which will ultimately lead to, again, more clients for you and less stress at the end of the day. And that's it. I'll see you on the next section. Hope that you are loving the onboarding system so far. Look, if you are struggling with client onboarding right now, you're manually sending everything, you're answering the same questions repeatedly, or you're spending hours on repetitive tasks, you are not alone. Michael Evans inside of Agency U implemented this, and he was able to save over 2 hours per client compared to manual previous processes. Natalie was able to sign 3 proposals in 2 days without overwhelm because they were able to automate this. Look, these aren't isolated cases. Our clients consistently report that proper onboarding systems not only save them time, but improve the client satisfaction and retention. So if you want us to build this for you instead of implementing it yourself, just click the link down below, book a call with our team. We'll customize the whole onboarding system in all of its systems in basically all the systems that you're learning in this course, completely done for you so that you can save a bunch of hours and work on things that actually matter inside of your business. So if that sounds like something you're interested in, just click the link down below. All right, the next section that we're going to be going over in this course is going to be our Fulfillment OS, aka how we fulfill for our clients to make sure that everybody is on the same page. Fulfillment for us looked like iMessages, Slack messages, writing things on to-do lists, using my notes section, a complete mess, completely unscalable. So we want to make our fulfillment scalable, and how we make our fulfillment scalable is using systems. And I always like to say that systems run the business, people run the systems. And if we can have a system to manage our fulfillment, nothing will be missed, no deadlines will be missed, and we can set expectations for team members to then run the systems. And it becomes really cool once we see this come to life. So I'm gonna create 2 workflows for you guys. For those who are potentially like video agencies watching this, I'm gonna create a workflow for you, show you how to create a workflow from that perspective. And then those maybe not doing video and maybe have more of like a basic fulfillment process, which is great, I'm gonna show that to you as well. So what we're going to do, and really the purpose of the fulfillment funnel again, is we want to really follow a process. Design beats willpower all day. I mean, I remember when I would like assign tasks to editors, assign tasks to specific team members, and it was like assigned just like verbally. And the problem with that is like there's just no documentation of anything, and it just becomes a massive headache for us because we have to figure out everything that needs to be involved with that specific project. And yeah, it's just like not a good time. So first things first, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna start with just a video agency. I'm gonna speak to a video agency and we're gonna do the whole workflow from that perspective. And then I'll start with a more of like a less of a fulfillment funnel, I would say, and then kind of explain that one as well. So before we do anything, what we need to do is we need to define our workflows. Oftentimes we don't even get to this process because, you know, we're really good at what we do. We have a good skill set, but the problem is we haven't really created a process for our skill set. We haven't been able to take what's in our brain and turn it into a workflow. What this really leads to is it's kind of like that trickle down effect, because as you scale, it's really about doing the little things really, really well. And if it's just you right now, like what we want to think about is we want to think about how can I get somebody to do this for me and basically fulfill on your behalf. And you subconsciously have a process because you're really good at it. But what we often lack doing is documenting that process or productizing that process so that somebody else could then follow it. And the problem that I see when people don't define the workflow is they basically train somebody, and when they train the person, they're creating their own system, essentially. At the end of the day is what I'm trying to say. If you hire somebody and you don't have a system, you don't have a process, they're going to come up with their own system, with their own process to do it. So we just want to make that really, really clear. So what we're going to do first is we're going to define our workflow. So we're going to decide on key stages: ready to script, ready to shoot, ready to edit, ready to post, or just to do, to keep it simple. And then we're going to assign owners at each stages so that it's really, really clear. So what I would suggest doing, guys, is pulling up something like Miro, and I would start like mapping this out. So I would be like, my offer is I'm going to basically do 8 videos, run 3 ads per month, manage ads, monthly reporting, posting the videos, editing the videos, scripting the videos, shooting the videos. We'll do the same thing with ads. Let's just say client portal. Adds up in 7 days. Let's just say this is our offer. With our offer, what we need to do is we really need to mind map the process. And there's really like 2 sections that we need to mind map. One is going to be onboarding and one is going to be non-onboarding. So let's just start with the onboarding one, because basically what we want to do is we want to have like an onboarding task flow, because onboarding tasks are going to be a little bit different than like normal tasks. And then we want to do like a recurring task. So onboarding, and then we're going to do a recurring flow as well. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to create one with you guys. So onboarding, then we're going to do obviously like onboarding tasks, which is like build client portal, which would be automatically added from the onboarding one. And then we're going to do a onboarding call. Then we're immediately going to script 6 ads, and we're going to send for approval. Onboarding tasks, onboarding call, script 6 ads, send for approval. I'm going to do a launch call. This is going to be also like scheduling shoot day, content day, or we need to script the content. Script 6 ads, send for approval. Then we need to actually create the ads. And then we do a launch call. Let's just change this to 2 ads. Send for approval, create the ads, launch call, content call, script 8 videos plus 1 ad, because these are just gonna be like B-roll ads or more of like the basic ads. And then we can do shoot day. And then we need to edit the content. Then we need to send for internal approval, QC number 1, send to client, and then schedule, monthly reporting, analytics. I'm gonna keep this fairly basic. And what we're also doing, guys, is we're creating kind of the foundation for your SOPs, because what you'll want to do is you'll want to create SOPs for all these different things. So this is a great start for you guys, like literally just to start building your SOP library if this is in fact like your process, right? Onboarding tasks, onboarding call, script the ads, send ads for approval, launch call, content call, script the videos. That should be good. And then the recurring flow would basically be this. So onboarding flow is pretty much defined. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create another one here. We're just going to kind of map out like who's going to be responsible for this stuff. So if you have a team, you can do this as well. And then editor. So this also kind of gives you a vision of who would be doing what for your agency. Okay, so client success, onboarding call, script 5 ads, send ads for approval. I'm gonna do the launch call. I'm gonna do the content call, let's call it. Script 8 videos, videographer, editor is going to edit. Just say QC1 can be here, QC2, schedule, perfect. And then same thing, content call, boom, 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 boom. Sweet. And then I'm gonna do one more here, which is just gonna be time frames. Week 1, week 2, and then week 3 plus. So now we're super clear on time frames. So that seems pretty good. So now we pretty much have the foundation of our fulfillment. We have a good understanding of it. So this is what you guys need to do before you guys even begin the fulfillment funnel, is make sure you are really clear on the steps of fulfillment. And we can kind of clearly see from like a bird's eye view, okay, cool, who does what. So let's just make this nice and pretty here. This makes sense. Week 1, not bad. So with that, now what we need to do is we need to go to the fulfillment. So yeah, map out the processes, decide on key stages. Cool, I'll show you what that looks like. And then now what we need to do is we need to go to the fulfillment funnel and we need to start creating some projects. So if I go here to the left-hand side on the fulfillment funnel, what I'll see is probably really confusing to a lot of you guys. So let me just delete some of this stuff. And let me delete all these tasks just to clean it up so we can start from the jump. I'm gonna start up here, which is the project. So basically we have projects and then we have tasks. So I'm gonna show you 2 ways to do this. This is specifically for like video editing, posting, that kind of stuff. So first is the projects. Think of these as a month essentially. So for this case, we're gonna create 2 different projects. We're gonna create one for onboarding for offer example 1, and then we'll create another one for recurring. And basically the idea here is I'm basically going to click a button, and then what's going to populate are the tasks for that specific business. And all I need to do is drag them into to do, and it's automatically going to assign all the tasks for that specific project. And all I need to do is then assign it to specific people who are going to help me assign due dates. And then that's going to basically create like a funnel effect for the task for the piece of content they're going to be creating for that customer. So what we're going to need to do is we need to basically create a project template. So we're gonna go to our fulfillment board. I'm actually gonna go to the map. I'm gonna go to projects and I'm just gonna click on this right here. I already have a template right here for content. I'm going to duplicate this. So this is what I would do, guys. Duplicate, and then let's just say this is like flagship offer. So up top, you'll see you are editing a template in projects. So as we can see here, there's a couple buttons right here. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete this. And then I'm gonna hit the slash key. I'm gonna do database inline. And I'm gonna do flagship, or you know what? I'm gonna make this even better. I'm gonna go back to map. So I'm gonna go here, slash database, and I'm gonna click database full page. And then I'm gonna say flagship offer tasks. Okay, so that should show up right here. Let's just add a flag. Sound like emojis. And let's spell tasks correctly. And let me see here, because what we're going to basically do is we're going to create tasks that we can just drag in that will automatically be populated. Status. I'm just going to do to do. So all these should just be to do. Edit property, to do. Let's make that default. I think that should work just fine. Let's go back in here. Flagship offer, edit. I mean, the task status doesn't actually matter at all. So let's go back to flagship offer and let's go to my offer. So what are the tasks that we need to do? We need to do 8 videos per month. We need to send monthly reporting. We need 3 ads. Or what I'm gonna do actually is, let's just go to ChatGPT. Cool, let's see what this comes up with. Basically what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create like a template inside of the task. That way when we add it, then there's already like something that we could include. So we don't need footage link. It's more of like a brief, I like that. Vision for the video, cool. Let's also add one for like script. References, that's good. So obviously make this how it would be relevant for your guys' business, but I'm just showing you an example of what we could do here. Editing style notes, that's pretty good. Cool. This way the person like scripting it can just like pop the script in there, add the vision, that's like the strategist, inspiration, references, editing style and notes, all that good stuff. Cool. Let's just add an emoji here. And then I'm gonna duplicate this 8 times. Duplicate. And the other one that we need to do is we need to do 3 ads. I like the hook. I think that's important. I like all these. Cool. We also need script, if applicable. So far, so good. So now I'm just going to duplicate this 3 times. And these can always be updated later too. So like as you refine this, it can be added. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my map. I'm just going to go to projects here. I'm going to click on the flagship offer, edit. And then in here, again, we're editing a template. Here, I'm going to hit shift return. And then let's do linked view of database. And then flagship offer tasks. That's fine. Property layout. We can rename this to tasks. Just I like to make it look good. Star, drag it up here. So we could like add this as like a toggle if we want to, but I'm just gonna leave this as is. So now basically what we can do is we can just drag these into to do, and that will automatically create the task, which I'm gonna show you here in a little bit. That's looking good. So here, flagship offer, let's just move that to the top. We are good to go. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate this, and then I'm gonna do flagship offer onboarding. Then I'm gonna go here. I'm just gonna duplicate this with content. What else do I need to add for the onboarding? I guess maybe just like onboarding tasks. So why don't we just do that then? Move this up top. And if you remember from the onboarding, we already created these. So let's just go to it's in our actions database. So really what we're doing with these databases, this is like the raw information. And from the raw information, what we're doing is we are manipulating the databases to be specific views. That's all we're doing. Okay, easy, done. I'm gonna go back to projects. I'm gonna go up top here. I think this is the onboarding one. And then I'm gonna basically delete this. I'm gonna click here, linked view of database, flagship offer tasks, drag that up, layout. I don't like to show the database title. Then we're gonna call this onboarding. If there's more stuff that you guys need to add, certainly add it here. So that's now done. Check. Project templates completely done. We also did the task templates, feeling pretty good about it. So now what we want to do is we want to clean up the task properties. What we're going to do is essentially under actions, and basically like when I open this up, there's like so much stuff on here. Like there could be things that are irrelevant. There could be things that are just not needed right now. For this case, graphic designer isn't going to be needed. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete graphic designer, delete, and I can like not show this. I can just go up here and just start like customizing my layout a little bit. So like this section, designer details, isn't going to be relevant. Other details, like we can hide all this stuff because this isn't relevant. Like client success, that's not really relevant. For this, not necessarily. Oh yeah, I guess we should have client success manager. Let's just rename this client success manager, CSM, due date, editor, videographer, social media manager, which is pretty much our team here. We're going to show what's going to be relevant for each team member, because when somebody logs in, what they'll be able to see is all the details for their specific task. I think this is pretty good here. We can delete this one. And then the next thing that I'm going to look at, I'm going to click apply to all pages, is the task statuses. So to do in progress, like in progress is not relevant. Ready to script, sure. Scripting, probably don't need that. It's kind of redundant. Ready to shoot, ready to edit, editing, sure, it's fine. Ready to review, ready to revise, under revision, ready to send to client, sent to client, client approved, ready to post, /schedule, post done. So a lot of these are pretty much good to go. So basically what you want to do here under the task status is, like, if it's content, then there's probably a lot of different statuses, but what we'll be able to do, and I'm going to show you guys, is we can manipulate the views based off of the specific statuses so that they can see the content based off of specific statuses, because like ready to send to client, that's going to be client success manager, because that's what we indicated right here, etc. Do an audit of these, make sure these make sense. I'll simplify it on the second go round. That's been done. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to create some team views. Okay, so if I go to my team, I have client success manager, Austin, which is pretty much like the strategist, me, and then I have a videographer and an editor. That's my team. So there's client success, Austin, videographer, editor, 4 people. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create 4 different views for 4 different people. So if we go to content team, we already see 3 right here, and then the 4th right there. Client success. Let's just actually make this social media manager, because I want a social media manager to do this, because we could find somebody very, very affordable to do that for me. Client success manager is basically on the QC and then send to clients and then send stuff for approval. What are we going to do? We're going to start building some boards for people. So let's start with videographer board. There's already a template right here ready to go. We can basically assign the videographer, but I'm just going to leave this blank and delete that. It's not really relevant. I'm going to basically create a view right here, which is a calendar view. I think that's like really easy to see. I'm going to click on this little icon here. I'm going to go to property or layout, and then I'm going to show calendar by shoot date. And then that way, when we assign shoots to people, the videographer that we have, then it will all show up here. We can also filter by specific videographer. So if you have multiple videographers, then you can just also add the filter of videographer. But for this case, I'm just going to show one, because I'm not going to filter by a bunch of names. I'm just going to put it on here as one. And then we'll clean this up a little bit as we go. So ready to shoot, ready to edit, okay, shoot table. So basically what they're seeing is the calendar. They're seeing like a board where they can see like everything that's ready to shoot and ready to edit. They can see a table as well and like clean it up like really easily, which I'll show you once we do a mock project. Okay, the second view that we're going to optimize is going to be a video editor board. What this is this is the same database. So if I click on the settings, if I go to layout, if I go to show database title, this is the same database as everybody else has access to. What we're doing is we're basically feeding one task and we're filtering it down to actual fulfillment. So instead of like having like 20 different boards for 20 different people, this is just a linked task, and we're just manipulating it based off of specific views, based off of the statuses of things, so that everybody can see everything. Similarly, if you have multiple editors, then you can create views for specific editors, but we want to create views for the editors that set them up for success. So up top, we have like charts where we can see overdue, edit today to revise. We have like SOPs. So if I click here, it goes to our SOP library, specific for video editors, all that sort of stuff. So for the editors, what I like to add is I like to add an edit date and a due date. That way I can see from like an editor point of view, like, oh, you're doing 4 edits today, you're capped. Or, oh, like you're doing 6 edits today. Like, can we move these around so we can fit in this edit from this client that we just onboarded? Whatever it could be. Due dates, similar when we need things due by. And then same thing with social media manager view here. So this is a calendar. This is showing by post date. Perfect. And they can see editing board as well, if relevant, in progress. Okay, if relevant, sweet. And then that way they can just pop in here and they can see everything that they need to do for that specific client. Okay, and then the last one that I'm gonna do is client success manager. Cool, so what I'm gonna do, just for the sake of this video, is I'm gonna duplicate this. I'm gonna move this down here, and we're gonna clean this up, because all they need to see is what? They need to send stuff for approval, and they need to quality control. So irrelevant. I'm just going to delete everything but the view of the tasks. Because to me, the client success manager will basically hold the editors accountable and then also be sending stuff to clients. Project management will be one of the tasks for them. Nice. So they can just have like a high level view of everything. And then what I can do if you want like a different view is we can just create here, duplicate, and then I just want this just to be like post dates. Then go to layout, show calendar by post date. So that way they can just have like a high level view of everything. What's this by? Let's do property visibility. Let's do client success manager. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. Status, we don't need that. CSM and due date. That way somebody could see that. Looking good. So this is basically formatted for the client success manager to see a high level view of everything. This is what we need to send to the clients. This is tasks that are specifically for client success managers. So I'm just going to do group status. Basically just going to hide all of these. Except done. Because they're going to be responsible for like sending monthly reporting and all that sort of stuff. Let's go back to our tasks. Let's create 5 ads. Let's create one for Austin. And then I'll just go ahead and build one from scratch for you guys. Or not scratch, but using one of these templates. And then I could just call this like strategist board, which is going to be scripting and some high level stuff. I think due dates, editing dates, post dates. That's not relevant. That's not relevant. So let's just change this to script board. And then what we're going to do is we're going to group it by the tasks that are relevant. So it's going to be to do, ready to script, and ready to shoot. Because basically all Austin is going to be responsible for is scripting and then getting those ready to shoot. Okay, so now we are going to test this whole process out. What we're going to do is we're going to start with a fulfillment funnel. So in this case, I'm going to pretend that I'm Austin. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create my project. Actually, I'm actually going to do something really quickly here. Let me optimize these properties. So I'm going to open this template. Let me go ahead and click in these properties and customize this layout here. So I want to make this look super, super good. So let's add section, project info, and then let's add to layout. Add it there. Property group, project info, project type, responsible. Add section, let's just do task info. So I just want to make this super, super clean because the better the UI, the more it will be used by the team, which is exactly what we want to happen. Completed, project duration. I'm just gonna add another section that's just like other. Let's move that down. Or we can put date completed, created, edited, progress. I want to pin that one. So then let's always show, 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 always hide, always hide, always hide, always hide. So now when we open this, we can get a really clean snapshot. Apply to all pages. Yeah, that looks way better. So now we're going to do an example for real. So let's go to Fulfillment Funnel OS. Then let's go to new page. And then as I scroll down, let's just say this is the flagship offer for a specific client. So what we're going to do is we're just going to say this is for Austin. And this is going to be for July 2025. And we're going to put this as doing, perfect, responsible is going to be me. This is going to be a retainer. Client's going to be Austin Schneider LLC. Progress that will automatically populate. Good to go. Then we're going to scroll down and we're going to see what? We are going to see all of the tasks that we already built from a template perspective, which is based off of our offer, which is 8 short form videos and 3 ads. So all I need to do is just click this bad boy and drag these into to do. And then what I'm going to begin doing is I'm going to begin assigning people to these tasks. So let's just say videographer is me, why not? And then I just got off the call with the client, or I already have this scheduled that I know we're going to shoot this on the 16th. That's the date that we're going to be shooting this. And then editor is going to be me as well. Well, basically what you can do is while you're on a call, you can be like, okay, cool. This is going to be, let me just say, give me 8 content ideas, hooks only. Sorry. This will just be for speed. And then what I can do, because I talked to the client, is I can just add in my hooks. Let's just copy and paste these. So you just go off a call with the client, you plan the videos. These are the videos you're shooting. And you go ahead and add these bad boys in here. Perfect. And then let's create we can see these based off of the emoji. No, same thing. And these, we are going to shoot these on the 16th as well. Let's call it. Now what we need to do is we need to start prioritizing for the editors. So we have the editors assigned. Now realistically, you need to figure out, okay, cool. What are the priorities of these videos? This like helps you so much if you can actually just be disciplined with this. Yeah, this takes a little bit more extra work, but at the end of the day, this is going to save you so much headache at the end of the day. And if you follow this system, it'll be so easy to get this off of your plate so that you can hire somebody to do this for you. But if you have an editor, if you don't have an editor, like continue to use this because you want your editor to fall into a system, not like recreate their own system like what I mentioned earlier. So what we would begin to do is we would basically prioritize for the editor based off of like their capacity, based off of what's realistic for them. So let's just say we're shooting this on the 16th. We need to get these ads up ASAP. And then we also want to get this video up ASAP. And I know that my editor can edit, 4 videos a day, let's call it. Now we can be like, okay, cool. This is the order that I want them to edit these videos in. And then I want them to do the same day because we got to whip these together. And then same thing with social media manager. We're going to decide when we're going to post these. So these need to be up and live ASAP, but we don't really need to post those, but we can communicate to our social media manager. If it's an ad, then send that to Austin, which we can create a view for. Let's just say we want this on the 21st. We want this on the 22nd. We want this on the 23rd. We want this on the 24th. We want this on the 25th. We want this on the 28th. We want this on the 29th. We want this on the 30th. So now the foundational stuff is pretty much good to go. Assuming that you had a conversation with the client, this is what we're shooting, all that sort of stuff. They're in agreement. Now what I would do is I would move this bad boy to ready to script. So now I'm going to zoom back out to our main dashboard and let's take a look. Who is responsible for scripting? Okay, it's Austin. Okay, so how can we make sure that they're set up and they don't have to go to the fulfillment funnel and look at the mess that we just kind of created? We go to the strategist board. Then we can see here that we can see the scripts ready to script. So there's something wrong with the filters here. Filters, ready to script. There we go. So now Austin has a queue of everything that's ready to script. So now what Austin's going to do is he's basically going to jam through these and script them. How are we going to script them? Well, we're going to pop through these and we are going to scroll down here and we're going to add the scripts. This is my script or whatever is going to be relevant. We're going to do that for every single video based off of what you know about the client because you're a strategist for the client and we want to make sure that we are dialed in for them. And then once that's scripted, then we move it to ready to shoot. Then we're going to rinse and repeat. Separation is in the preparation. So the more that we can prepare for the shoot, the better. So let's just say I went through, I scripted all of these. All these are good to go. We're dialed. Perfect. Got the editor deadline in there. Perfect. We are shooting this in a couple of days here. So now the scripting board, let's just call it scripting board, is been completed. We moved it to ready to shoot. Now who's responsible? Oh, let's just check out our process. So we scripted them. Now we need to shoot them. So let's go back to our homepage and we already created a view for the videographer. And guess what? To shoot this week. Here's all the videos that they need to shoot this specific week. So now what we do is when the videographer goes to shoot the content, they're not scrambling, they're not checking their emails. All they're doing is they're going through what they need to shoot for that specific week via their phone, via an iPad, whatever you're going to equip them with. And they just need to check this out, scroll down, make sure they have everything that they need in order to shoot this and crush it and be good to go. So now let's pretend it's the 15th. So what I'm going to do on the 15th, if I'm a videographer, I'm going to check out, okay, cool. Here's what I'm shooting tomorrow. Okay, perfect. All right. I feel like I really understand this. Feel good about it. Perfect. Got the inspiration, got the hook, call to action. Perfect. Now the videographer's equipped to shoot because they know exactly what they need to shoot, whether they need to bring a teleprompter, whatever it could be. They have all the information inside of here and they're checking beforehand because you're going to detail that out to them and you're going to train them with the intention of making sure that they actually review this. So let's just say 16th comes along. We shot this. We're good. We did all this stuff. So now what we're going to do is we're going to click shoot done. We're going to add the raw footage here. And we are going to go ahead and take all these because we shot all of them. And we're going to move these to ready to edit. And now the videographer's job is done after they uploaded the footage into the folders that you suggested that they do it for. Cool, now it's in ready to edit. Who's responsible for that? So let's go to editors responsible for that. How do I make sure that they know their deadlines? How do I make sure that they're gonna do everything on time? How do I make sure that they're gonna be dialed in? We created a board for that. So we're gonna go to video editor board and boom, ready to edit. So we can see everything that's ready to edit from like a board perspective. If they want to see it that way, what I would suggest is I train my editors based off of the editing dates. And we can see, wow, I have 4 videos teed up for me for the next 3 days, 17th, 18th, and 21st. I feel freaking equipped. This is great. I feel dialed about this because we've set them up to succeed. How do I get all the information? Oh, perfect. Here's all the information about the shoot. Everything's in here. The video script, the examples. I don't need to ask 20 times what needs to get done because everything is right here. And I can see 2 days till deadline. We can even add that in the view. Check this out. Properties, property visibility, editor, edit reminder. 2 days till deadline. We gotta get this done. So now what happens? The editor, they're just on this board. They just hang out here. This is their board. We create multiple views for multiple different editors, and this is theirs. And guess what? This is the same piece of content that was scripted from the beginning. It was shot, so it's been touched by a lot of people, and there's all the information just simply in one card. So what do? Well, the editor pops this open, gets the raw footage, does their thing, and what do? They go ahead and drop the footage right here. So they drop the footage in the social media manager under the content URL. And then what do? We move the status. Ready for review. Ready for review. Dialed. Okay, if they want to do it faster, you can just go here. Ready for review. Ready for review. Wonderful. Who's responsible for reviewing? Let's check out our process here. QC, client success. What did? We set up a client success manager for success. So let me go to CSM board. And what's going to show up there? CS board. Everything that's ready for review. Oh, where's the content? Well, let's go ahead and go property visibility. And then we can add in the content URL. And then all they need to do is I can just click on this. Oh, let me just check out this video. Oh, it looks great. Perfect. And what do? They're like, John, you need to revise this. If you could just like change this out, please, that'd be great. And then where's that go? Well, it goes back to the editor board. It goes under revisions, which are priority. How do I know what you want me to revise, Mr. Client Success Manager, Mrs. Client Success Manager? There's the comment. I'm not communicating via Slack. I'm not communicating via iMessage. It's right here. And guess what? The editor is equipped to crush it because we set them up for success. Then they revise under revision and then ready to review again. Who's reviewing it? CSM board. And this is all the CSM needs to see is they just need to see this. They don't need to see anything else if that's it. Same thing with the editor. They don't need to see anything else. Client success manager responsible for like making sure we get stuff done on time. Oh man, we got to make sure like all these are ready for review. Like we're really ahead or, oh, we really need to put some, like, we're going to miss some deadlines here real soon because everything is in front of them. So just say, cool, these are good to go. Ready to send a client. We need to filter this and also show ready to send a client. Ready to send a client. We're good. Yep, approved. Good job. Awesome work. Phenomenal work. Great job. Sweet. Awesome. There we go. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to group. I'm going to show ready to post schedule, send to client, and that should be fine. So now this is ready to send to client. So a few different ways that we can do this. All we need to do is, hey, John, here's all your content. Let me just copy and paste this into a nice email for you. Because if I just go to the ready to send view, we have the hook. We have the content URL. All we need to do is Control C, go to our email here, create a new message. We can say, hi, John, here's your content to review. Boom. We format this a little bit. And now we have a nice email that they can just simply click and review. Please review in 24 hours. Approved and good to post. Austin. What can we also do? Well, we could also be like, hey, since we're posting this for you, I also want to show you the post date. Hey, this is the date of posting. How could I make this easy? Oh, let me just screenshot this. And let me go to ChatGPT. Let me say, format this in an email with the link to the content, the hook, and the post date. Email for them to review. And guess who's going to do this? Client Success Manager. Let's compose a new message here. Boom. How's that? That's a way. Later on, I'm going to show you how to create a client portal, but not bad. Now, after we send the email, we just move this bad boy to send to client. Sit back. Oh, client approved. Okay, cool. Oh, client wants some revisions here. Cool. Let's just make a comment. Client wants some revisions on this. She caught a spelling error. Oh, this needs to be revised. Where did that just go? Well, it went to the editor board. Ready to revise. Look at that. Now, we move back to ready for review. Where'd that go? Well, it went back to CSM board. Ready for review. Cool. Sent to client. Let's just say we got all these approved. We've organized here. Everything's good. Everything's dialed. And then once they've approved it, moved it to ready to post. Where'd that just go? Well, it went to the social media manager board. 11 posts ready to post. Let's check them out. Whoa, look at that. Nice, cleanly scheduled out, ready to post. So now the social media manager, what can they do? Okay, Monday's coming up. I got to make this post. I got to find this client's information. Let me go ahead and find their info here. Okay, cool. It's for Austin Schneider, LLC. Okay, perfect. I can go ahead and post that for them. I can see here that it's, or I guess this is where the strategist would also add this stuff, or the social media manager could be like, this is the caption, hello, and we're good to go. And then this is obviously the final one. Okay, cool. Let's actually add in the caption as a property visibility. So let's just do caption. Perfect. Now we can see the schedule, the raw footage, which isn't really needed. So I can actually go up here, property visibility. Like we don't need the raw footage. Content type, that's cool. Then we can do URL. How's that? This should be perfect. So now we can see project. So the client and the month, the date to post, the post type, status, this is ready to go. And then the content. So basically, let me just pop open frame, the content. And now all we need to do once we post this is done. Sweet. Now we have a whole process of getting the clients from scripting to actually posting. And now all we need to do is what? We just need to create systems and processes and SOPs for every single step of the process. Not too difficult, not too hard. The other thing that I would also note here is like, just because a lot of these tasks are associated with like fulfillment and all that sort of stuff, you can still add random tasks here as well. Like I like to do that as well. Just add like a random task for somebody and then assign them as it. And then that way it'll show up for them as like the videographer or whatever it could be. So it'll still show up on their board. But then now we can see up here, let's just move a couple of these to done. Now from a project perspective, we can see that we're 27% done for the month. From like a posting perspective, we're pretty much good to go. Like this is pretty solid. We can see all the tasks, like not bad. All we need to do is create the template, make sure it flows, create the views for the team, and we will be set. And then we can even see the project inside of the client directory so that we can see everything that we're working on for that specific client and the status of all of their projects. Pretty cool. Because if I pop this open, this will show me the number of projects and I can see the project right here. So now let's just do one really quickly for non-content agency. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to projects. Let's just create another one. So I'm just going to duplicate this and let's just going to call this basic. So this is maybe if you're doing like SMS or like PPC or something that just doesn't require like a lot of different like statuses. Then what are we going to do? We're going to let's go back to the projects. Let's go ahead and edit this. Cool. All these should be fine. The main thing that we're going to edit is we are going to edit the, that disappeared. Oh, because I linked it. So let's go ahead and let's go to version history. Perfect. Restore that. And then I'm just going to copy this database view into this one. I'm going to create a database inline tasks. I'm going to hide this, move this up, tasks. So we don't want to make it a template. That is my fault, 100%. So let's go back here, copy, projects, back here, flagship offer. I should add all of them in just a second. So let's do the basic one now. So I'm going to click on edit and I am going to open this bad boy up and I'm just going to delete this and we're going to add a new database inline. And let's just call this tasks. And then I'm going to hide this and edit view, tasks, star. And now we can create just like a list of tasks. Me a basic list of tasks for my offer. Let's just see what this comes up with. Just the titles. There we go. So we're gonna make this real basic. Cool. Then what we can do here is then we could be like, okay, cool. Now create task steps for each one. Now what we can do is we can then open this up and then we can add basically the SOP / what's needed for it. So onboarding, boom. So this is where you basically add the SOPs. And again, like this is very, 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 very high level. Reporting and communication doesn't flow correctly. And then reporting and communication. Cool. So we pretty much just optimized the project. So now what we want to do is we want to optimize the actions. Okay, so I'm going to do some deleting here. I'm going to go to actions. Guess what we don't need? We don't need a lot of stuff here. So we don't need client success manager. We don't need an editor. We don't need a videographer. We don't need a social media manager. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to delete all of these. So in this case, I'm just going to hide them because I don't want to delete them and because none of this is going to be relevant. So what I'm going to then do is I'm going to go ahead and customize this layout and I'm going to click on the property group. I'm just going to leave this for now, but in your case, what you want to do is you want to just delete this because what we're going to be doing instead of assigning it to multiple people, having it filter down is all we're going to do is we're going to have an assignee, like in a main assignee, and then the due date for them. So it's going to be a lot simpler, which could be an option if you're a content agency, but I want us to do this the way that I would do this. So that's how I would do it. So we have this, we have the actions, and we're also going to go to task status. And what I'm going to do is, like, we don't need ready to script. We don't need ready to edit. We don't need all that sort of stuff. All we need is to do, in progress, and done. So if it was me, I would just delete all of these. I'm just going to add an in progress. And just move these down here for now. Let's change that to yellow. Let's change this to red. Delete all of these. Now, what we're going to do is based off of our process, because if you, like, what I would do is I would still map out your full process. Let's just say this is the process, essentially. Just go ahead and do this one real quick. Let's add it to our mural. Let's just say this is going to be client success. This is going to be Austin here. This is going to be PPC manager. Let's change it to blue, and then client success. So now what do we need to do? We need to create 3 different views for 3 different roles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my operating system. I am going to create more views. So in this case, let's just go ahead and duplicate this, duplicate that, drag that up. Let's just duplicate the EA board. So duplicate this basically 3 times is when I need to do this. Duplicate, duplicate. This is going to be Austin board. This is going to be CSM board. And this is going to be PPC manager board. So let's just say that the PPC manager can be AC. So I need to remove these filters. Is AC. Again, all we're showing is these 3 statuses is AC. Then I'm going to do the same thing for my CSM. Let's just say the CSM is Julius. Filter. Like, we're just creating simple board views for people. Julius. Boom. Julius. And then Austin board, which I think everything is already assigned to me. Cool. Delete. Okay. So now what we do is we go to fulfillment funnel. We can open this bad boy up again. I'm going to go back to the basic. I'm going to click on edit. Also going to edit this stuff down here because none of this stuff is relevant. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on the settings. I'm going to go click on property visibility. I'm going to hide all of these. And all I need to see is assignee. Status is good. Responsible. And date. Due date. I don't even need test status because that's already there. I'm going to go ahead and hide this. And again, guys, I'm editing the template so this reflects everywhere. Okay. So now we're ready to test this one out. So let's go to fulfillment funnel. We are going to go to new project, and then we're going to do basic. So what am I going to do? I'm going to fill this out. I'm responsible, project type. Let's just call this retainer, whatever. Client, Austin Schneider again. That's me. And then status doing. Perfect. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this bad boy up just for visibility. And then whoever's responsible for like the onboarding stuff, let's just say client success manager, cool, would basically be adding these tasks to do. And if we look at this, who's responsible for this? Well, the client success manager. Who's the client success manager? Well, I think we said it was Julius, and I want this done tomorrow. And then set up in research. Who's responsible for that? Austin's responsible for that. And we need this done by Friday. You know what we also need to do is we need to hide some of these. So I'm going to go back to projects. I'm going to go back to the basic one. Edit. We don't need all these statuses. All we need is to do in progress and done. Go here. I'm going to go to group by task status. I'm going to hide all of these. I just need to do in progress and done. That's all I need. So let's go back here. So that will reflect in the template going forward. But I need to do that on this guy real quick. Group, hide all, to do, in progress, done. So campaign build. So who's the campaign builder? It's the PPC manager. And who did we say the PPC manager was? So AC, dude, we need this done by the 23rd. Optimization, PPC manager. We need that done by the 31st. Then reporting, so we need it, the client success manager, Julius. We're gonna need this done by August 12th. Now, where did these tasks just go? What the heck? They went to each person's board, my board. I can see, let's filter this. Assign to Austin. Why isn't that showing up here? Let's make sure, So I had it on the wrong database. So let's go ahead and click here. Let's go to status, assigned, responsible is Austin. I do the same thing here. Filter, responsible is Austin. Completed tasks. Go here, actions, filter, responsible is Austin. So basically what I had to do is I had to relink the database because this was actually hooked up to the wrong database. Now we can see it is in fact hooked up to the right one. So I'm gonna just copy and paste this into everyone else's board. So CSM board, delete this. Basically just need to refilter this. This is Julius. And then I'm gonna add another filter. Status is not done. Perfect. Go here, Julius. And then I wanna show in progress done, completed tasks, filter, status is done, and Julius is responsible. So this will take a little bit of time for you guys. Sometimes it'd be like this. And then go back here, do the same thing for PPC manager, who is AC, right? And then I want to add another filter. Status is not done. Make sure this is assigned to AC. Completed tasks, filter, assigned to AC. Add another filter. Status is done. And then another view that I like to add is like the calendar view. So I'm just going to add a calendar view. I'm going to existing database, new calendar view, show calendar date by due date. And I'm going to filter by responsible is AC. I can do properties. I can show, who the client is. Let's do project. Perfect. Now they can see all the tasks that they need to do from multiple different views. Let's do test status in progress, done. So I like playing with the properties like due date so they can see things that are due, property visibility, project, easy. And now this is basically by the due date. So like they don't need to see all this stuff. So I can go again, property visibility, hide, due date. So now in that order, they can now see everything that they're working on. Now all they need to do is log in and see, cool, here's my tasks, perfect. This is in progress. When it's completed, perfect, that's done. I can go to my calendar. I can also add in the visibility of status here. So it's visible there and we are good. So all we're doing is optimizing views from that one database. Okay, we don't need all of that stuff. So I can go property visibility, hide, due date. That's all they need to see. The project will change based off of what we add in there. So if I go back here, if I go to projects or fulfillment funnel again, let's just do Austin Schneider, July basic. Then I can go back here to PPC manager board. Perfect. That's the project that we're working on. So I could pop that open. I can see all the tasks if I really, really wanted to. That's how we do it from like a basic level. And guess what? When we open this, there's the SOP. There's the task. There's exactly what needs to happen. So it's really operationally systematizing this whole thing from a fulfillment perspective so that we're dialed in. Okay, we can see it right here, the basic. We can see everything that we're doing for that client in their portal as well. But it all starts with the fulfillment funnel. Is this going to feel like a lot of work to start? Yes. Is this going to add more work initially? Yes. Is this the scalable solution to actually building an agency? Absolutely. Does this set your team up for success so they can actually work just as well as you do, if not better? Absolutely. Does this help you hit deadlines and crush it for clients? Absolutely. So the fulfillment funnel is paramount when it comes to making sure that everything is set up for success from your client fulfillment perspective. We basically did it from A to Z. We built out the whole operational snapshot and we used that snapshot, the process based off of our offer, to create a workflow inside of Notion that sets everybody up for success, that's scalable, that is communicating everything that we need to communicate down the line. This is absolutely paramount to scaling our business, scaling our agency. If we do not nail this, it is going to be really, really challenging to scale because there'll be no system to work off of. As you remember earlier, systems run the business, people run the systems. If we can dial in these systems in fulfillment, then it's going to be a lot easier to plug people in to run these systems with the team pages, with everything that people need in order to actually have success when it comes to fulfilling on your behalf and creating the templates. So we talked about mapping out your whole process A to Z. We talked about creating projects, how to build the project workflow using the template that you have access to. We talked about how to create task templates so that it's really easy when you do create a new project to just drag down your templates with all of the information that the person needs to see. We talked about how to funnel those tasks down to different categories. We talked about how to create different team views so they see exactly what they need to see so that they don't miss any deadlines. We talked about how to create a basic version of this if you don't have a complex fulfillment funnel and it's more of a task management perspective. So this is the key to scaling. This is what we need to implement, what we need to build in order to create a scalable fulfillment solution. So that's pretty much it. That's the fulfillment OS in detail that we are going to implement and execute for you guys, and what needs to be built in order to build a system that somebody else can follow and that is really scalable without you. Hope you're loving the fulfillment system. I know it is a lot. Look, if you're currently trapped in the day-to-day of the client work, you're constantly checking every deliverable, you're redoing your team members' work, or you're feeling like quality drops whenever you step away, you're not alone. Evan Cassidy inside of Agency U implemented the Fulfillment OS, what you're looking at right now, and brought on 13 new clients in a single month while only increasing his monthly recurring revenue to over $80,000. Zach, he used these same systems to scale from $4,000 a month to over $50,000 a month in recurring revenue while removing himself from all of the deliveries. So these transformations happen because they built systems without having to be constantly involved. So if you want us to build this for you so you don't need to guess or figure it out yourself, just click down below and we'll basically just customize the whole system that you're seeing in front of you for you, and we'll make sure that it is set up for your specific business. So just click the link down below, fill out the application, and let's transform your fulfillment process together. Talk about is the client OS. So when we were scaling, one of the issues that we had was, we would onboard a client and all of the information about that client would be stored in multiple different places. It would kind of be a nightmare to, find information about a specific client and communicate things. And, we'd have messy Google Drives, and it was just not scalable. It wasn't really efficient whatsoever. So that's when we developed the client OS, which is inside the agency operating system, where we can centralize everything for the client. So this is huge because not only does it make our life easier. So if it's like, hey, what's the brand kit for XYZ client? Hey, where's the contract for XYZ client? Hey, where's the onboarding form for XYZ client? No longer are we having to pop through 20 different databases, find them on Google Drive, sort through our emails to try to find the emails. We just get in the habit of using our client OS. And not only that is it a centralized database, but allows us to stay on top of all things clients. So, like when their renewal date is, are they active? Some client success triggers. So we can steward the relationship really, really well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk through the client OS, share a little bit about how you could customize it for yourself if you wanted to. And then we will share how you can set up your own client OS and just go through every single section that we've developed. And then I'll share a little bit about how you can customize your own client OS so you can have a centralized database for all things clients, which is going to be super important, especially if you're scaling with a team and you need a central database for all things client information. This just makes it so easy. So we're going to start with the foundations, which is going to be creating the properties in the client OS. So just as a recap, guys, just as a reminder, all of the databases are housed in the map. And all we're doing in the map with these databases is we are using these to make them cool views. So in this case, we just added that database here. If I just click here, type in linked view of database, and if I type in client OS, the source of this is in the map. We're not building it here. So we're just leveraging that database and adding it in multiple different places. And in this case, right here. So let's go ahead and just pop open Austin Schneider LLC. So if I open this, what we're going to focus on first are these tabs. So first things first is the status. So I like to have 2 onboarding active past clients. Obviously you can add your own and make it known. Basically to onboard is you need to onboard them. Onboarding is you're in the process of onboarding active. You're working with them right now. Past client, obviously you don't work with them. I like to add progress as kind of like a client success trigger. And once a week, we will go through the progress of every single client and kind of indicate if they're on track, at risk, or off track. So on track means everything's good. We're on track with them. At risk, maybe something happened. They're at risk of leaving. They're frustrated. They're mad about something. They gave us a bad score. And then off track would be, they haven't filmed the videos. They haven't been responding to us, whatever it could be. So these are really good indicators that would show up in our main OS where we can quickly see if people are on track or off track, etc. Let's go through, continue down, assign members. So if you want to assign specific members to specific clients, you can certainly do that right there. That just links up with everybody who is a member of your account. Offer bot. So this is what we like to call a relation. So let's just say I add an offer 1 here. So what does this relate to? Well, if I go back to my homepage, I scroll down to offers here. This is where we can add in our different offers. And then because I selected offer 1, what we can see is we can see how many clients are in fact on offer 1. So we can see Austin Schneider is on offer 1. And then that way, if I'm trying to figure out what we're doing for this client, I can just go ahead and click on that and it'll pop open our deliverables and what exactly that we're doing, potentially the price if you wanted to add that, all that sort of stuff. Let's continue. And that's already pre-made in there. Number of projects. So this again, is a roll up of the projects. So we can basically just quickly see how many projects that we've done, how many projects that we're doing for that specific client, and then it'll show up right there. So all we're doing is this is what we call a roll up. So let me just make this bigger for us so we can see that we're having these 2 projects here. So let me edit this property. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a relation. The first one is a relationship. And then what we're doing is we're rolling up and counting it. So let's just start with this one. So for this, we can see that this is a relation type property, and this is related to projects. And then we can see what projects that we're working on for that specific client. So let me just show you what we did real quick. If I just type in relation, there we go. Then I can relate this to the projects. And then I can basically, because we linked up the client name with that project, if you guys remember in the projects, we have up here, who is the client. Now that's also adding it here so that we can quickly see the projects that we're working on, projects that we've done. Okay, same thing with case studies. So this is a related property to the case study page. So if you guys are doing case studies, if you guys have long form case studies, we have the case study database. So let's just say Austin case study. And then I can just add in the client right there. And then that would show up right there. And that way you can see the case study that you have for that client. Number of projects, so that's just counting the number of projects here. If relevant, you can add it. Video editor guide. This is linked if you guys are doing video edits. Like I really like this because this is linked to a database of the video editor guides. So basically what you could do is you could create like a guide for the editors from like the fonts, the style, the colors, the B-roll folder, types of transitions, just like the overall style perhaps. And then that way an editor can quickly access that. Date started, just a date field, end date. So if you guys are doing like a 3-month contract or whatever, however many months of a contract, you can add that there. Wins, this is related to the wins database. That's counting the wins. So if I go here, then we can add in like the wins from the client. So like, let's just say client got 10 leads in 2 days. And then what we could do is we could add in like a screenshot if we wanted to. And then we could say, hey, this is a sales win, which I'll hit on later on, guys. And then we could link this to the client. And because we did that, now if I open this up, I can see that we've gotten 1 win for this client. And then we can actually see the win, which is massive leverage for you guys so that you guys can use it going forward, like in conversations, that kind of stuff. NPS. So this is linked up to our NPS form, which we'll hit on later on. But basically, if somebody fills this out, so let's just say, Austin, cool, 10, you're the best, whatever, then that will, again, roll up into our NPS. And we can see like the NPS surveys that they've submitted. Then we can also see the average NPS, which is really, really nice to see. So that's pretty much it. If you wanted to add like the Slack channel in there, that's also nice to do. So what we can do is we can customize this however we want to. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show you how we can customize this. So if I wanted this to be like a little bit different, what we could do is we could add some sections and we could be like client info. We could add another section like client success maybe. And then what I could do is I could add this up here. Perfect. Client info, offer bot, projects, case study, average NPS is good for client success. Number of wins is good for client success. Client info would be here. Just add another section like fulfillment, maybe. Then we can add like projects that we're working on. Maybe the video editor guide. Probably date started here, end date here. And then we could just hide these ones. And we can organize this really nicely for us, so that it's just like easy to see everything at a glance here. Client info, always show, always show, always show. And then we can just kind of reorganize these a little bit. And let's just add another section of other, which would be like this, 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 this. I'd put client success up at top. Let's put status up top too. Let's put average NPS up here instead. Move that to other, because that's not really relevant to like show. Average NPS. Number of projects, 2, client Slack channel, offer bot, average NPS, that should be client success. NPS, win should be client success 2. Case study should be client success 2. We're gonna always show these because we want these top of mind. I'm gonna put client info on top actually. So now, if I click apply to all pages, then now it's a little bit more organized. That's how we pretty much clean up the properties. Obviously you can add more to it. You could roll up like the invoices if you wanted to. So like, let's just say I wanted like finances. I could add a property relation, and then I could relate it to my financial, which we'll hit on later. What is that database name? So if I can't find the database, what I typically do is I'll go to here and then payments, and I can click on this and it's a payments database. So I can add a property, relation, payments. I have so many in here. Let's go ahead and just rename this just so I can find it. Layout, show database title. Cool. Add relation. I obviously have like a lot in here, so yours won't look like you have that many. Limit, no. Two-way relation, add relation. We could say invoices. So we could track like the invoices, change this bad boy to money. And then what we could do is we could go back to our financial OS, be on this one, client OS. If I link that up, then I can just click here, client, and then I go back here. It'll show the payment. And then what I could do is I could do a roll up, and I could basically roll up the payments, invoices, and target property will be amount. And then I want to count, more options, sum. There we go. And then we could change this to value, let's call it. And I could do like a star, and then I could basically go back. I could customize my layout, and I could add another section here, accounting, move that down. And I could move the value up here and apply to all pages. Then I could see, cool, here's the amount that they've paid. Perfect. Because that links up with our financial OS, which we'll hit on later. Now that we have our properties dialed in, like you can go ahead and update, change whatever is necessary, add whatever you want here. Maybe you can add like the website if you wanted to add like the website URL, whatever it could be. This is an easy place to just like add it, because what this will also do is it'll roll up into like all of the clients. And then if we showed, let's just show all properties, we could be like, okay, cool. What's like the average value of our clients? And then we could literally just look at this. And then we could see the average value of our clients is 22,000 or whatever it could be. What's our average NPS? Without tracking the data, we have no idea. So this allows us to kind of see where everybody is at from like a high level view and starting to collect data that's actually important to us as a business. The next thing that we'll look at is on the left-hand side, like the links. So client portal, I'm going to create a separate video on that. So we'll just go ahead and ignore that. Next is client visible notes. So again, we'll actually hit on that during the client portal. So I'll go ahead and skip that. Contact info. So what we could add here is you could basically add in like the information from the client. So like contacts that you need to be reaching out to. And then what you can do up here is you can just be like updated. We added in all the information of that client. Perfect. We have all of the people that we could or need to reach out to. Content approval port, that's going to be part of the client portal. Contract, really easy place where you can just upload the contract after they sign it, which would be client success. Marketing assets. So here's where you can pop in like the logos, the fonts, all that good stuff, which is easy to do. Onboarding, you could basically paste the onboarding form in there, which would be easy to do as well. Passwords, if you guys are getting logins for people, perfect, easy place to do that. Video editor guide, etc. So what you guys can do is you could add like multiple different sections if you wanted to. So if there's other things that you need access to, like you could basically add like links to content, or you could even basically just do like link to Google Drive. Let's just say if you're using a Google Drive link, and then you could basically just link this. You could do www.drive.google.com, and then you could link their webpage right here. You could even like maneuver it up here if you wanted to. That way it's easy to see and easy to access for the team. So if there's anything else that you need to add, you can certainly add it in here and it would be accessible. I'll just do a quick overview and then I'll show you how to create your own template. To do that, again, just new page, add whatever, or you can add it as a separate thing somewhere else if you wanted to, anywhere else. So on the right-hand side, what this automatically does is because in the project section, we are linking it with that specific client, this will show us all the client projects for that specific client. So in the fulfillment funnel, we created 2 projects for that specific client. So I can easily access the projects for that client, and I can see the tasks and all that sort of stuff from the project view, which is really nice to see. And we can be able to basically make decisions based off of that. We could be like, oh, what are we doing for Austin? And then instead of going to the fulfillment funnel, filtering, all that sort of stuff, we just open up the client OS and we can see everything, all the statuses. If this is completed, then it would show us completed, et cetera, et cetera. So this happens automatically using filters. So no need to like do anything. Just leave that as is as you start using the fulfillment funnel. As long as you're linking the client with it, then it will show up there. So if we scroll down, this is basically like a meeting calendar. So I like to do is I like to basically have a one-stop shop for all of the meetings for my clients so that Like again, if John wants to know what I talked about with Austin on the last meeting, how can I do that without having to sort through Fathom links, ask you, all that sort of stuff? Well, we can just use the meeting calendar. So what I would do is I would basically, if I'm meeting with a client today, I could open this up and I could just say like strategy call. And I could say, I'm the one attending. And then what we could do is we could then select one of the appointment agendas, and then we can go ahead and use this agenda and then make this our own. And then what we can also do, if you guys are using something like Fathom, is you could just simply paste the Fathom notes down below so that everything is accessible publicly, which is a really strong benefit for you guys. If it's like a random meeting, cool, still add it, and then you can still add the notes, or perhaps paste the Fathom link down here and then paste it up here as well. In our templates, we have onboarding call, strategy call, launch call, another strategy call, which is like a recurring. Based on your guys' meetings, based off of your guys' flows, I would suggest creating your own templates. So this is a quick overview. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show you how you can customize your own client OS from the client information perspective and make it your own. So I'm gonna go back to Miro actually, and I'm gonna open up the board that we were playing with just so I can kind of show you the workflow that I would do if I was building it for myself. So let's go back to our OS, and then again, to edit the template, all we need to do is click on this dropdown, and then we'll see new client. And then what you can do if you want to like create a new template is just duplicate this and then build it your own. If you want to like play with it and kind of use that as like a sandbox, which is probably what I would suggest doing, just so you have like a clean slate where it doesn't really matter if you break it or not. And then what we could do is we could just do this new client V2, let's call it. And then because we updated the sections up here, then everything is already completed. So we don't need to do anything up here because everything is like already optimized from that perspective. What we will be editing is the information down below. So let's just go ahead and let that load. So as that loads, if we want to edit our template, we can basically make any of these default. So basically what that means is when we add a new client, then it would automatically create based off of that template. So if we want to edit this template, all we need to do is click on edit. Up top, you'll see you are editing a template in Client OS, which is perfect. As we can see, this automatically got adjusted, all that good stuff. So down here, what would we want to edit? Maybe we would want to change some style stuff. Maybe we would want to add additional information. So all we would need to do is click on new page. So let's go ahead and, I don't know, maybe we can do a new page and we could be like client offer notes because we're going to run ads for them. Let's go ahead and add in note. And then what we can do, because we're going to be swift with it, is we're going to use ChatGPT. So create me a client offer breakdown template formatted for Notion. This will be stored in their client portal where I and my team can easily access info about them, whatever. Let's just say make it for a service-based business. And this is something that you could ask and basically fill out on like an onboarding call or something like that. That way you have the foundation of this. Okay, this is just an example, guys. Like use whatever you'd want for your own. And then this could be basically like stored. And then maybe we want like a monthly reporting database. So we could do monthly reporting. And then we could change this to graph. And what we could do is we could basically create like a database. So database inline, we could say monthly reporting, client, date, report month. So you could basically be like, let's go ahead and make this full width. You could add in like, I don't know, impressions, followers. Let's do leads, calls, revenue. And let's change this to property type, number format, US dollar, whatever. And then you could basically say monthly report. Let's just put it as today. We got 2 million impressions, whatever. We can format this for number with commas, 125, 2000. And then you just kind of like stack this. And then what you could also do with this, which is pretty cool, go ahead and duplicate this with content. And then we could basically turn these into like charts. Linked view of database, and then monthly reporting client. We go here, layout, chart. And we could basically edit the chart. We want this. We want each slice represents report month. There we go. And then each slice represents revenue sum. We can hide this and then basically create like multiple different charts. Duplicate. Then we create another one that's like a chart for followers. We got them 100 followers. And then we could make this 4 columns. Then we could be like, boom, let's add that here. Let's add that here. Et cetera, et cetera. Revenue, followers. And then as we add stuff to this, then we'd be able to adjust. So this would go up. So maybe you want to add monthly reporting, whatever it could be. So let's go back to our template here that we're editing. Perfect. And then maybe you just want like a board with just the charts. Then we can duplicate this. And eventually what we'd be able to do with this is we'd be able to send just this board to the client, which would be nice. So we could literally just delete this database, but we need the source, which would be the database. But if we just delete this, then this would automatically show. Or we want to link this to the right database here. So let's go here, monthly reporting, client. Perfect. Then you could add in, again, report month. This is the followers one, sum, revenue, sum. Then we could have a reporting dashboard. Pretty cool. So there's a lot that we could do from like the client portal perspective that would set your team up for success. It really depends on, what information that you're tracking. I'm kind of just looking at the offer that we built, which is dope. We can kind of see that. So script 8 videos, cool. Like anything that we can do to make like fulfilling easier. That's the intention of this. That's like if we wanted to add more to the links. Let's just say we wanted to create different meeting templates. Pretty simple. Again, guys, drop down right here, onboarding call, edit. So what we could do is we could say something like, create me an onboarding call agenda formatted for Notion. And then maybe what you could do is you could just like pepper in like your questions essentially if you wanted to, but let's just go ahead and do this. Perfect. Now you could just copy this. You can go ahead and go back to our template. Let's just create a new one. We could say onboarding call. I also want to add a property, which is going to be a link to Fathom URL. So that can be added as well. Now, the person that's going to use the onboarding call can then go ahead and use that template. We wanted to create one for reporting overview call template, whatever. Then we can use that. So in this case, we could just use the reporting dashboard that we built and then just kind of review that. What's working, what's not working, action items, cool. Let's just see what this looks like. Let's create a new template, boom, KPI snapshot. We could just delete this and we could link this to reporting dashboard for the client. And then you guys could prepare this before the reporting call / strategy call. Maybe we wanted, if we're creating edit reporting overview call. Let's just say we wanted to add in a call for going over content ideas. Again, guys, ChatGPT will help us, but I think it's best if you use it to brainstorm some ideas. I would probably mix this in with like the projects board. So here, I'll show you exactly because you guys know the fulfillment funnel. So let's go ahead and just go here, obviously change the numbers out, but you guys get the point. And then what we could do right here is we could just simply add at fulfillment OS right here. Then that way, when you're like ideating, you can just quickly click here and then you can add them as a project. And then you could just paste all the ideas inside of there, which would be really, really easy to do. However you want to do it, right? You guys are the subject matter experts. So you guys need to do it. I'm just showing you some ideas on how you can make it really efficient. That's pretty much the client OS. Now your real goal is to just add in, like first what I would do is I would build your template. So go to the client OS, click on this drop down, click on the template. You could duplicate one just so you have like more of like a sandbox, and then make your template how you can best basically set yourself up for success. Then what I would do is I would import your clients. So add your current, past, and onboarding clients and clients that you're onboarding. So to do that, all you need to do is click on that. The template will automatically generate the one that you put as default. And then just go ahead and add everything to it. Could be a project depending on how many clients that you have, but we want to be really disciplined with this and make this part of your onboarding so that when you guys do get new clients, it's easy to just add them to this and everything is already set. So this becomes really the central for the client. And what we're going to do next is we're going to talk about the client portal and some unique ideas of how you could create a client facing views for that specific client, so that they can basically see everything and give them a view of their own depending on your guys' offer. So that's the client OS, optimize it, get everybody in there. And then what we'll talk about next is the client portal. So maybe hold off until we get the client portal dialed in if that's something that you guys want. And then we can kind of go from there. And I'll see you on the client portal. All right, so the next thing that we're going to optimize for and build is a client portal. So one of the most requested things that we get from all of the members inside of Agency U is there a way for me to send clients updates, give them access to a portal, all that sort of stuff? And the answer is yes, because the purpose of a client portal is really to share real-time updates, share content to your clients, share reporting to your clients in an easy to use way that communicates your guys' value, reiterates why they should continue to be working with you, and all that good stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm I'm just going to basically build a client portal using the template that we have. And what I want you guys to do is just build it based off of the services and delivery that you guys do. Because what you don't want to do is a client thinks, oh, these people just don't really do anything for me. Oh, I feel like I'm never in the loop. Or worse, you guys are just constantly manually having to send updates, use multiple different softwares, and it can kind of create a little bit of a headache for a lot of people. That's really the value of the client portal. And we can literally just like share a page with the client, and there's really not going to be any issue with them accessing it and seeing your value. So it's a massive value add for you guys, portrays a lot of value for you guys, and sets you guys up for success when you guys are building systems. And it's something that we can basically have a client success manager, a VA, manage all of the updating and all that good stuff. So with that being said, client portal, super, super important, easy to send to the client all in one place. So we're not having to invest in a bunch of different softwares. I'm gonna share exactly what the client portal is, and then we'll just build one just so I can kind of show you what a potential workflow could be based off of the offer that we've built out. So let's go ahead and take a look at Client Portal OS. So first things first is we want to decide like what we want to show for our clients. Like, is it going to be content for approval? Is it going to be like offer, ad performance, et cetera, et cetera? We can just kind of like remove anything that's like unnecessary. And then what we're going to do is we're going to connect basically everything from the fulfillment funnel. And then we're going to build some dashboards that we can see and we can update. Last thing, we're going to just create like a task that updates every single week so that somebody can make sure that the data is integrous, if that is a word. So let's go ahead and go to our client portal here. I'm gonna go to the one that I've been working off of. And what we'll see up here is there's really like 3 different sections that are important. Client portal, client visible meeting notes, content approval board. And these are the 4 that could be relevant for your clients. So let's start with the client portal section. So just to give you a quick review, this is something that we could send to our clients. What we could do is we could basically build out a portal, and then what would show up here is like content. If we want them to approve it, that's also an option, which I'll show you exactly how to do that. They could see the status of all the content that we're building, which could be relevant for us, the ad spend, the opt-ins, calls booked, new clients, cash collected, contracted revenue. That's cool information. We go to the authority funnel data. So we could basically set up like a Zap that all the leads go inside of here. And then that basically communicates with the charts, which is kind of a cool thought process. Content ideation. If you're like ideating content ideas, if you're doing that here versus in like the meeting notes, you could do that there. You could add in meeting notes for the client if you wanted to. You could get like their offer breakdown, have them fill this out as like a piece of homework. If you wanted to, brand resources, like if you wanted them to drop some like before and after photos, etc. So let me just start with the content approval board, and then we can kind of make this like look cool, and we'll go through each section. So let me actually just go to one of our clients, which is going to be Austin Schneider, because we already built out their portal or whatever. For the content approval board, what we'd be able to do is we'd be able to basically add content here, and it would be formatted in a way that they could easily see it and easily approve it. What we don't want to do is basically send them the fulfillment funnel content, because that's content obviously shows like everything, like all the editors, all that kind of stuff, which at the end of the day just wouldn't be a good thing, I don't think, and wouldn't be relevant for you guys. So we don't want to show all that sort of stuff. All we want to show is the information that client needs access to, which for the most part is going to be just the link to the content and if they want to approve it or not. So let's go ahead and just kind of walk through the breakdown of creating a page for a client to approve it. Then we'll see if we want to manipulate anything going forward. So I'm just going to show you this, and then we'll build in the next section of this. So this is what basically we would send to the client if this is what we want them to see. But before, what we have to do is we have to go to the content approval board. So if I go to the content approval board, you'll see 2 databases up here. Up top, you'll see the content that is from that specific client. So let me just kind of show you how we got there. So let's go to fulfillment funnel. Let's just create a new project. And let's just say this is flagship offer. And then let's go ahead and just say Austin X July content. I'm responsible. This is a retainer. Client is Austin. Progress doesn't matter because that's automatic. Let's just go ahead and drop these down here, put these in to do. Then let's just put a couple of these in ready to edit. And let's move a couple of these to send to client or ready to send to client. That's fine. The other thing that I'm going to add to this is the content URL. For speed, what I could do is I could just go ahead and go to properties and go ahead and add in URL. Let me just drag that over for speed, guys. And then let's just go ahead and add in post date. Just pick random dates here. I'm doing this for the sake of the video. Okay, cool. So now, of course, this would show up for each person's board. So we could see like the video editor board, all that sort of stuff ready to edit because we already built the fulfillment funnel. So let's go back to Austin Schneider LLC and then let's go to content approval board. And now what we see is what? We see all of the content that we just created, okay? This is filtered automatically by the client. So it's basically where the project client contains the client name, which is perfect, which is exactly what we want. And it'll show all of the tasks associated with that client. So now what we want to do is we want to not send them all of this information, because when this is filled out, this is gonna be a lot of information for the client to see, which is irrelevant. And like, they don't really need to see that. It's kind of pointless. We only want them to see what? The content URL, because that's all they really need to see at the end of the day. That's all they really care about. That's what we're going to send them. So what we need to do basically is we need to get it from this database to this database. And this database is the one that shows in their client portal. So what we do is we would set up a weekly reminder email to the VA, to client success manager, whoever would be responsible, to basically copy this into this database. So what we want to do before doing that is make sure that we have these lined up, which it is, because we want to make sure these headers match these headers. You can choose to show whatever you want. I'll just kind of change it just so we can see. So let's just go ahead and hide this. I don't want them to see the status. Like, that's kind of pointless. And project, like, they don't need to see the project, right? Post date. Sure, we can do the post date, and content URL. And then I'm just gonna go ahead and send over the ones with content. And then all I need to do is click right there and then click on paste. And boom, everything just got added. The content approval automatically populated like an approved section, which I'll talk about here in a second. And then any notes that we can add for the client. So now what did that just do? Well, if I go back to the client portal here and I go to ready to review, clear, I'm gonna clear these. Then the content should be popped up here. And again, I want to delete some of these properties just because I don't think it's like relevant to send. They don't need to see this kind of stuff. So now what we can do is we can literally just send this page. We can click on share, and then we can click on publish, and then we can share the link to the client and they can see it. Thing is, if you want them to edit it, then anyone with the web on the link can edit. But the thing is, they would have to create a Notion account. So make sure that you make that clear in onboarding if that is the flow that you want to do it. But they would just need to log into it. If you want them to edit it, perfect. If not, then here we go. So we could just name this as all, and then maybe we could just add a filter of approved is unchecked and then save. Basically what they would do is they would pop in here, they could just click on this content URL and they could mark this as approved and it would disappear. Or they could add notes, and pretty sleek. What we could also do is we could add in like an automation that when this is approved, then send like a notification internal on Notion, or we could also like connect it to Slack, connect it to email, and then send a notification via email that this has been approved and has been ready to go, which would be really nice for a client success manager to be able to manage it from that perspective. So again, they would see the hook and all they would need to do is just pop in and check it out. Another view that we could probably make is calendar. Then we could do it by layout, by post date. And we could do property visibility, content URL. And that way they could see all of the content that is to be posted on specific days. I just went random with it. You know what I mean? And then obviously the ads, short form video, blah, blah, blah. Those should be the title of the video. So we could even create like a calendar for the client to have access to, where they could just be like, oh, let me pop open, see this one, boom. And we could even furthermore like optimize this a little bit. So let's just make this a little bit easier to see for the clients. Let's go ahead and client approval section, other. So status colors, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, need that, don't need that, don't need that, hide, 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 hide. Now, when they pop in, they can just see this, frame my out, perfect. You don't have to like add in like the notes section and approved section. You could just send it to them just so they have like a calendar view, which would be really nice to see. Pretty simple. At the end of the day, all we would need to do is just share that with them. If that's all you want to share, just delete everything and then just only share that. It's like the content calendar. And then just make sure that you have the automation set up so there's notifications going on when things are approved, and make sure the client success manager is managing that. Let's go ahead and go here. We can say, I mean, this isn't relevant, so we go ahead and delete this because that's basically based off of the status, which would not be relevant. That's how we can create content calendars to share, give them content updates, which is really, really nice. And they feel like they're a part of it and they feel like they're involved, which is going to help us significantly. So I'm going to back up now and we're going to build some templates here. So I'm going to go back to edit and I'm going to go to my client portal and I am going to check out my offer again. And based off of this, What is it that I want to share with my client? What is it that's going to be relevant for them to see? Let's go ahead and do this. Let's do reporting dashboard. I'm just going to basically go ahead and drag these into the client approval. So let's go ahead and move to client portal. Let's move this to client portal as well. So that showed up there. I'm just gonna go ahead and add one right here. Reporting graph. Cool. Just gonna move these bad boys in here, because this is basically pulling information from the client portal that we built. So I'm gonna make this full width. This will be something really cool for our clients to see. Let's make it 4 columns, drag, drag. And again, where did this come from? Well, this came from the main client portal under monthly reporting. So all we need to do is fill this out. We can track everything. I'm just gonna delete this to clean it up a little bit. And let's drag that down. So let's add in a couple of things here. Let's just do like ad spend, why not? So this will work like if you're running ads for clients, if you're doing email marketing for people, like there's so much that you could do here depending on your guys' offer. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pop in a formula here. I think a formula would be good. And I'm just gonna name this ROAS, which would be ad spend divided by revenue. Done. Edit property, edit formula number format, number. Let's just edit this property a little bit, decimal places. Let's just do 2. So whatever you want to track, like this is a great thing for you guys to just input every single week. So then we could just go back to our client portal, go back to our reporting dashboard. What I can do is I can just go ahead and duplicate this and pop this over here. And let's go ahead and just change this to ROAS. Why not? ROAS. I'm gonna do average. Cool. Average ROAS is 17.21. Booked calls, sum, 12 book calls. Nice. And then what I could also do here is I could add another chart. So let's just duplicate this, add it down here. And I could do this, and then I could do a bar chart. What to show? Let's show leads, sum. And then I want to show more style options. I want the data labels on there. I could do leads. So now what the client could do based off of what you inputted, the main client OS, is a reporting dashboard. Cool. Sweet, not bad. Let's content, we don't need this. So I'm gonna delete that because I'm just gonna show them the content that they need to see. So let's just clean this up. I don't need this property, post/due date. That would make sense. Yeah, I want them to get approvals. Review, let's change this to star. Then I could delete this. Let's go here. Let's filter this. Approved unchecked. Perfect. Done. Approved is checked. Change this to check. And let's just do a calendar view, huh? How about that? Delete, duplicate, layout, calendar, post due date. And let's go to properties. And then we want to show this, and that's it. Notes. Cool. Looking good. Authority funnel data. So one thing that you could do is you could basically send leads, depending on how you're doing it, to this page if you wanted to. In this case, I'm gonna go ahead and hold off on that because I don't think that's like too relevant. So I'm gonna go ahead and just delete this. Go ahead and delete these. That links up to that. I'm just gonna make it nice and simple. Property visibility. Perfect. Layout. I want to show the database icons. Brain, sure. I don't think meeting notes are gonna be relevant. Actually, I'm gonna delete that bad boy. Offer breakdown, sure. Brand resources, sure. So, not bad. I think this is all I really need. Content ideation, offer breakdown, brand. I'm gonna keep this real simple, guys. Perfect. So, all I'm gonna do is have reporting dashboard, brand resources, and offer breakdown for this client based off of my offer in here. I'm gonna control the content for the most part, and I'm gonna do that in the meeting notes once a month. And they shouldn't have to do anything because I'm doing a done for you service here, guys. So let's just ask ChatGPT. What should be in the client portal? I have a dashboard of their reporting. I have content to approve. I have their offer stored. What else would be good? Let's see if ChatGPT, and we can build based off of that. Dashboard, quick links to important sections. Cool. Maybe I could add in like, book a call. I can add in like our calendar link here. Could just embed it, to be honest. Performance reporting. Yep, we have the live KPI dashboard. That's dope. Offer and business overview. We have that. Content center, we have that. Resources and deliverables, contract, scope of work, kickoff call recording, meeting hub, task tracker, communication hub, feedback and testimonials. Oh, I like that one. Could embed like the NPS. Literally just do this. Form builder, share form, copy form link, embed. Perfect. Why not add that? Because we already have that in our map. What else can we add here? Renewal tracker, referral tracker, blended invoice. Yes, Slack info. So maybe we could add in like, because I'm going to do a Slack channel with these guys here. So I'm going to do point. And then I can just like update that as needed. That'll be part of the onboarding process to add in the Slack channel. What else would be good here? Let me just duplicate this. I can even make it look cooler. So I can call this client info, reporting, because that's what's going to be most important. Not bad here. Maybe I could add another one here. And then maybe this is just like a Loom video that we could send them. Let's rename this to important links. Let's change this to link. Cool. I dig this. And then I can go back to the main OS and I can delete this if I needed to. I need this. This is internal. And the client portal is looking fire. So I'm going to keep things simple here. You know what? Actually, something that I could do, which could be dope, is, let's go back here. If I added in under client success, approval email, let's just test this out in the template. It's all good. If I go back here to the template, go to client portal, go to content approval board. If I click right here, we could add a property, which would be a roll up. Roll up relation would be the client. I want to add in client approval email. What I could do is I could add a checkbox, and when that checkbox is clicked, then it would send content for approval, which would kind of be good if you guys aren't doing like 8 videos at once. If you're doing like 1 at a time, that wouldn't be a bad idea. So let me just kind of work through this for a second here. Automation. New automation. So this would be maybe if you're not doing like 20 videos at once or like multiple videos at once. So when this is checked, when set to checked, then we could send an email to approval email, content ready to review. We could say hi, you can check it out and or peep it here. Then we can go to the trigger page, and then we can go to URL, content URL, boom, do point. And we could basically put the title. Yeah, let's just make this email banger. Task name. Then we could do link. Go here, trigger page. We're looking for content URL here. Boom. Please add any feedback or approve in your portal, which can be found in your Slack channel. Cheers, Austin. So obviously we could put like more, post this on, finalize this on. Nice. And then click on enable. Why don't we test this whole workflow out here? Now, that's obviously like a little bit more advanced. I don't maybe think that you should do it from the jump, but if it works for your offer, that's a way that we can really speed this up. So let's go ahead and create a new client portal. We're gonna call this Austin Schneider V2. Let's go ahead and assign some members. Offer 1, perfect. Oh, we can actually add in that too. So let's add that automation too. So all I need to do is go back to content approval board. I'm just gonna go here because this is the actions database, guys. So let's roll up. We are going to roll up the client and we're going to roll up the Slack channel. We could also roll up the client portal, which would be dope. I'm getting excited over here, guys, because I learn by doing just as much as you guys learn. So let's go up here. Let's go ahead and add client info, and then let's just do client portal link. Then basically here, whoops, what we could do is we could add in client portal link, click on share. So this would be part of the onboarding process. Publish, don't want to duplicate. And then I'm gonna allow people to edit. I'm just gonna copy the link, and then I just need to paste that bad boy right here. So then I'm gonna go back to my content approval board and edit the actions real quick. Let's go ahead and see here, right here. And then I'm gonna add in another roll-up because we're gonna communicate to multiple different things in the roll-up essentially. So relation client, we're gonna do client portal link, client portal, perfect. I'm gonna go back to my automation. I'm gonna find the email, I scroll down, and then now since we rolled this up, I can go to trigger page and I can add in the client portal link. And I can add in their Slack channel. Look at that. Cool, done. Let's test this out. Okay, so that should automatically be added. So let's go ahead and just optimize this. Perfect, perfect. Cool, date started today, why not? And we're good to go. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to create a new project in the fulfillment funnel. And let's just do flagship offer. Let's do Austin V2 July. I'm responsible. This is going to be a retainer. Client is going to be Austin Schneider V2. And then let's just go ahead and add some of these bad boys in here as here. Perfect. And then let's go back to the fulfillment funnel on that project and let's just add some content here. So this is the one that we just created. So everything should be here, which is perfect. Let's open this big. I'm just going to show this. I'm just going to add in the property of content URL just for the sake of this video. So youtube.com. And then I'm going to add in post date. Because again, guys, this is just like a database of a lot of information and we're manipulating the information based off of everything that we're manipulating from the database. So then let's go back to our client portal here, V2, and let's just go ahead and add in some reporting. So basically a VA once a month could manually add this stuff if they wanted to. Obviously you would remove this. Cool, that looks good. And then let's go ahead and go to content approval board and I can see everything right here. Oh, the approval email isn't showing up because I didn't add the email in there, which is going to be right there. Why isn't it showing up there? This is why we do this, guys. So let's go ahead and go here, content approval board, approval email, edit property, content approval email. Oh, it's because I need to add the client here. Let's see here, other details. So this client, where's the client here? Here we go. So we need to add the client here as well. So let me just make sure that's added to all of these. Client, and that'd be easy just to drag down, boom. Everything should be showing up now. So now what we can do is we can go ahead and just make sure these line up again. So I'm gonna hide this property. I'm not gonna delete it. Post date, content URL, approved notes. So now if I just go ahead and copy this down, I'm gonna Control C. I'm not gonna drag it. Click in there, paste it there. Now what I can do, just for the sake of if I want to send an automatic email, is I can go ahead and click on send to client. Let's see if I get an email here. That automation is checked. Might take a second to come through and we got it. So let's open this up and this is what would be sent to the client. Let you know your next piece of content is ready to review. Short form video, the title, the link. We plan to finalize this on the date. Please add any feedback within 24 hours or approve in your client portal. Client portal link, boom. Questions, messages on Slack, boom. Link to their channel. Look at that. That worked. So you could decide what you want to do with like the workflow, but this is pretty solid. I like that because the more we communicate with them, the more that they feel looped in. Maybe just don't do like 8 in a row because that could feel a little bit overwhelming. So let's go to the client portal now and everything should pop up here. Wonderful. And we can see the Slack channel. We can see how to use this portal, which would be like a Loom video. Not bad at all. If I click on reporting dashboard, that would pull the information that we already had in there. Wonderful. Import links, NPS survey, book a call. Wonderful. Then they can just go ahead and click on approved, approved. And then what's going to happen is in our little inbox, we're going to get a notification. Sent you a notification right there. So this is pretty cool. And then if I go to done, I can see everything that's already been approved. I can go to calendar. I can see all of the content based off of the schedule. There is so much cool stuff we can do with the client portal. I just showed you a gamut of things that we can add, how we can really customize this to our liking. But what I want you guys to do is kind of look at your offer, look at your process. How can we really set up our client for success so that we can share everything that's actually going to be relevant for that specific client? Because we want to make our offer, our product as elite as possible. And this is just one way on how we can do it. That's super, super easy using systems, using Notion. So your homework really is to build out your client portal and to make sure that everything is set up for success so that clients stay longer with you. There's a reason for them to stay with you. There's a lot more stuff that you can do from analytics, reporting, sending leads to the portal that would make you more valuable, make your pricing more premium, make it easier for your team, et cetera, et cetera. So last thing that we need to do really at the end of the day is we just want to create a task template, basically to update the portal tasks. So how we can do that is I can just go into the fulfillment funnel just for speed. I'm going to go ahead and click on the actions tab. I'm going to click on new. I'm going to create a new template for update reporting for clients. And then I can just go ahead and assign it to the client success manager, and I'm going to make it due on the day. And then what we can do is we can make this repeat every week on Monday. Perfect. And then what we could do down here is we could add in a linked database of the client OS. So they could just simply go through all of the, well, let's do like a linked view of database, and then we can find client OS. Then we could hide that too, but whatever. And then they could just kind of pop through each one and then update all of the client portals, which would be easy to do directly from the task. So every week, basically this would populate. You can see the repeating sign here, boom. Then they would scroll down, and then the task would automatically populate right here. And then you could add like a little SOP. And they could just click in here, go to the content approval board, drag and drop, check boxes if they need to, all that good stuff. So that's Client Portal, guys. Thanks for watching, and see you on the next section. All right, I know that the Client OS is a lot. It can feel overwhelming. Where do I even start? How do I even get this going for my business? That's why I'm going to invite you to book a call with our team where we will install this for you and make sure you are actually setting this up for success. And by setting up the client OS properly and the client portal properly, what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to retain clients longer because you'll have a standardized fulfillment process, or you'll be able to be more profitable because your team will know exactly what it is that they need to do. So if you want us to help install this with you and make sure that it's actually set up properly, I invite you to click the link in our bio, fill out a quick application, book a call with our team. We worked with over 460 agencies and can basically get this plugged in so that you can work on what actually matters in your business. So if that sounds like you, just click the link down in the description and we'll see you on the other side. All right, the next thing that we're going to be hitting on is the client success operating system, aka how to make sure that you're crushing it for your clients and you're equipped with everything that you need in order to crush it with the clients. What happens oftentimes when we're doing fulfillment, we get busy, we're scaling the business, is we kind of put client success on the back burner because we're so busy in the business that we're not really seeing things from like a top line view on the business type of viewpoints. And that's really where client success can really help us, as well as, I mean, oftentimes like myself included, where I'm, so busy fulfilling and I'll like think to myself, are we doing a good job for this client? Is this client happy? Are they going to cancel next month? What's really on their mind? And how we basically keep our client at the forefront of success at our business, which is what our business is really ran around, is client success. And the better we can make the product, the more feedback that we can get from clients, the better we can improve and the more we can make our product/service extremely, extremely good. And this is where the client success operating system and really just client success principles that we like to talk about are going to be paramount for us to start including into our workflows from a monthly perspective, from a daily perspective at the end of the day. Because if we can nail this, then we'll basically have ammo to make sure that we're crushing it for our clients. And we'll also get feedback from our clients. And how do we grow? How do we grow our business? How do we make sure that we're doing a good job? How do we refine our product, refine our offering, make sure we're doing good for the clients so that we can keep them longer? Well, we ask them. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go ahead and just kind of jam through some client success protocols and how we can kind of build our own client success dashboard so that we can basically see everything in one go and be able to make sure client success is at the top of our mind. First things first that we're going to jam through is the NPS form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the agency operating homepage. I'm going to scroll down to the left-hand side and I'm going to go to map. So what we're going to do is we are going to see NPS form. It's like really, really simple. It's a pretty recognized globally type of feedback response use case. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, type of form that we can send to our clients. I'm sure you've received these types of forms in your emails before where it's like, oh, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you recommend our service? How would you recommend our whatever? That's NPS. It's called Net Promoter Score. There we go. Detractors, passives, promoters. So 0 to 6 is a detractor. 7 and 8 is passive. And then 9 and 10 is a promoter. What we want to do is we want to set up a system where we can send this out once per month and make sure that we're getting the feedback, make sure that we're collecting the feedback, and then store them in an easy to find place, and then make sure we're acting on this feedback because that's going to be key. So what I'm going to do is I am going to go to my client success board here, and then we can basically see all of the client success information here. So what I would do if it was me and I was you, I would go ahead and go to my fulfillment funnel and I would go ahead and create a task. on a recurring basis. That is send NPS survey to clients. And then I would make the client success manager responsible, and I would make it due on the date. What I would do is I'd click on repeat, and I would click repeat every single month, and I want it to be on the first day of the month. And I'm gonna go ahead and save that bad boy. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna do linked view of database. I'm gonna make that the client OS, just so we can see. And then I'm going to, maybe I'll just go here, property visibility, hide all. Maybe we want status, that'd be important. And then email, perfect. And then I'm gonna go ahead and click here. I'm gonna find NPS form. I'm gonna do @NPS. I'm gonna go ahead and add that there. And then what you could do is you could also like add instructions like send link to form. Here's the email, blah, 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 blah. Create me an email asking for NPS score. So we'll basically like the first of the month, we'll just like hammer this to everybody. Good enough. Sure, that's fine. And then we could add the link there. They could literally just copy and paste it. So I could literally just do that for them. Share form, copy form link. And you can like kind of change this answer too if you wanted to, like, perfect. And then you just paste the link. And that could be literally the thing that they send over to the clients. So that's a repeating task every single month. I would still keep it manual. I wouldn't try to like overly automate it. And then here we could even like filter by, status is not a past client. And then we can just have all the clients info right here. So that's the first step. Secondly, what's going to happen when they fill this out is just open one up. And I'll just put one in here. So let's share form, copy form link. Let's go ahead and paste it right here. I'm just gonna go to, my name is Austin Schneider. My email is austin@agency.co. I'm gonna do a 10. Y'all the best. Submit. And then this is what the client would basically see. And then now what we can do is we can do a couple of things. So from this database, we can click on automation. We can say when a page is added, then we want to send a Slack notification. We want to send an email to the team, like new NPS survey. I think that would be something super important to add. So we could basically say send mail, or we could even send like a confirmation to send it to, I guess we don't collect their email, so that wouldn't be relevant, but send mail from, and then I could basically put in like team@agency.co, new NPS score. And I could go ahead and click here, trigger page. Add that. And I could do like client is trigger page name. I guess we do collect their email. Enable. And then we could do another one. Well, let's rename this real quick. Done. New automation would be page added. Send mail to the email property. So the client's email. Thank you. With a heart. Cool. Easy. Enable. So now when we fill this out, we'll get an internal notification. Then we'll also send an email to the client and say, thanks so much for filling this out. Wonderful. Perfect. So what happens next? Well, this goes into a database. What do we do with that database? Well, we're going to add it to the client success board, which is already added on here under NPS. I can see right here that this was just submitted because this is me, and I can go to properties and I can go to property visibility, and I can basically show the submission time, which would be today. So now what the client success manager would do is they would basically link this up with the client that filled that out, and then that would be stored there. The other thing that we have in here is responded or didn't respond, because like what we don't want to do is we don't want somebody to fill out an NPS form and then we don't respond. So what we'll need to manage is basically like responded and needs response. So if you have somebody who's like in charge of the client, then they need to make sure that they're responding to every one of these, whether it's a personal thank you, whether it's, hey, got your feedback, want to let you know that we're on top of it. Super, super important to include here. And then what else happens with this score? Well, it gets added to the client, V2. We can see that the average NPS here is 9. Let me just add some fake ones here. If I did 5 or 6, and then I link that up to the client, then the average NPS score is going to go down because we link that to the client. So this is really important. Like this is something that we send once a month, and we also try to follow up on it. So we're tracking how many responses that we're getting based off of how many clients. We want to make sure that, we're getting a majority of our clients filling this out, because what they put in, like, why do they choose this? And maybe you can add like a couple more questions, is the gold for you guys scaling. So what you can also see up here is like the average NPS score from like a company perspective. So if I like even just like added a couple of fake ones here and I was like 0, that's going to change. And this becomes really the indicator for your guys's basically client success. And like if this is below 8, below 9, I need to focus on this. I need to like dial this in like really, really hardcore, because I need to get this up essentially. And then if there's like specific people assigned to it, then we could actually do a relation here. And we can roll up the client, and then we can find the assigned members. And then what we could do is basically like if Austin is responsible for these clients, let's call it, then I could even add these to Austin's board. So I could be like, hey, these are your NPS. I'm going to do a linked view / linked view of database. I'm going to do NPS. I'm going to filter by assigned members is me. And then I could group this by responded, and I could begin to measure each team member, basically give each person's NPS that they're actually responsible for, so that they could log into their board and they could be like, oh, this person gave us a 6. Oh, this person gave us a 9, whatever. So there's a lot of stuff that we can do with the NPS form to make it visible to all team members. This is something that I would communicate, something I would celebrate when you guys get new positive responses. And if it's not a positive response, that implies action 1000%. That is that. So again, like a lot you can do with this. If you don't have this set up in your business right now, this is priority, because this is how you get information to improve. You can't improve if you don't know anything that's going on. If you're nervous to send it out, like that should be all the reason for you to start sending this out so that you can actually get feedback on the client. Let's go ahead and jam through the next thing that I want to hit on is client wins database. So capturing wins, all that good stuff. So if I go to my map again, client success wins. We have this database called the wins database. Basically the wins database, what we're doing is collecting wins, because oftentimes like, every single week goes by with a client and like you see a win in your viewpoint, but the problem is the client isn't really aware of what actually a win is all of the time, and they're not seeing what you're seeing, and they could basically think, oh, like, are these people doing anything for me? Am I actually getting some wins from these people? All this sort of stuff. So we want to avoid that at all costs. So what we want to do is we want to create a culture at our company that we collect wins, we celebrate wins, and we stack wins. We have almost 1,000 wins of just screenshots of people that we've been able to collect over time, because we've been doing this from the beginning, because we knew that this was going to be important, and proof is going to be important for us, not only to keep the client, but also to market and get new clients. So what we do, anybody who's like account manager, client success manager, anybody on the team, we're actively searching for wins. Let's just say client gets their first lead and they send a text message and they're like, oh, I just got my first lead. This is awesome. Perfect. Like, why aren't we screenshotting this and saving this and stacking it in our database? You see like people when they like post on Instagram, they're like, oh, screenshot of this client win. This is what they're doing. I doubt that they're storing it, but like this is what we can begin to do and begin to store our wins so that we have a collection, a database of all the wins that we've been able to get for our clients. So what I would do is like, I would try to get like at least a couple of wins a month for each client and make that like your KPI internally from like a client success perspective, and make that part of the job description, make that part of your goals from a client success perspective is, hey, I need to get wins and I'm going to store these in the database and I'm going to share these with the client because that's going to be super, super valuable and super, super important. And also going forward, as you scale, as you get more sales calls, what the clients are going to ask is, hey, do you have any like people who've been able to like get more sales? Yeah, let me just go to my wins database and let me just share that with you, and then I'll share a couple screenshots, whatever. With all that being said, how do we do this? Well, let's just say you like client got 10 leads. Perfect. Just kind of like that one. Then what we'd do is we'd basically screenshot the proof of that, and then we could indicate like the win type where it's like leads, and then we would assign it to a client. The other one that you could do is like videos. So like, let's just say client gets some good videos or some good traction, or maybe there's a clip in a one-on-one conversation that you can export that, add it to like a Wistia link or a YouTube link, and then upload it here. And then you can add in like the YouTube link. And that way you just are stacking proof. Make it a habit, make it part of your client success. So what do we do with this database? Well, in the client success board, we can see wins. So we can see the month that it was added, which happens automatically. And then basically what the client success manager could do is we could basically track how many wins per month that we're getting as a whole, and then make that the baseline. And then we want to continue to improve that, continue to add on to that, so that we can just have a collection of wins that we can share with the client, share publicly, share on sales calls, and then also like reiterate the decision to the client when you're on calls so that they know, hey, like we got these wins for you, et cetera, and make that part of the culture. The wins, the part of the culture that you guys can celebrate. So again, we just add it there. It could roll up into some cool views, like how many wins have we gotten this month, etc. Gotten 8 wins, overall wins, which is automatically added based off of the formula. So that's what you could track. Okay, we need 20 wins a month, whatever it could be. And we need our average NPS score to be, that's the goal. So that's the client wins database. Hopefully that makes sense. And again, the chart's already pre-populated. So these are just kind of rolling up all the fields from the databases that we're actively keeping track of. So again, guys, just make it a part of your culture, put it in the job description, put in KPIs as a company. And then last but not least would be the case studies. So I don't have it on here, but what we could do is we could basically create a template for like case studies. So if I click on this, what would populate is basically like a potential case study that you can like add. Another thing that you can like create a KPI on is like, hey, we want like one long form case study that we can add to our website every single month. And then this is a template automatically pre-populated that you can then add. So you could be like, hey, this is Austin case study. You can be like, hey, we did social media for them, and the client is Austin. And then what you would do is just fill this out. This is something that you could send to clients, you could add to your website, all that good stuff, depending on how you'd want to use it. And the cool thing is once we start tracking this, all this rolls up into the client OS. So if I go to the client OS, what did we do? We added in the NPS surveys. Now I can see the average NPS per client just from the client view, which is great, super helpful. I can see the case studies. Well, we added this one because we linked that. Perfect. I can see that we got a case study for them. I can see the wins. And then when you're on a call with a client and they're like, oh, I'm just not really seeing anything. It's like, dude, like we've gotten you 10 leads. I saw a win that we were able to do this, able to do this, able to do this. Can you help me understand more about blah, 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 blah. And then this just, again, double clicks on the importance of them working with you and just the value of what you can bring to the table, which is really, really important to do. That's the client success operating system. What I would recommend doing and with this data is creating a board with all of the information, just kind of like how we have it on ours, with all the client success data that's going to be important to track. Wins this month, overall wins, average NPS scores. We can see everything all in one so that we can keep this top of mind, because if we can nail this, clients are going to stay longer with us. They're going to be more satisfied. You're going to win more deals. You're going to retain more clients and ultimately grow your business and build a business that is built off of the success of the clients, which is what we want to do. And it's also going to allow us to get feedback from clients so that we can improve and figure out how we can best improve our business going forward. So again, highly recommend doing this. Talked about the NPS survey, which is a no-brainer to do. And then we talked about the wins, making that part of our culture, and then the case studies around that as well. Again, create some systems around it, create some KPIs for yourself, for your team, so that they can begin to start tracking this stuff so that it can roll up into data. And then ultimately at the end of the day, you can make decisions based off of data. You can improve your product. You can make adjustments. You can celebrate your team based off of feedback that you're getting. And then you can continue to stack proof, which is going to help you in the long run. So that is the client success operating system that we implement. All right, the next section that we're going to be talking about today is going to be the leads OS, or the appointment setting OS. Basically, where our leads are going to be going. So this could be leads/appointment setting OS, let's call it that. So this is really structured and set up to basically be where a appointment setter lives, or where a future appointment setter lives, and gets the foundation to starting to keep track of all of our leads, making sure that we're on top of everybody, making sure that no lead is being missed, and we can be organized with our leads and effectively make sure that the ball doesn't get dropped for our leads and access to our leads. What we're going to do is we're going to quickly just jump through everything. And we also want to make sure that we're tracking everything appropriately, because it's one thing to be like, oh, here's like the leads. So I want to kind of give you like a little bit of a structure from like a database perspective, and we can show how we can mash that into some good database metrics, and then setter playbook, best practices, and some automation ideas. So let's get into it. So if I go to my homepage, and if I go to appointment setting operating system, which is like the leads OS, what we'll see here is basically where all of our leads are going. So for us, we use something called the authority funnel, where basically somebody DMs us and then the leads automatically get added here based off of the specific DM from ManyChat. Not going to dig into that too much right now, but that is basically the process where any lead that we get, no matter the source, no matter how they get there, they're all funneled directly into our leads OS. So if it's like a form fill, we're going to add them to the OS. If it's a DM on Instagram, we're going to add them to the OS, and we're going to set up automations through Zapier in order to do that. Actually, why don't I just show you really fast how we can do that? So let's just go to Zapier real quick. I want to make this really, really brief, just because we want to basically pull something when something is triggered, then that trigger is going to automatically add them to the database. So let's just say, I don't know, let's just use ManyChat as like the trigger. So if somebody's DMing us a specific keyword, then we can be like new tagged user, select the account, sure, continue, tag is, select a keyword, and we can test the trigger, perfect. And then we can add them to Notion, for example. And then we want to create a database item, select account, perfect, continue. We'll go to appointment setting. We're going to click on these guys. We're going to click on layout. I'm just going to change the name here just because that will show up at the top. So refresh. See, we got to make sure this bad boy is connected, boys and girls. View database. Connection. See, it's not connected to Zapier. Confirm. Refresh. And there we go. Then what we could do is we could basically add them there by pulling information from the user, essentially. Email we wouldn't get. Lead status would automatically be made there. Lead source, this would be Instagram opt-in, et cetera, that'd be good for now. And that would automatically add them here, which is going to happen here in just a second when we test this and it goes through. Publish. So what you guys can do, guys, is go ahead and structuring anywhere that you guys get leads to make sure that they're getting added here. So see, this one just got added. Obviously there's no information because it was just a fake test data, but you guys get the point. So I'm talking form fills, I'm talking manually add them, I'm talking like any conversation, anybody who's worth following up with needs to go in here. And this isn't where you're gonna take sales calls. This isn't where you're gonna manage people that you've talked to sales calls. This is what happens before the sales call. So we're gonna only add legit leads, not people that I'm thinking about reaching out to, not people that, you know, I think are a good candidate. These are people who raise their hand and are warm, and we wanna get them from a lead to an actual book call. So what are we going to review first? So let's go through the database first. How this is kind of formatted is more of like the Kanban style. I don't even know what it's called, but that's how it is. So from like an appointment setter view, we have like initiated, engaged, agreed, reconnect, follow up, disqualified, booked, signed. So these are basically like the funnel stages. So if you wanted to like simplify it even more, you could just update the lead status and then like remove these and like be like, oh, I don't need media seen. Like that doesn't make sense for me in my business. Oh, engaged, agreed, reconnect, follow up. Okay, this looks good. Nice and simple. Perfect. I'm just going to keep it that way. We also have qualified leads. So these are basically people who are filtered by qualified being checked, which I'll hit on here in a second. We also have follow-ups. So anybody in the status of follow-ups by stage from this viewpoint, people who actually sign deals, and then data page. So let's kind of break down first the properties, and we can optimize these a little bit. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So let's just click on customize layout, and then we're going to click right here, and I'm going to add a section. Let's just say appointment. Like lead info, let's call it that. And then we're gonna do data. I'm gonna move data to the bottom. I'm gonna move that there. Other data, date booked. Let's just make this make sense. Date signed, follow-up date added, not relevant. Let's add another section. Dates, date signed. Lead status, qualified lead source, Instagram. Let's change this to appointment setter info. Lead status would be good. Qualified is good. Lead source, not relevant. Cool. Created. Perfect. We want to show this stuff. Lead info. Perfect. And then we can just hide this because this isn't relevant. We are ripping. This stuff gives me, so apply to all pages. Perfect. So let's go back to the appointment setting OS here. Open this. So 2 different sections, 3 different sections really, but appointment setter info. So let's just say Austin is a lead. And then qualified, let's just say we message them on this date, and cool, that's pretty much all they really need to know. And they can maneuver them this way, and if they're qualified, they can go ahead and check that. So now we can kind of move that around. And then, so we can also in lead info or lead source, sorry, we can basically add in your different sources. And then on the automation, we can go ahead and basically the trigger, which would be the source of the lead, whether that's manual. I mean, you don't obviously use Zapier, but if it's like a form fill or if it's like a lead from like Facebook, then we can go here and then we can just select the lead source and it'll automatically be added. So we can change that. This is where we would input the Instagram if we're getting their Instagram. If they opted in with a specific keyword, that's where we put that. Phone, if you're collecting that, perfect. It's really all you need. And then qualified leads based off of the checkbox being done. And we can see like the message date. Follow-ups, so people that we need to follow up with based off of the follow-up date. By stage, signed, etc. So fairly self-explanatory. The main thing for you guys is where are leads coming from and how can we create a central trigger to add them? And if you're running ads, assuming that you are running ads and you're doing something like a ManyChat DM ad, like what we teach, really easy to do inside of ManyChat. We also have a VA adding people manually. If there's a form fill, if there's like a lead magnet, all that sort of stuff, all the triggers of what they need to fill out basically need to be added here. And then you can put the source inside of here so that you can have data on what like channel is performing best for you guys so that you guys can then make sure that you're tracking everything and collecting all the leads, which is like super, super important at the end of the day. So what I would do is I would figure out, okay, what are the sources? Do I have an actual trigger available or do I have to do this manual? If not, then make sure you have some triggers available. Could be DM on ManyChat, could be a form fill, etc. I keep repeating that, but that's super important. We want to funnel everybody and make sure we have automation set up for every single channel to be added here. Then all the appointment setter needs to do essentially is like when a new lead is added, they can just maneuver this. Like they should just live here and you should just live here and make sure that you're following up with people. And up top here, this is just like a manipulated view of this. Same thing right here. We could create multiple views from this database using the charts section, but for the most part, this is kind of good enough in my opinion. Okay, let's move on to the left-hand side, which is going to be resources. Because eventually what we want to set up is like, we don't want to be doing all of the appointment setting ourselves for our whole career. What we can do is we can set up some like SOPs. Like this is meant to be the homepage for an appointment setter in the future, right? How can we make sure that they're set up for success, or your appointment setter just in general? We can give them like an appointment setter workflow. So you could literally just kind of copy and paste this and be like, based on my offer, give me a appointment setting workflow using this template. What we could do is just delete this. And I could go to my workflow here. That didn't go good. So let's just say format. I don't think this is formatting that well. This is why ChatGPT isn't always the best. There we go. Very good. Okay. So that's loading. I'll go ahead and continue through this. Next thing, when you hire an appointment setter, what you'll need is an end of day form. So what you can do here is just hit the slash key, click on form, or actually, no, I'm going against my own little rules here. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. I'm gonna go back to my agency operating system. I'm gonna go to the map. I'm gonna go to the EOD forms, and then I'm gonna click on new page. I'm gonna go ahead and open one of these, and let me just do this. Form. And then I'm going to turn into, because we want everything to be here, I'll just call this appointment setter EOD. And then we can add in the questions, click on share form, copy form, go back to our appointment setting OS, go to the EOD, and then just embed that bad boy. And that way they can easily access it without any roadblocks. SOPs would be the next one. So Leads OS SOPs. Basically, this is what you could add in for like positive reply protocols, all that sort of stuff. So what this is, this database is actually the SOP library. So if I go back to my homepage, if I go to SOP library, all this is just a filtered view of the appointment setting SOPs. So if I go back to appointment setter, open up SOPs. This just has filters of department being appointment setter. Okay. So pretty simple, pretty self-explanatory. What I would do is I would go ahead and start building out the SOPs that are going to be important, like workflow, like positive reply protocol, any calendar links that are relevant, all that sort of stuff, so that they can quickly access them and have everything that they need in order to be successful, because SOPs, standard operating procedures, are going to be paramount to setting your person up for success. So they know exactly what to do, how to do it, because if they don't add this, then they're going to be guessing. Same thing with the calendar links, adding calendar links, which is just a filtered database from the map, where basically if they're booking calls for you in like DMs, or they're calling people, or whatever it could be, they have access to quick calendars right here. Daily winning formula, which is just kind of like KPIs and expectations. If you guys have VSLs that you need to send out to people manually, perfect, it's there, etc. So let's go back to our appointment setting workflow. Better. All I need to do is go back here and set in workflow. Paste. And this can be like a script that you send over to them, right? Like a if this, then that you can add to, but basically your job here is just to set them up for success. So now what we can do with this is we can pretty much go to like our appointment setting data here, and like we can create snapshots, we can create views based off of the data that's being added. So let's just do an example. So leads this week, 13. So let's just kind of play with this a little bit. Let's go to appointment setting OS. Let's just add some more leads here. Why not? Test. Hello. And then let's mark this as qualified. Mark this guy as booked too. Let's get them in the booked phase. Let's just say Carlos, we signed him. And let's just say Austin, he's qualified. This guy's qualified. Perfect. So now if I go back to my OS and I go back to my appointment setting data, this should be updated, okay? So new leads this week, 16 total, because that's what I added. It's basically calculating added this week. Booked. Let's go ahead and go back to I think it needs to be formatted and add the book date. So let's go back to appointment setting OS. Let's go to somebody that we booked, because these guys were added later. Date booked. Let's just move this to today. Cool. So that will pop up as one booked this month. See, wow. In November, you booked 9 calls. July, you booked 1 call. And I can see all of them in each stage, which isn't bad. I can see my lead to booking ratio, which is one of the best metrics to track, basically for how many leads you guys get, how many are you guys booking. So that's automatically added. We can see how many people that we signed, how many opt-ins we got from Instagram. You could basically filter this by each source. So you could even be like, hey, cool, I want to see duplicate this. I want to see filter this by lead source is outbound email. Then you can begin to start to track and see the sources of your leads. Let's just say this is follower. And then let's just mark someone as follower so I can kind of show you. Just say this is let's just add a new one. Test, lead source is follower. Let's go to our data. Boom. We're really just using the data that's already being used by the appointment setter and then manipulating that and turning that into information that we can then use. How do we measure the success of the appointment setter? Well, data. How do we make sure that we get data? Well, keeping that database up to date. How do we keep the database up to date and make sure that everything is clear on the database? Well, we start using this and we take this extremely seriously and we make sure that we're adding everybody so that this is 1000% accurate. How do we make sure that the appointment setters are keeping this up to date and all that sort of stuff? Well, you put numbers in front of them and you track KPIs. How do I make sure that they hit KPIs? Well, you put trainings in place right here so that they have everything that they need in order to actually succeed. So in short, guys, that's the appointment setting OS. We went through the database structure of everything. We went through some of the metrics of what you can track, how you can track that. The setter playbook, which we went through from the menu items. Zapier, basically auto adding leads to mini chat. You could also set up reminders for like follow-ups if you wanted to. But mostly, guys, like this is up to you to use. It may feel like a little bit more work, but it gives us information that equips us in order to make decisions for our business, for our leads, for how we're spending money on ads, for how we're acquiring new clients. And if we fail to fill this out, then we're kind of running blind. So super paramount to make sure this is optimized for your guys' business. Make sure it's optimized for a future appointment setter or yourself, and be disciplined with keeping this up to date because this is the stuff that will move the needle in the business as you guys scale. Data is, it's the best way to make decisions at the end of the day. If we're not collecting it, we're going blind. All right, guys, wanted to pop on here again. So you're watching the Leads OS and you're probably thinking one of two things. One, what data do I need to track because I'm already spending money on ads and I'm not sure how to actually be efficient with my spending? Or number two, how do I actually get leads so that I can fill my Leads OS and be efficient with it and get more appointments and ultimately grow my business? We have the answers, guys. We've worked with over 460 agencies, helped them predictably grow and scale, like Dylan, who went from doing $2,000 a month to over $100,000 per month inside of their agency, or Dimitri, who was able to scale a brand new offer and was able to get $120,000 in just 4 months of working with us. So how's that for leads? We have a ton of testimonials, over 500 people who are getting wins daily with what we call the authority funnel system. So if you are struggling with getting leads, or maybe you're just not sure how to efficiently spend money on ads to actually get appointments, I invite you to book a call with our team. Click link down in the bio. Fill out a quick application. We'll share what we do and how we help agencies just like you. And if it's fit, we'll see you on the other side. If not, keep enjoying the training. All right, the next section that we're going to talk about is the sales OS, or the sales operating system, which essentially we use as a CRM. And I know you're like, oh, this isn't Go High Level. This isn't blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, you're right. We use Notion because what this allows us to do is it allows us to pull all of the information from all of the different data sources into one simple dashboard inside of Notion, which we'll look at later. So the Sales OS, essentially what we're going to do is we're going to set up a system where when somebody books a call on Go High Level or whatever tool, that it automatically goes into our sales operating system. So we're going to kind of set that up from a jump. I'm not going to get too much into like the technical sales stuff and like what you need on like a sales application, all that sort of stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to need to quickly jam through the automation that you need, and then we'll go through the sales operating system and just like the view and how we can make this really, really optimized for your team and future closers and just team of closers. So first things first, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open this actually, and then I'm going to quickly just kind of explain the sales operating system. So this is the sales call database. So this is where all these sales calls are going to be going. And what we're going to set up here in just a second is when somebody books a call, we're going to automatically add them to the sales call database. And when we add them to the sales call database, what we're going to do is we're going to link up the questions that we're asking in the application to the intake form. We're gonna have information about the call. We're gonna have call status here, and then we're going to have closed deal information here, and then we're gonna have other information, which is totally fine. What I'm gonna do is I'm just going to customize this layout real quick. Let me just make sure everything is good. I'm just gonna show all of these. So that way, when you jump on a call with somebody, like all we're doing is we're using the information on the Notion to basically keep us in the loop and then have all the information that we have. So apply to all pages. Perfect. So let's just quickly jam through these real quick. Intake form, basically lead source. This would be automated from the form. Email, this is all information that would be added on your call application when somebody books a call. Call information, so assigned to, based off of the calendar, if you have multiple closers, you can kind of select who would be assigned to, and then date and time of call, which would come from the form over here. Call status would default to upcoming, and then we have follow-up booked. So these are basically like the pipeline stages. Follow-up booked, needs to reschedule, no-show, cancel, long-term follow-up, sale, fail, close. Follow-up status, if you guys have a follow-up with them, what's the status of that? Are they scheduled or are they not scheduled? When is the follow-up call? So that's when you could indicate that. And then you can mark that they showed up. And then if you have appointment setters in there, then you can just double confirm that they're going to show up and then double confirm that they watched the VSL, which is important to increase show rate. Again, I'm not going to get too much into sales tactics. It's going to be more so systems on this. And then if they closed a call, then we can mark, okay, we closed it on this date. And we could say that the cash collected up front was $5,000. Contract value was $10,000. And then this is a payment plan. And this wouldn't be relevant. All those are things that we're going to fill out. But I'm going to go ahead and just show us how to get clients in here automatically, because that's what you guys are mostly here for. I'm going to use Go High Level as the calendar source. So we really just need the calendar source. So you can use Calendly, you can use Go High Level, you can use a multitude of different calendar types, essentially. In our case, what we're going to do is we're going to use Go High Level. And unfortunately, there's no like Go High Level integration to automatically add them to Notion. So we're going to have to kind of work around this a little bit. So what I like to do, let's go ahead and go to automations here, call flows, sales call booked. So we have our calendar set up inside of Go High Level. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically, when somebody books a meeting, I'm going to add them to my opportunity stage, sales pipeline, appointment booked. Perfect. And in my booked call form, essentially, so when somebody books a call on my calendar of it being a discovery call, I'm going to link up the form of discovery call. So inside of Go High Level, what we can do under sites, forms, builder, we can build different forms. In this case, I'm going to do the discovery call form. Then we can ask the questions right here. And basically now inside of our calendars, under calendar settings, edit this, I can go to forms and I can make sure that form is added. And then that way, when somebody clicks on this form here, they will be added to here. So when we optimize this, we can go ahead and select. I'm not going to get too technical on the sales tactics. I'm just going to more so show you the system. So this is the form. Cool. Once they fill this out, then we're going to take this information and communicate it to Notion. Okay. So first things first, what we need to do is let's go to Zapier. And then what I would do is I would go to folders. I'd create a new folder. Let's just call it sales example test. We're going to click create new Zap. And there's two ways to do this. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to lead connector and I need to new trigger event. I'm going to do account, connect new account. Okay, here we go. Perfect. So that was the one that we just used. Continue in pipeline, conversion, move to stage, appointment set. So basically what we just did is when somebody books a meeting on my automation, under call flows, under sales booked call, they're going to be added to appointment booked under sales pipeline. So I need to make that clear here. Let me change this real quick. Let me add the right account because that's not the right one. Sign in, Austin@agency.co. It's because I'm logged into a different one. That's the issue. Change, connect new account. Okay, we're gonna do a quick little workaround here just for the sake of speed here. So this is how I actually do it, which I prefer. So we're going to go back to our automations. We're going to go to call flows. We're going to go to sales call booked because I want to put them on like a Google Sheet anyway. So I'll actually connect it to Google Sheet. Let's go to Sheets and let's just add a new blank spreadsheet. And then we can do first name, last name, email, phone. What else do I got here? Biz name, website, biz type. What else? Rev, priority, challenge, past attempts, time frame, decision makers, notes assigned to, and then source. Should be fine. I like to add them here too. Just like we have a database of all of this because we can also like pull some good info from it. So that's added. Now we're going to connect our Google Sheet to Go High Level. This is a little bit of a workaround, guys. So you're going to bear with me. Okay, let's see if that's now connected. Cool. Create spreadsheet row, file, share with others, anyone with the link. Sales, bookings test, worksheet sheet 1, save action. Starting column is going to be first name, ending column is going to be source. So now we're going to pull information from contact. Contact, first name, contact, last name, contact, email, contact, phone. Then we go here and we go to custom values. And we need to find business, company, perfect, company name. We can just search for website, type, what describes your business best, where, current monthly revenue, priority. What's your top priority when it comes to marketing? Challenge. What's been the biggest challenge? What have you tried in the past? Time frame. How soon are you trying to get help with your marketing? Decisions. Please add anything else. We can just do basically appointment. And then this would be assigned user, full name, and source. We can just say this is one for like website. Save action. So now I can go ahead and just publish, save, and let's put a piece of test data through here on that calendar. So let's go to calendars. Let's go to calendar settings. Let's go to discovery call, share, copy, open this, and let's fill this bad boy out. E-commerce, perfect. Boom, boom. And book. Cool. So now let's just see if this got added. Done. Wait for this automation to happen. Freeze. One row. And then enrollment history. Perfect. This got added there. Wonderful. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to sheets. So now all your leads can go on a Google Sheet. That's how we do it. I was just trying to make it simple. New account, link up your Google account. I'm gonna click on continue, spreadsheet, sales call booking test, worksheet sheet 1, trigger column, doesn't matter. Continue, test trigger, and we're good to go with our test record here. Continue. I'm gonna add this to Notion. And I'm going to go back to Notion. I'm going to go to our sales database. I'm going to go to database title. I'm just going to go ahead and rename this to test. Open this. Make sure this is connected to Zapier, which now it is. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go ahead and open this. What we can now do is we can make sure that our things match up. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on action events, create database item, and then I'm going to go to account. I'm going to add the account that we have. Continue. Database should pop up here. Number 1. Beautiful. We're on a roll. Configure. So name. Boom. I'm just hitting the slash key here. Email. Follow-up status. Leave that blank. Roadblocks. We just want to find information from here. So challenge. Status is upcoming. Timelines. We asked that yesterday. Assign to. which we can do custom, and then we can do assign to me. Situation, cool. Source, decision makers. We can do priority. And on situation, we can put business type, space, revenue. And then there should be a section for, or let's add notes here too. Anything else? Nothing. Let's see here, follow-up status. We want phone in there. There should be a column for, there we go, start date and time. So we need to add that call date. Shoot. So let's go back to our sheet here. Sorry, you guys. Builder. This will be a quick one. Refresh headers, call time. And then here, I just need to put appointment start date. And here, appointment start time. Save. So that should be good. Let's just put this as July 16th, 2025, and then 9 o'clock a.m. for now, because that is fixed. And then start date and time. So let's just refresh here. Click on continue. I'm gonna go back up here real quick. Figure, good. Nope, I need to re-pull this. Let's just copy it. Date, and then space, time. Continue. Click on test step. Let's see if this goes through here. Okay, cool. I can just fix that real quick. So it's the assign to. That's the issue. That's actually under date close, so we need to not do that. Let's change assign to. Let's just delete this one. And then we can just put Austin. Continue. Test step again. And that should load. Perfect. So now that should pop up in upcoming here very shortly with everything in the form that we need, which is right here. So call is July 16th, 9 a.m. Perfect. So then we automatically added everything from the form, which is nice. Everything is upcoming. And now what I'm going to do as a closer is I'm going to pick the view that's best. Let's just click call board view. Totally fine. If I scroll down here, then this is going to basically show the calendar of the date of the call. Let's go to database here. OS test calendar. It would show up right there. Let me check this. Oh, weird. July 16th, 9 a.m. Cool. And then I can have all of the calls added to this calendar, which is nice. And then what we can do when we pop this bad boy open is we can go ahead and just click here, and our sales framework will automatically be populated so that when I'm having the calls, all I really need to do is reference this. And then if I'm on the call, let's just say, okay, cool. I need to do a follow-up. Then I'm gonna schedule this, and then the follow-up call is gonna be on Thursday. Perfect. And I can also note that they showed up, perfect, and good to go. And then let's just say they closed. And I can put sale, and then I can put the date that I closed them, and then check close deal, put cash collected, and then contract value. And I can say this is a payment plan. And what that's going to do is it's going to roll up into data, which I'm gonna show you here in a second. So different views, guys, for different things that we can see. Like what would be cool is we could even add like a chart here. So I could literally just duplicate this and make this layout a chart. And I could just make this layout of this. And I could just do cash collected this month. Make this money. Like if you want to really see, just show assign to, each slice represents cash collected up front. There we go. And then I could see, oh wow, I've collected this cash up front. Let's just filter it by close date is this month. Then I can create a dope view for my sales team or whoever to see based off of them filling out the information. That's why we use Notion, is because we can create really cool views from it. It's cool. I think that sums up this for the most part, and just kind of taught you guys how to use that. If you want to create your own sales framework, if you click on this drop down right here and just click on these three dots, you can edit this. Then you can change your sales framework, like your script or anything that would be helpful to be added there. Let's transition to the left-hand side, which is going to be the menu. So same thing with the EOD form, which we talked about earlier. You can add an EOD form here for the salesperson to fill out really easily. All the SOPs, which are just filtered from the SOP library for the salesperson. So like how to send a contract, sales intake form, follow protocol, all that sort of stuff. Any sales presentations that you have, you can quickly add it here. Sales intake form, which we've talked about in the onboarding, can be added here so the salesperson can quickly fill that out. Payment links, what we like to do is we like to add a huge database of just a bunch of payment links so that no matter the scenario with the client, we can just go ahead and add them there. And then of course, sales call framework. So everything that the salesperson needs to succeed, we can basically add here so that they have everything when they're on a call and they can just make adjustments on the call. They can make sure everything is up to date and have instruction from you and make sure that they're not like popping around or fumbling on a call, because because that's what we don't want to do. So let's just show you like what this rolls into. So if I go to sales data, this will go ahead and show us like, okay, year-to-date cash collected up front, our show rate, how many PIFs, how many month close, upcoming calls, failed closes, 2 follow-ups, how many no-shows, etc. So all data, super, super relevant, super important for us to have and monitor and know these numbers. And the thing I like about integrating it with Notion is because it all is in one place. Like we use Go High Level for like the calendar, for the communication, but for data, for statistics, that's why we use Notion. So we can get information like this. We can see how much revenue did we get this month? How many did we close this month? How many PIFs did we get? What's our show rate? What's our year-to-date cash collected? All of this is sourced from the sales operating system, us being disciplined with filling that out. So that's pretty much the sales operating system, how to optimize it for you guys. Again, what I want us to think about is this is where we need to be extremely disciplined with all of our sales conversations, all of our sales calls. We need to fill out everything, make sure everything is filled out in detail, because when we fill this out in detail, it's going to reflect in the data, and then the data is going to allow us to make really good decisions. That is the sales OS. All right, the next section that we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about the standard operating procedure OS, or the SOP OS. What is an SOP? A SOP is a standard operating procedure. What is a standard operating procedure? Standard operating procedure is something that you use to train your team members. Raise your hand if you love when your team members ask you the same question over and over and over again. Probably nobody. What happens when they don't ask you the question? What do they end up doing? They end up winging it. They end up doing whatever they think is the right way to do it. Why? Because there's a lack of systems and processes in place. What we don't want to do is both of those things. We don't want our people asking us questions all the time, and we don't want our team going rogue and doing whatever they want to do. So that's where we develop SOPs, aka standard operating procedures. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump through the SOP library and how we can build this. This should be a pretty quick section. Start to build this and then use this going forward. So on the main page, if I just go to SOP library on the left-hand side, you'll see just like a list of all the SOPs. So if I open this up, how this is categorized essentially, let's just clean this up since we've been doing this. If I open this up, who's responsible for this SOP? What department should this be applicable to? And then the status. How do I create an SOP? I'm not going to hit too much on this, but what we like to do is we like to use a tool called loom.com, and we just film a video on what we're doing. Go to the video, go to transcript, copy the transcript, turn this into a SOP, and it pretty much just took what you were saying and turned it into a step-by-step instruction. All we need to do is just copy and paste that into the SOP area. That's pretty much how you build an SOP. So this is all of them. This is sales, client success, hiring, etc. So what I would do is I would go through and edit all of your departments, make sure everybody's on there. What I would do is I would just put all the ones that you want to do in planning and just kind of get those teed up and then use them from that perspective. And then what you can do is like, let's just go to client success manager. Let's just say we want the SOPs for the client success manager. What I can do is I can click on linked view of database. I can do SOP library, and then I can pop in a little filter, department, client success. And then I could do SOPs. And then I could pop these bad boys in there. So that way, client success manager has access to the SOPs, easily accessible, right? We're just linking the view of the database. All this is just a filter. So now there's really no excuse for somebody to not be able to use it. SOP, how to build one. Cool. Organized SOPs, perfect. Just like what we did. And yeah, so basically what we would do is we just, anytime we're updating something or anytime somebody asks a question, what we're not doing is not just going to answer the question right from the jump. We're just going to create an SOP around it. And then we're going to send the SOP, and then we're going to store the SOP in the SOP library. And that becomes the culture, that becomes the habit, and that is where the SOP is stored. And then we can use those SOPs to start directing people to, so that we're training people up on the appropriate training. So that's the SOP OS and how you can use it, how you can leverage across boards. Have fun. All right, the next section that we are going to be talking about is the hiring OS. And if you haven't realized already inside of your business, hiring is one of the most important parts of scaling, because your team runs the business, right? Systems run the business. People run the systems. And we want the people that are running the systems to be D players? No. Be kind of bought in? No. To be just your friend? No. To be someone that you interviewed once and you hired? No. To be someone that you just throw in the... No. We want these people to be dialed the flip in. Because if they're dialed in, then they're going to do really well. Austin, how do I dial them in? Well, it starts with the foundations. It starts with your hiring operating system. It starts making sure that you have everything set up from a foundational perspective so that person is dialed in. I'm not going to get too technical on a lot of this stuff. But what I am going to do, because I'm not going to teach you how to do specific things. I'm more so going to teach you the system that you can implement inside of your business. We need to start with the foundations, which is our hiring operating system. So what we're going to go through is role blueprints, daily winning formulas, job postings, intake forms, interview section, onboarding, database, all that good stuff. And what we need to optimize, what you guys need to optimize, spend time doing. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Inside of Agency, we have like AI agents that pretty much write all this stuff for us. So that's pretty dope. If you're interested in learning more, be sure to book a call with us and learn. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop open the OS. I'm gonna scroll down here to the hiring OS, and we are gonna see a few different things here. We're gonna see onboarding, interviews, job posting, role blueprints, daily winning formulas, all that sort of stuff. Where do we wanna start? Start with a role blueprints. So role blueprints is basically the job description, right? When we do job descriptions, we have this huge process where it's roles, responsibilities, time expectations, all that sort of stuff. I'll go a little bit into it, but I'll just kind of share the system on how to do it. So, and how we theoretically think about it, how we think about it from a job posting perspective. Let me just do a quick little demo here. Go to our AI agents, talent acquisition builder. Cool. We're going to build just a quick job description the right way. And basically the role blueprints are where the job descriptions land. And when I say job descriptions, I'm not like, oh, you're going to edit videos and you're going to work for us. Oh, you're going to just manage the client relationship. Oh, you're just, no, it's not what we're doing. What we're doing is we're getting super, super clear, super, super detailed and dialing this in. So let's use our AI agent to build one out. I'll just do client success manager, just for fun. So, and I'll pick the agency that I built. So company name, we help agencies hit 100K a month, business, www.agencu.co, role client success manager, responsibilities. Because we already like outlined these out earlier, all I need to do is just go here. I can just go ahead and complete onboarding tasks, send ads for approval, quality control videos, system up to date, send content to clients, reporting on a monthly basis and send to clients. The reason we want to provide an elite experience to our clients. Also do monthly NPS sends. I'll do keep client OS up to date. What else do I want them to do? Gather wins, send revisions to editors. Why? Provide elite experience and hit 100% of deadlines. And then skills, Notion, customer service, project management. As you can see from this is super, super detailed. Okay. It's basically building the job description based off of what I told it to do. Obviously, I'd go back and forth a little bit on this, but for the sake of this video, I'm just going to go ahead and call this. So here we go, job description. So then I can go to my hiring OS. I can go ahead and paste my job description. And this should be based off of things that you're actually doing, like from an offer perspective. We can just go ahead and add that there. I like this. So that's basically the job description. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna create the job posting. Like I look at job posting as basically an ad, right? And we're trying to get as many people of the ideal people to hit on our ad. And that's what we want to do. Nice. Cool. Pretty sick job posting. And I'll go through this here in just a second. Let me just get through this. This is some job interview questions. So I'm gonna take these, copy this into my hiring OS. I'm gonna explain everything here shortly, guys and girls. So I wanna do this with you just so you can see how I do this. I'm gonna explain everything, but I wanna put stuff in here and I wanna just show you how I do this. Boom. Okay, now we have the OS. Okay, let's start with the role blueprint. So this is basically where we place the job descriptions. And when we say job descriptions, again, it's not like, oh, here's what you're doing, here's what we're doing. No, we want to be really specific. Position details, the mission of the role, key responsibilities, client onboarding and setup. And when we do the key responsibilities, they're not just like, oh, here's what you need. No, these are smart expectations, right? Maintain daily updates in Notion project management system by 10 a.m. Review and QC all video content within 4 hours of submission. Process revision requests within 2 hours of client feedback. Ensure 100% on-time delivery for all client deadlines. Client communication deliverables. Basically what I inputted there from a high level, and then it just made it actionable KPI based that when we hire this person, all they really need to do is just follow this structure. That's pretty much it. Again, I'm not going to get too into the weeds of like how to create a really good job description because that's just not what this is about necessarily, but what goes into it and how we can make sure that we're setting up our team for success from a system perspective. Because then all we really need to do is make sure that we have systems for all these KPIs in place, right? And do we? Yeah, we've built the system, the whole fulfillment OS, where it makes it really easy to be notified. There's a good view for this client success manager. I know if I'm going to hire this person, they're going to have everything, all the tools that they need in order to succeed, which is exactly what we need to do as business owners and CEOs. But that starts with the job description. Cool. Let's look at the job posting. So basically what we're doing from the job description is we're turning that into more of an ad, right? We're trying to speak to our ideal candidate. And oftentimes what I like to do is just pop this into ChatGPT. We have the AI agent inside of AgentCU that members get access to. But for the most part, what we like to do is we like to just basically convert this into a ad type of deal where it's like, if our perfect candidate reads this, they're going to raise their hand and be like, heck yeah, I want to work for these people. Heck yeah, this is exactly what I'd be doing. What we're really doing is agency is seeking a client success manager who wants to be a part of something bigger than just another account management role. We help agencies scale to $100,000 a month, and we are looking for someone who's ready to own the delivery of that promise. Wow. If you live for the details, love creating systems, and get excited about delivering the experience to clients that make them say, wow, keep reading. What makes this opportunity different? You'll be working with ambitious agency owners who are serious about growth. You master advanced systems that agencies pay thousands to learn. You'll be part of a team that revolutionizes agencies deliver client success. Your success will directly impact agencies hitting their $100,000 per month. Pretty good. This isn't just, oh, you're going to update Notion. Oh, you're going to send clients content for approval, that kind of stuff. No, we're selling the dream here. Your daily impact. Imagine being the reason clients rave about their experience, creating systems that turn chaos into clarity, ensuring every deadline is met every time, making quality control your superpower, building relationships with agency owners who trust your expertise, you win by mastering your elite client onboarding, managing projects with surgical precision, all of the things. So this is what we actually market. And at the bottom of this, you're going to see right here, we don't need your resume. Instead, we want to see how you think. Click here to complete our quick application. And this would be our intake form, which I'm going to show you here in a second, my friends, because on this database, we have intake form. So we're going to link our intake form right there. Then we also have platform, so where we're going to post this, and then status. Another thing, guys, what I would do is I would save these. So you can just like copy this and then save this as like a template. That way going forward, it's there. But then for the interviews, what I did, I just created a new template for basically interview questions that I could ask essentially. So if I basically just was hiring for a client success manager, all I would do is just click on this guy and then I could say, John, interview. So when I interview somebody, now I can basically have a project management style board for interviewing people. So like, okay, cool. First interview was on the 15th. It was interviewed by me. Status is a maybe, step completed. We did the first interview. Then I could make notes here, like they did a great job. We'll be having a second interview. And then now we can manage all of our people inside of here. And we can really create the steps in our hiring funnel so that we can make sure that we are managing the interview process really efficiently and staying dialed in with that. Pretty cool, right? And then if we pop this open, then we can see answers to the interview questions where you can of course you don't need to ask all of these. Of course you can create your own, but this is where it would be housed from a system perspective. Cool. Then I'm gonna scroll down to daily winning formula. So daily winning formula is basically what we'll do with this, like what we like to do with this is copy this. And then I like to go to my fulfillment funnel and I like to go to my task board. And I like to create a new template that says client success daily winning formula. And then I make the client success manager responsible. And then I make this a repeating task every weekday. And then I paste the daily winning formula. And this is a task that just populates every single day for the client success manager where they can just kind of just pop through each one. Again, I'm not going to go too much into the how of hiring because this is more of like the system, but this is the purpose of the daily winning formula and how we systematize this so that it pops up every single day for them. And this is pretty much the crutch. This is what they fall back on so that when they're potentially overwhelmed, juggling a lot of tasks and they don't know what to do, they fall back on the daily winning formula. And what we like to do for the daily winning formula is we like to add Loom videos and SOPs. Basically, we hyperlink these to the SOPs. How do they do this? Well, we'll just link it to one of the SOPs that we have inside of our SOP library. And then they can just click on it and then it'll pop open exactly how to do that. Or alternatively, what we like to do is I like to do a toggle and I like to do a Loom video, how to do it. And then I like to include a Loom video down below. If it's send ads for approval, then what I like to do is I like to do a toggle and I email template. Then I can just pop in, here's exactly what to say, etc. So your discretion on what's going to be best fit for the task, but it should be linked to a training on how they can fulfill each task in their daily winning formula. But again, I'm not going to spend too much time on that because this is about the system of it, my friends. So the last thing that we need to build is if we go to the job posting, what we'd see here is at the end of it, we says, we don't need your resume. Instead, we want to see how you think. Click here to complete complete our quick application. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to our map, and what we can do is we can create a hiring form. We can create like an intake form. So there's already one right here for client success. And basically what we want to do is we want to ask questions like their name, their email, of course. So like name, email, phone number. I do make all these required, so that's important. Required. Location, probably. And then what we would do is we would ask some questions about like the role, like things like tell us some past experience from your client success roles in the past. Why do you feel like you're a fit for this? What are your salary expectations? This is 9 to 5 Pacific Standard Time. Is that something that you're comfortable with, et cetera, et cetera. Then what we can do is we can basically, anyone on the web with this, copy the form link, go back to our hiring OS after we put in the questions, of course. And then what we can do is we can go to our hiring OS, but intake forms, just mention it right here. I'm gonna go to client success manager, pop the intake form in right there. Then I'm gonna scroll down and I'm gonna paste it right here. And this becomes our completed job description. So when somebody fills out this form, basically we are notified, and then we just sort through the intake forms essentially. Like we don't really look at anything else. So what we can do here is on the responses, we can basically create an automation. When page added, we can basically send an email to whoever is responsible for this and then say new applicant. And then we can basically, for client success role, we can go ahead and add in all of the answers, let's call it. Then we can click on enable. And then when somebody fills that out, then an email will be sent to who needs to receive it, essentially. Let's continue, boys and girls. So that's pretty much it. Like that's how we kind of organize our whole hiring database for the most part from like the foundational perspective. But that's just a small portion of how we actually hire. So again, let me just quickly review the role blueprints, which is basically the job description. This is more internal, I would say, like more just like scrappy, like kind of black and white. It's what we review on like the first interview and send them if we do interview them, and more so where we kind of extract the KPIs for them. And then we have the job posting, which is, hey, we're trying to get as many people as possible to this, and we're trying to speak to the person who's just super pumped on this. That's the goal. Then the other one would be daily winning formula, which would be the task list. Oftentimes when I present this to people, they're like, oh, this is micromanaging. Like, yeah, it should be, because you want them to follow your system to a T. You don't want them to recreate any sort of wheel, and you want to give them all the resources that they need in order to crush and succeed. Cool, this is it. And all they need to do is check this off. If I was hired by a company and they literally just gave me a checklist of everything that I needed to do, and if I could just nail the checklist every single day, I would love that, because I'm set up for success. I know exactly what I need to do. There's no guessing. There's no stressing. Everything's teed up for me. The reason your team would suck is because you're not actually equipping them with things like this to actually do well. Okay, so that's the daily winning formula. Next would be the interviews. So we'd create the questions for the interviews via a template. And then we have the intake forms, which would ingrain into the job posting. Last but not least, okay, probably the most important is the onboarding. Okay, we talked about automating the onboarding from like a client perspective and just like how important that experience is from a client perspective. What's equally important is having an onboarding system for your team. The moment an employee says yes is the moment they question if they should work for these people. And they will know within like the first day or two, first couple hours, if this is in fact a good decision. How do we make sure this is an elite onboarding experience, not for just our clients, but for our team members as well, so that they can be pumped and be off to a good process? Well, that's our onboarding process. So what we like to do is two things. Let me just duplicate this real quick, and I'll just create one for like client success. Duplicate. Let's just do client success, onboarding. Then let me open this wide because this is gonna be a template. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create another database that's going to be like client success, onboarding course. And then we're gonna turn this into a gallery here. And cool. So now what we're going to do, basically inside of the onboarding, this is the internal/external like onboarding process essentially. So this allows you to organize everything. So think of these as like SOPs. Let me start with the task list and I'll show you what we can do with it. I'm gonna go to ChatGPT just for speed, but this is what you guys need to think about. Give me a onboarding checklist for a client success manager, meaning label them by pre-day one, day two, up to day 6, let's call it. It will involve homework based on the job description I sent over to you. They need access to Notion, Google, Slack, Fathom, Zoom, and need to be trained on all of it. They also need to be trained on clients, etc. Okay. day one. Perfect. Let's move this over there for ease. Day one. Day two. Day four. I think I'll stop here for you guys. So basically what we're trying to do is we are trying to create like a success checklist. Let me do two columns here for this member. So we're basically going to create like a page for them for onboarding. I'm just going to stop at day 4 just for speed here. This is what this should look like, guys. Let me make this pretty. 2 columns. Boom. And then basically I could do like another database inline. New empty database. And I can just make this like a gallery view. Client success resources. This could be like onboarding call examples. Small, sure, that's fine. Page content. This could be strategy call examples. It's like just like recordings of calls. What else could they do? Reporting call examples. So let's make this look pretty as well. I like to create a call out. So, and then here we can basically drop some like Fathom links, all that sort of stuff, things that they could study. So now what we want to do basically for each one of these things, guys, oh my gosh, it's gonna be so much work, but it's gonna set you up for success, is basically create what needs to happen here. So we need an SOP for each one of these, whether that's a Loom video or something like that, because hiring is expensive. It's not expensive from like a cost perspective. It's expensive from a time perspective. So we want to make sure the time that we're spending is efficient, and eventually we'll be able to offload this. Like I don't onboard anybody else out of our team. We actually have our EA/operations specialist do all of the onboarding because we've dialed it into a science, and we provide an elite experience, and we basically invite them to this and they can see everything in here. So that's the first step, is we want to create the onboarding checklist, create some resources for them. And then inside of each one of these, we want to basically note everything that happens. And this is going to take a lot of thought. It's going to take a lot of like process. It's going to take a lot of like making sure you're dialed in, because you want to do this right. The good thing is you only really have to do this like once per role, but you want to set this up in this way. Obviously, like this is just from ChatGPT, like make it your own. It'll probably feel rusty when you first get started. Next thing that you want to do is you want to create like a course. What I like to do from like a course perspective is kind of just like build it off of the daily winning formula. Based on the daily winning formula, create me a course outline for the new member that I can hire. Just give me titles of the courses. This would be more, I guess, I would say, I guess, more of a advanced type of thing that you'd want to do. But if you're hiring a lot and hiring is important to you, then this is an absolute no-brainer. Because instead of you basically going through all of the stuff with them, what you can do is you can have them watch all of this. And you can add in like checkbox for done. And then basically what you do is you just add in like a Loom video, and then you could basically transcribe the Loom. It's pretty much like a course on how to crush it in the role. This is your hiring operating system, your onboarding operating system for hiring talent. So that way, what we also do is we create like a Slack channel with the member in there so that we can get through this, and then basically set up daily calls for this to review. What they're going through is they're going through this, and they're also going through the course, and they're doing the homework. And each homework has like an action item at the end of it. Again, I'm not gonna get too in depth on like how to hire and like what kind of homework you need in there and that kind of stuff. But this is more of the system that you guys can build for each role that you guys are hiring, so that you can hire effectively, hire correctly, and then make sure it's structured, make sure that they're completely set up for success. Now, what have we just done? We've basically built the infrastructure to bring on an A player, because we have the onboarding process dialed in. And if they've gotten to this point of being hired, they should feel the excellence in everything that you've been able to do so far. Let's make the onboarding just as excellent. And this is gonna take time. This is gonna take some deep focus. This is gonna take time away from fulfilling whatever. But this is a time well spent, because if you can dial this in, then they're going to be better than you. They're going to save hours and hours and hours of your time, and you're going to have all the resources to set them up for success, which at the end of the day is your goal. And last but not least, just with like the hiring OS, like make sure you're also adding stuff to the SOP library. Make sure you have like their dashboards, their team boards up, which we already went over on the fulfillment funnel section. But that is pretty much it, guys. I think that's all I wanted to hit on: onboarding database, interview section. So what I would do is I would basically build out job descriptions for everybody and the daily winning formulas for everybody. Like that's a no-brainer on all your team. And then next time you hire somebody, make sure you do what I just did from a hiring perspective so that the foundation is there so that you can actually crush it from an onboarding perspective. All right, the next thing that we're gonna hit on is the internal marketing OS. So the reality is if you are not treating your brand as important as you're treating your clients' brands, you are missing the mark, because you are going to miss out on a lot of authority. In today's day and age, we need to be building our brand. And if we neglect it, we, again, just miss out on a lot of authority. And this is probably one of the things that just gets added to the back burner all of the time, simply because it's a priority thing. We don't prioritize this. And usually we don't prioritize it because we don't have a system to prioritize it. So inside of the agency operating system, we have what's called the internal marketing operating system, which we're going to go through. And we're going to go through the internal marketing standard operating procedures, the fulfillment board, the content type boards, and then how you can quickly capture inspiration and add it to your board. So go ahead and go to the internal marketing OS right here. So we have up here is SOPs, our chart, and then the fulfillment board, and then the ideas right here. So let's go ahead and start with the SOPs. So basically these are linked to what? Our SOP library. Okay, so let me just open up our SOP library. And then if I scroll down to organic marketing, that's what it's filtered by. So these are the SOPs for organic marketing, internal marketing. What are some things that we could do? ChatGPT content ideas, how to use captions app, scripts, Canva templates, all that sort of stuff, which we could then store to make our life easier. So if you have some resources that you can include from a standard operating procedure, perfect, added there. If you have some prompts that work really well, perfect, added there. If you have some Canva templates for carousels, whatever it could be, that's where we want to add it, which would be simple to do. And again, I'm not going to get too technical with like the how, just more of like the system of how to build it and then an example of what you could add there. Scrolling down, a lot of different stuff here, starting with the content board. So basically what I would do every single month, or maybe even like once a week, is start to plan some ideas. So let me just delete these bad boys. And what I could do is I could just kind of sit and be like, okay, how many videos, how many pieces of content do I want to post this month? Okay, I want to post 12 pieces of content. Perfect. What kind of pieces of content do I want to create? This is where I'm going to start. Once a month, quiet time. I'm going to come up with ideas. I'm going to click idea. I'm going to open this bad boy up, and what's going to populate? Well, let's just ask ChatGPT. Let's see what it comes up with here. Cool. We'll just use a template. I'm gonna hit on this one. This is gonna be a short form video. I'm gonna commit to shooting this on the 22nd. Editor, I'm gonna edit this bad boy. We're kind of treating it like we do with the fulfillment funnel if you guys create content. Furthermore, what we could do is we could use our templates. And the template would basically automatically create the content template, the content flow of what we're going to do. So once a month, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna come up with 12 pieces of content ideas. Say this is 12, whatever. Furthermore, what we can do is we can click on this drop down and we can create templates for different types of content. So maybe it's a carousel. Perfect. I'm gonna open that carousel. That's gonna be another one. Oh wow, what's in here? ChatGPT prompt. Perfect, because these are templatized. And I'm gonna create this on the 22nd. And I wanna post this on the 24th. Then when am I gonna post this one? I'm gonna post this one on the 31st. Let's go to a different one. Let's go Q&A. This should automatically populate here. It's gonna be a short form video. I'm gonna shoot this on the 22nd. I'm gonna post this on the 3rd. So basically what we're doing is we're using templates and assigning them to basically our internal team to manage. So this could be like your client success manager who's also keeping this up to date, and then also assigning an editor to this. Let's just kind of jam through these templates here. So there's some pre-made templates for you, but if you guys have like content that you typically use, what you can easily do is just create a new template, and you could say short form video. And then you could just basically say, give me creating a short form video idea, make it so I can fill it in with idea and inspo, etc. And this way you can just like break it down, kind of like what we did with the fulfillment funnel. Then this can be a template for you. Type short form video. So every time we click on that, then that would pop up. So there's no reason for you not to just start to ideate. Then you can plan, you can shoot, all that sort of stuff. And then we also have different views that make it easy for you. So you can be like, hey, we're gonna do 2 short form videos, 1 carousel. We have a master view of everything. We have a posting calendar so that we can make sure that we're posting and we're on track for posting. We can also duplicate this bad boy and we can create like a creation calendar. Let's do that. Calendar based off of shoot date. So I can see here's everything that I need to create this day. Do we have all the SOPs in there? Perfect. Yes, we do. So this is basically how we see the content through and make sure that we're accountable to it. So there's no reason right now you shouldn't go to your calendar and block off an hour every single month to plan 12 videos, and then 2-3 hours for the creation, and then hire a video editor or edit it yourself in order to get this done. There's literally no excuses. Like, you don't need to recreate the wheel. You can time block. You have time. It's just a lack of prioritization and a lack of system. And systems run the business. People run the system. Design beats willpower. If we can have the design in place, then we can then follow just the simple design that we've laid out for ourselves. And this is super basic, guys. This is super, super, super basic. All we really need to do is have our editors pop in here and they can work off of this. Okay. This is a separate database. Pretty simple. Client Success Manager could manage this. This is just like a really basic client, but we need to become a client of ourselves. We need to start managing this for ourselves. Simple, right? I don't think there's too much more to add here. Obviously, this is where the raw footage goes. This is where the final content, we can assign who's going to post it. We can add the caption right here, thumbnail. If there's like specific audio that you want to use, you can add that there as well. Then I'm gonna scroll down. This is kind of cool. It's a Save to Notion plugin. I don't even have it, so we're gonna get it. So let's just go here. Oops. Let's click Save to Notion. And we have to log in, continue. So what we could do is we could basically search our database once we're logged in. I can just click here, layout, show database title, content inspiration library. Let's just click edit. Let's put some stars in front of it, so it's easy to find. And then I can go to search database, 1, 2, 3, content, inspiration, library. And then what we can do, let's just find like an actual video here. Let's just go to TikTok. Then I can click on Save to Notion. Let's just say I want to save this one. Boom. Add new form, add to existing databases, content inspiration, library, perfect. Name, page title, perfect. Content image, clip action. Don't extract anything. Perfect. Save form. Save page. And this will automatically save it to our Notion page. Link to post, link to page. So now that gets added to our content. So I can just go ahead and also edit this. Let's go ahead and edit this real quick. Go back. Content inspiration library. Let's find a new one here. Save to Notion. Add new form. Let's just go ahead and add to existing pages. Content inspiration library. Name. Let's just do URL. Content image. We don't need one, but that's fine. Clip action. Cool. Add new field, which would be source. This would be TikTok. And then we could add another field, which we can't really extract. Let's see. Kind of. Views, data on page, pick data. Can we see the views here? Let's just do that. From selection, save data. This would actually be likes, data on page, likes, confirm selection, save data, views. We don't have access to that from the desktop version. Then we click save form. Let's delete this one. So now what we can do is we can go here. Boom. We can go to our TikTok. We can click on Save to Notion and then Save Page, and then it will automatically save it with the link, with number of likes. Why isn't it pulling the likes? Save to Notion, extract page content, extract custom area, which would be likes, confirm selection, save page, open in Notion. At least we get links to posts of examples. And we could do the same thing on Instagram here. Go to Instagram. If I go to my reels, if I think, oh, this is a cool reel. Boom. Save to Notion. I'm going to create a new form. Add to existing page, content inspiration library, and then add new fields. We can do likes, which would be data on page, which would be this. Confirm selection. Save data, and then add new fields. We can do source is going to be, should be good. And then save form. Okay. Boom. Instagram. Save. And that should add to our content inspiration. 113,000 likes. Perfect. Link to post. Exactly what we just watched. Or alternatively, manually, you guys can scroll through and go ahead and just start like adding some ideas. Some creators, platforms and start stacking this up so you never run out of ideas. What I also like to do is I like to basically just hire like a VA to do all this stuff for me from like the content inspiration based off of that. But that's an easy way to do it as well, just for like from like an ideation perspective. Obviously, it took me a second to just handle it, but that could be a great tool. The content saved a Notion board. So that's it, guys. That's the internal marketing. Again, no excuse for us to not be creating content for ourselves at the end of the day. All right, the next video that we're going to be talking about in the next system is going to be the financial operating system. So this is basically your tracker for all things finance. It's like all finance information goes there, all that fun stuff. What we're going to be talking about is payments tracker, invoice tracker, if you're sending invoices manually, and then payroll database. So let's get into it here. So if I go to the agency operating system on the left-hand side, scrolling down to financial OS, let's start with just like the financial payment tracker. So what we're basically doing is we're setting it up in automation from our processors. Basically, any payment that your company receives should be added here. 1000%. So what basically your homework would be is, add in all of your payments into this tracker here. And that way, anytime you get a new payment, then it's automatically added here. So it's pretty simple to do. If we go to like a Zapier, I'm not going to connect my Stripe and do all that sort of stuff for you guys. But what essentially we're doing is we're having a Stripe connection. So Stripe new payment. So new payment. Then what we're going to do is we're basically going to link that new payment to Notion. So when a new payment comes through, we're going to create a database item under our Notion account. And this database name is financial payments with asterisks in front of it. And I think it's connected to Notion or Zapier, sorry. Connections, Zapier, confirm. Then we connect this to our financial OS, financial payments. And then we continue. Then what we can do is we can basically take the information from Stripe, link it here. I'm not going to add anybody just for the sake of us. And then we can basically put this as paid. The processor would be Stripe. Fee would be automatically collected from Stripe. So we can automatically add that, the amount, the email of the person who paid. And then that's pretty much it. So what would come through is basically a payment. So we can see the amount that came through. So let's just say the fee is going to be, say, $600. And then the email is austinagency.com. So now the net income would be $21,000 because we minus the fee, and that gives us the income from that client. So what we're doing when we get a payment is we're going to link it up with all of our clients. So anytime we get a payment, like let's just add a new payment, and then I can just link this up to this client. And I can say this was $2,000. The fee was $100, whatever. And we got that payment today. But what's going to happen is it's going to deduct the fee and then go to income. And if I go to our client OS and I go to Austin Schneider, I can open this bad boy. I can see all of the invoices that have been paid by that client. So sum under the amount. Let's just do income. And we want sum. So if I go to my financial OS, in here I can go to Austin V2, 1900 plus 1900 equals $3,800. Very nice. Now I can see that. Okay, let's just say something fails. We can basically create a filter by status is declined. So that would be automatic from Stripe, from the automation. And we can see all of the basically failed payments that we need to get after and collect for. I can see them by client. So I could create a filter right here. I'm sorry, not a filter. I could group by client. And I could see all of the invoices by client. If I need to see it that way, I could see it by month by grouping it by the month. And then I can see all of them. So this is gonna be a pretty big database. What you guys can also do is like eventually turn this into like commission tracking, all that sort of stuff. But for the sake of this, like 100,000%, this is a great way to keep track of all of your payments. Yeah, use QuickBooks. Yeah, do all that sort of stuff. But I'm showing us how to do this inside of like a Notion. And what's cool is if I do linked view of database, financial payments, what I can do is I can create charts. And I can basically edit this chart and I could show the month and then what to show. I want to show the amount. And then I can basically see how much have we made month over month. What's our cash collected this month? And I can create cool views from here. That's easy to like look at. How much cash collected have we gotten this month? I can do the same thing with declined, all that sort of stuff. Sweet. So basically your action item here is anytime you get a payment, it needs to be added to our financial payments. So a lot of this stuff can be automated from Stripe or whatever your processor is. I'm sure there's an API that could add it here. I want to make sure we add the fee, all that good stuff. Then I scroll down to invoice tracker. So let's just say, you are sending invoices manually. Super easy to forget about invoices. What you guys can do here is you can basically add the invoices here manually, date to send, all that good stuff. Then you could also add charts for like payments, etc. Not sent, This is when we need to send it. Perfect. You can start tracking stuff here. Then you can also link this to a client. So let's go ahead and let's go to property visibility here. So I could add a relation. I could relate it to the client OS if I wanted to. Cool. And I could do a two-way, and this would be like pending invoices, add a relation, and then the basic I could just be like, this person has a pending invoice. I could scroll down, go to other, and I could go to invoices. Pending invoices, sorry. I could even like roll up the amount. I could add a property here. I could just do a roll up, and then I could basically say relation invoices, target property, amount, sum. And then we could say pending invoices and the amount. A lot we can do here. That's if you're sending invoices manually and you want to keep track of it. Subscription tracker, I'm just going to delete this actually because I think QuickBooks would do a good job for you. I don't know that's necessary. Kind of seems like added work that doesn't really add a lot of value. So that's the financial OS. And this will roll up into our data under finance data. So we can basically see here year-to-date income this month, how much declined income, payment chart by month, all the payments, all that good stuff, which is really freaking cool. So let's go back to finance OS. So the only other thing that you guys could add, if you have a team of multiple people, what could be cool is to create like a payroll type of tracking. So you can track the payroll of people. So I could do database, full page, and I want to track like payroll. So I could do name, I could do frequency of payments, I could do payment amount, I could do processor as a select, I could do start date, I could do job title, etc. So you could just do like Austin, I'm a video editor. Payment dates would be basically 1st and 15th. Payment amount, $2,000. Processor, Gusto. Start date, that date. Cool. If there's like a salesperson, obviously that would be like a little bit different. So maybe we could add like a commission, etc. So now you have access to basically a database where we have all of the people that we are on payroll for or that we're paying. So what we could easily do is just go here, link to view database, and then we could do payroll, hide this, and rename this to payroll. And then that way you have a database of everybody that you need to pay, and then the structure. Because eventually what you're going to do is you're going to hire somebody else to do this, like a bookkeeper or somebody to manage your payroll. And then they're going to ask, how much do I pay this person? How often do I pay this person? Is there any commission? Any of that sort of stuff. And then everything can just be simply added here. And then you could like use this database for your bookkeeper, etc., but you should be fine. That's pretty much the financial OS and what you can add there. Yeah, not too much more to hit on. I think the main thing is just like getting every single payment that you receive into the payments category, because that's going to be key just to create like charts and just have like really clean data as well as track per client in a really good habit that your client success manager can basically do for you. That way you can see from like a bird's eye view without having to like go into QuickBooks, log in, do all that sort of scenario, which can kind of be a little bit of a hassle. So that's the financial OS. Not too much more to speak on regarding it. So that's how we can set ourselves up for good financial data and financial systems so that we can scale that way. All right, the next section that we are going to be talking about is the CEO OS, basically your OS, your personal page. I mean, we've talked about all these different team views, how you can create views for your specific team, but what should we add to the CEO OS so that you as a business owner can have access to things that matter, so that you can basically see everything from a CEO perspective and also stay on track from your perspective and just stay organized, right? Because it's cool to make sure the team is dialed in from a fulfillment perspective, but I think it's equally as important from a CEO perspective to also have their own personal board. So I'm just going to show you some ideas on what you can do from a CEO operating system and how you can use this to benefit yourself and just make it easy to see everything inside of your business from, let's just call it a bird's eye view and a CEO view. So first things first, let's go to our CEO board in our agency operating system. So if we go down here, we scroll down and we go over to CEO OS, CEO board. Also, side note, guys, if you share this, you can remove access to people so that they can't see your board. Just FYI, if you want to have anything be private. But let's just kind of jam through this, and then I will show you some things that we could maybe try and maybe add and kind of just go from there. So first things first, let's just go to the left-hand side. So this is just like a menu of pages. So what we can do, and we'll add a couple of here, is we can basically add in like, a CEO brain dump. If you want to just like brain dump some ideas, whatever it could be. That's a fun, easy place to do that. The cool thing with Notion that I like is you can like add in like plugins, which makes it more enjoyable, I guess you can say. So you could just go to like Notion plugins, let's call it, And then you can find multiple different integrations that you can like plug in a Spotify podcast. Like let's just go to like Spotify and let's just see if this works here. If I wanted to, I don't know, let's just add in Kendrick Lamar, sure. Click, share, copy link, embed. There we go. So I could put like a playlist if I have like a go-to playlist, and I could literally just like play it from Notion, whatever, all that good stuff. A lot of stuff you can do to make it efficient, all that sort of stuff. In this case, we also have like a promo focus, which is Pomodoro, which is you click on this and then it will time you if you need some deep focus work, which I recommend. Scrolling to the right-hand side, what we see here is basically just like the tasks. So you can add in like your tasks in like a calendar format, which I added. You can see all the tasks that your company is doing from a calendar view. You can see like a shoot calendar, an edit calendar, posting calendar, basically pulling from the actions database. So you can basically, if you add a task, perfect, you can add it there. What I also like to do is I like to add in like my EA or my team member that I consistently add tasks to, and I could just create like a view for them. I could just be like, cool table. Let me link to actions. And then let me just filter by responsible Austin. Let's just say this is like a EA view. Then that way you can just like assign tasks to your executive assistant. And then we can remove some properties here. All, due date, and status. It's kind of like what I like to add. And then that way you could just like quickly toggle to their board and then add a task. I'll select a group by due date. So we can see today, next 7 days. And that way you can just add tasks, really easy to see. What else can we do? What else should we add? What you could do, let's just say you want to add in like financial snapshots. If you don't want to, like the purpose of your CEO board is you shouldn't need to like pop around and like look at a bunch of different boards. You should really just be able to like use your board for the go-to place. So you could paste and sync that. Let's make this full width. And then that way you can quickly see the financial snapshots from your board. What else could be good? Let's see, maybe we want to get access to fulfillment funnel. So what could we do? We could go back to our fulfillment funnel and then we can go ahead and just copy this, paste that over, do wide. Then we could copy over the tasks that we're doing and then quickly access everything here. What else could we add? So let's just check out the map and see if there's any other databases that would be relevant to add. Maybe there's like sales board, that kind of stuff. So we can pop in here. Maybe we want to add in the CRM. So let me just go ahead and do that. Sales calls. And I can just do linked view and I could do sales call. Perfect. And then I could basically just get a board view and I can go wide and I could see all of the sales calls that we have coming up, optimize it for date of call and see all of them here. Maybe I want to see like some leads data. So let's go to appointment setting data. I want to see how many leads we've gotten this week. I want to add that there. So I'm just going to copy that over to the CEO board. Basically what you want to do on your own board is just kind of make it your own, right? What is things that you can just quickly access that would be helpful for you to see? My tasks, EA view, any quick links that you want access to. Perfect. Boom. Everything is right there. So I feel like that's pretty solid. Let's go to internal meetings. So this is its own database inside of the CEO board. And basically these are some preset meetings that basically like if you're having one-on-ones with people or you're having like reviews with people, then this is where this could go. What you can do is you can create just meeting templates for like quarterly reviews or for weekly one-on-ones or tacticals and make it more like the CEO type of meetings that you can just track and add in here. That way you have a database of all of the meetings, all of the conversations that you're having internally with the team so that everything can just be stored in one there. So that's pretty much the CEO board. I recommend making it your own, linking it to specific views, specific dashboards, creating different dashboards based off of what's already been created. That's going to be important for you to see that you can just quick link so you're not just constantly searching. That's really the great thing about Notion and this type of system is, you can create your own board and customize it to you so that you can basically see everything from your point of view and you can see everything directly without having to like pop through multiple different boards. And then you can track what's actually important from your perspective. So that's the CEO board. The next section that we're going to hit on is the Authority Funnel OS, which is basically our mechanism of tracking our ads and our efficiency of our ad spend and the result of how our ads are doing. So really the purpose of this is to make sure that we are efficient with our ad spend. We got data on our ad spend, et cetera, et cetera. Of Of course, if you're running meta ads, this is going to be for you. This is going to be the best way to track ad results and make sure that you're set up for success and ultimately be able to scale your ad creative decisions and make sure that you are on track and basically have data in order to make informed decisions. I think Ads Manager does a good job of giving us a bunch of raw data, but for our ad strategy, there's a few things that we want to really track. And in this platform on this page, we're tracking what's important. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you our strategy on how we basically help agencies scale to 100K per month using our authority funnel. But I'm going to specifically show you how we track everything and how you can set up a similar system for your ads so that you can make sure that you have a really good database of really a source of truth of data. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to what we call our mechanism authority funnel OS. And when I pop this open, what you'll see is a authority funnel creatives, and then the reporting dashboard. So let's just start with the creatives. So this is actually linked to the internal marketing. So if I type in like, oh, I have this idea for like a DM ad and I want to post this on this date, what this is actually going to do, it's actually going to communicate to your internal marketing board so that you can basically now get an idea of it and we can tag it appropriately. That way you can see all of the ad creatives in the pipeline and make sure that you're being on track with everything, and you can see all of the ads that are upcoming and all of the ads that your team and you are working on. Once these are complete, let's just say this is complete. Now we'll have like a really nice organized database of all of our ad creatives right here. And then what we can then do once this is complete is we can then move them to our actual creative section, which is basically the different ads. So this is a different database. This is more so like creative tracking. So what we're able to do is we're able to basically create the ad, add it here, get the link to the Facebook ads library URL, and then we can tag it. Is it a winner? Is it live? Is it a loser? Do we not know? How long has it been up for? How many days has it been up for? So that we can begin to track how effective our ads are actually being. And then again, build a database of winners that we can continue to use. Again, like you can create multiple views of this, but for the sake of this video, I'm just going to show you from here. Then this is where it gets important. This is the authority funnel reporting board. And what we see down here is a daily tracker of everything that we need to input on a daily basis in order to make sure that we're tracking our ads efficiently. If I pop open one of these, the different database items are really what's important for us. And there's a few formulas in here, but this allows us to get a snapshot of how our ads are performing. So the date of which the reporting is. So what we basically do is if today is Tuesday, then we pull the data from Monday and then we add that in there. Then we could basically say from the ads manager, how much ad spend did we do? How many opt-ins did we get? That gives us our cost per opt-in. How many quality opt-ins of those opt-ins? That gives us our cost per quality opt-in, and then it gives us our quality percentage. How many calls booked? Then that gives us our lead to booking ratio, which is a massive indicator of what we track. Then it gives us our cost per call booked. Then it gives us how many calls showed that day. And then we can start to track like the show rate, which is like a different type of metric. And then we can see how many new clients that we got, what is our close percentage, and then total revenue, cash collected. And then we can uncover our cost per new client. So what we're basically going to do is we are going to every single day pop one of these open. We're going to open this and we're going to say authority funnel. And if you're running a creative, you could choose the creative if you wanted to. That is not required. It's more so just a tracker for you if you're running one creative. If you do have multiple creatives, then just skip that because that's not really where we'll track like the creatives. Then we could say, okay, cool, the date. Let's just say we spent $500 today and we got, let's just call it 25 opt-ins. And of the 25 opt-ins, let's just say 15 were quality. And of the 25 opt-ins, let's just say we booked 4 calls, which gives us our lead to booking ratio, which is basically how many calls booked divided by how many leads, 16%. And then it'll also give us our cost per booked call at $125. And then what we do is we could then go to our sales board. But you know what I could do to make it even easier for us is we could just go here and then we're going to go to Authority Funnel OS. Then we could create some like cheat sheets essentially for people. So I could basically be like, okay, cool. Let me look at linked view of database. And then I can just do sales call database OS test. And then I could basically create a new view here. Empty view, sales call OS test, table view, let's call this yesterday. And then I want to filter by date of call. This week is fine. Let's actually make it a calendar view. Calendar, property visibility, status, and then property visibility, show. Okay, let's just call this week. Okay, and then let me add some data in here just so that it's a little bit cleaner. Let's just show it by week. Perfect. And then let's hide this. Let's delete this. And I can move this up here. I can add a toggle so it's easier. Boom. Cool. So let's just go back to the sales OS. Let's just add some calls. So let's just say yesterday we had call 1, and this is no show. Let's do call 2, and this was follow-up booked. Let's just say follow-up call booked here. And then let's add one more, that's call 3. And then let's just say this is a long-term follow-up, and they showed up. So what we can then do is make this look a little bit better. Color, gray, point. Perfect. Is this filtered by this week? Why isn't it showing up here? Let's refresh. July 2025. Filter. Let's remove this filter. Calendar. Oh, show calendar by date of call. That's my fault. That was too easy. So let's just say I am adding some data here. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on the 15th. So let's just do the 15th. Let's just say we spent $500 and we got 32 opt-ins. It's a good day. And we had 19 quality. And then yesterday we had 3 calls booked, or let's go ahead and calls booked from IG. Let's call that. And then what we wanted to do here is just duplicate this bad boy. Let's do call scheduled. And then yesterday we had 3 calls scheduled. So let's edit this really quick. Edit formula, scheduled, done. And then we had 2 calls show up. And then let's just say that's fine. And then this basically becomes our sales data. Call scheduled, call showed, what is our show up rate? How many new clients did we get? So we got 1 here. Total revenue, let's just say $40,000. 4,000, 2,000, and then cash collected up front was 2,000. It's just a little project that we did, a couple pay in fulls. Let's go. What the EA is doing for us is basically filling this out every single day. So call scheduled, call showed, show up rate. That's the sales data. How many new clients, close percentage from like a sales perspective, total revenue that we generated, cash collected that we generated, which is how much did they pay up front. So if you did like a split pay or like a payment plan, then that's how you generate that. And then cost per new client, which is basically taking our total ad spend divided by our cost per new client, which at this level doesn't really make sense, but we roll up the data in order to basically quickly see how much ad spend have we spent, and then how much does it cost for that client. And then it also tracks by month. So this is what we're doing, staying disciplined with from like a tracking perspective, because what this allows us to do is it allows us to track our monthly ad spend, how many leads do we get, what's our average cost per opt-in, because these are all just like charts. We're just taking the averages. How many quality leads? What's our cost per quality lead? How many calls have we booked? What's our average cost per booked call? How many new clients? New client average. We're averaging basically the total amount. How much cash collected did we get? And then how much new revenue did we get? And then we can also create charts from like a month over month perspective, right? And this allows us from like just a snapshot to see all of the data that is important. Everybody who's successful in Agency U, they track data. Everybody who runs ads and gets the results, kind of like what I'm showing you right now, are tracking data, because the data tells the story that allows us to make decisions. So there's a lot of ways that we can manipulate the data, but this is like a must that we track. And the reason we track it here is because we can create charts. We can use information from the sales call to quickly add it. We can use information from appointment setter to quickly add it. We can have everything in one. We can use data from appointment setting and mash it with the authority funnel data and tell stories with our data, because if we can nail that, then that's what's going to give us the story of what's actually effective and give us really a one-stop shop. So we don't need to go to Ads Manager. I don't need to go to Google Sheets. I don't need to go to all these different softwares. I just have my VA manually add this every single day, pulled from the data that we're already tracking and being disciplined with tracking so that we can see it. So like the opt-ins, where do you think that they could see that? Well, they go to the appointment setter board, and then I could see how many leads did we get yesterday. Cool. And then I can just track that and I can quickly add that in there. So if I wanted to make that parent for the EA, all I would need to do is basically create a similar board, right? Let's do linked view of database. Let's do appointment setting leads database 2.0. Then I could do a calendar view again, and I could show it by created time, and I could show calendar as week, and then I can also show properties of quality, database title, call out. Let's make this look pretty. Add a toggle, this week's leads. And what I can do is I can just drag this bad boy in there, and then boom, now we just set up our EA for success to see, oh wow, we got 1, 2, 3 quality leads, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4 unqualified leads. So we had 7 total leads yesterday. And then I can just quickly count these up and see everything in a easy to view thing that I can quickly add to my database. So I'm not going through 20 different things. I'm not having to follow up with appointments. I'm not having to check EOD forms. Everything is done directly inside of here. So if you guys aren't using this to track leads and you're doing ads, this is an absolute must. And if you're not doing ads at all and you want a strategy so that you can actually get leads and have a system to actually make it efficient so that you can actually get results, you got to hit us up, because we can for sure help you out with that. So that's pretty much it. A lot of our clients are seeing like 10x ROAS, like pretty initially, but we really like to shoot for like that 3 to 5x return on ad spend. So if we spend $1,000, then we try to make you back $3,000. So that's really the goal. That's the plan here. That's what this is used for. And it is important to be disciplined with it. This is an easy thing to delegate for a client success manager, for executive assistant, for a VA that you can pay just to do every single day. That's the board. Start using it, and cheers. All right. The next section that we are going to be hitting on is going to be all things data and how to create data based off of the databases. So again, I've been harping on this throughout this whole course, the importance of data and why we spend so much time in systems, why we use systems, because data is what gives us the information to make decisions. There's been so many times in my business where I feel lost and I have no idea what my next move is. And the root of the issue is I don't have the data in order to make informed decisions. And there's been times where I've been like feeling some type of way and I'm like, oh, we for sure need to do this. Oh, we for sure need to do this. And then I look at the data and then I realize the data is telling us differently. We shouldn't do this, or we should pivot and do something along these lines, whatever it could be. So what we're going to hit on is we're going to hit on the power of data and how you can create data from different databases that we've been hitting on. So I've said data quite a bit. So let's just get into it and then show you exactly what we can do. So inside of the Agency operating system, on the left-hand side, you will see data dashboards that have been pre-made. And let's just kind of jam through each one of these, and then I'll just kind of maybe find something that I can create some data on. So if we go to authority funnel data, what we'll be able to see is we'll be able to see data from the ads tracker. So all it's doing, it's pulling information from the database that we're keeping up to date, which is the authority funnel reporting board, which would be the ad tracker for you. And what we're doing is we're showing the ads, and then each slice represents ad spend, and we are summing the total of ad spend for the month, because we also have a filter, and then we're only filtering it by the month. So we could filter it by day, we could filter it by year, we could filter it by week, all that sort of stuff. That is basically the authority funnel data from what we're actually collecting. Here, it's the ad spend, it's the total leads collected, cost per opt-in, quality leads, calls booked, cost per quality booked, and then we can also create charts. I'm going to show you how to do this here in a second. Then appointment setting data, same thing from the leads OS. All we're doing, we can see right here, source leads database. And then we can see this week, how many new leads this month. And then we can see totals month over month. And then we can see it by pipeline status. We've kind of hit on this a little bit throughout the course, and I've showed you as we've kind of gone through them, but this is great. Similar from the CRM that we've talked about, from the sales system that we've talked about. All this is pulling from the sales call board, assuming that we're being really, really strict, really, really disciplined with keeping that up to date. Same thing, guys. Finance data. Client success data based off of our wins, based off of our NPS score. Fulfillment data. How many projects do we have in the pipe? All that stuff. So let's just create a dashboard. Let's ask ChatGPT what we could create a dashboard on. What should I create a dashboard to show me for my agency? I have leads data, sales call data, cash collected, all of our fulfillment data, task statuses, etc. Give me an idea of something that would be cool to see as a CEO. Let's see, monthly recurring revenue, cash collected, profit margin, pipeline value, team capacity, percentage, number of new leads, total active clients, NPS satisfaction score, number of revisions, stuck projects. So maybe we'll do a couple of these. So let's just start with this one. This one looks kind of cool. So I'm going to go to the CEO board and I'm going to show you as a CEO how you could build your own. So let's just do client success snapshot. So what do I want to show on this? Total active clients, NPS score, percentage of tasks on time, and then I'll just do stuck projects. So total active clients, how would I find that? Well, I would click on the slash key. I'll do linked view of database. Now do clients OS, should pop up. And I could see all of my clients. And then what I would do with this is I would click right here. I would click on layout and I would turn it to chart. Then I would click on edit chart. And then what I'm going to show is I'm going to show, let's just do client name. Let's go back to donut. Then what I'm going to show is client name. Each slice represents status. And then I'm going to do a filter. I'm going to do status is active. I'm going to go to more style options. I'm going to remove the legend and I am going to this small and I'm going to show status. There we go. More style options, the data labels, none. And then what I can do is I can hide this database title and I can rename this to active clients. Cool. What's the other thing that I want to see? I want to see NPS satisfaction score. NPS linked view of database. And if I just search NPS here, you can see all the NPSs that we submitted. I can click on this guy. I can change the layout, change it to chart, edit the chart, change it to donut, what to show, client. Each slice represents the number, and I'm going to do average. I'm going to go to more style options. I'm going to remove the legend and the data labels. I'm going to put none. And then I'm going to hide this. And this is going to be average NPS. Make this wide. Full width, let's do 3 columns because we're going to do 3 different ones here. 1, 2. Let's change this back to medium. More style options, size, medium. Cool, and let's just see stuck projects, tasks overdue 5+ days. So let's go here. I'm going to do linked view of database, and I'm going to go to actions. Yep, perfect. Click on this, layout, chart, edit chart, donut, what to show. I'm going to do filter. Let's just show task name. Now filter. I think I need to do an advanced filter. So due date is on or before today. So I'm going to also change the style a little bit. More style options. Remove the value. Let's change this color to red. I'm going to hide this. I'm going to say overdue tasks. Look at that. And then we could just click into it and we could see the tasks that are overdue. Fair? Make this look nice and pretty. And boom. I'm going to do overdue by 1 day. So I think that's good. Pretty fair. Pretty easy. So all we're really doing is just manipulating data that we already are collecting. And we're using that data to tell us stories so that we can make informed decisions. Let's go back. Let's see what else we could do. Close rate, top performing offers, team board, hiring pipeline. Okay, that's not bad. Slack responsiveness. Let's just do some business health snapshot. Let's try to create a business health snapshot here. And what am I going to do? Let's do cash collected. Let's do pipeline value. I'm going to have to make some updates there. So I'm going to show you basically how you can, if you want to find different information, how you can just build it. Let's find number of booked calls. Why not? Cash collected month to date plus year to date. Pipeline value, number of booked calls. That's fine for now. Cash collected, that would be easy. That'd be from, let's do the payments. Financial payments, and then we're going to click here, layout chart. You could do it from the sales board, but I'm just going to do it here. What to show is going to be client. That's fine. Each slice represents income, and we'll do sum. I'm going to filter by date is this month, and that should give us that. I'm going to hide this database view, and then cash collected this month, and then let's make this wide. So we want to see a trend line. So I'll do linked view of database, financial payments again. We'll create a different look for this. Let's just call this year-to-date cash collected, layout, chart, edit chart. We want to show date by month. Perfect. And then we want to count income sum. Perfect. And now we can hide this. And then I'd probably do like a call out right here. And then I would just do columns, 2 columns, add one right here. And I would add this guy right here. And I would go ahead and move that over. I'm gonna do a call out again, but I'm gonna move that up here. Drag this down into it so it looks cohesive. Remove the spacing right there, and we are good to go. Couple rough months here for this guy. Pipeline value. So how could we do that? Well, we'd go to our sales OS, and what we can do is we can just go to our sales calls, and I'm just going to add a new column, and it's going to be pipeline value. So here, I'm just going to change this to pipeline value to tornado for a pipeline. Change type. I'm going to move this to number actually, and then this is going to be a US dollar. Let's just say all these are $2,000. I only want it to be on ones that are like not no-shows, but like people who actually like are potential clients. So let's see if we can tell that story. Link to view of database, sales call OS test, new table view, pipeline value, done. Layout chart, edit chart, what to show. Let's just do assign to, sure. And then we want to change this to a donut. So each slice represents pipeline value. We want to sum it. So $30,000 in the pipeline. I'm going to do more style options. I'm going to remove the legend and the data labels. I want none. What are we showing here? Let's just do status option. So we can be like, oh, like this. Cool. And then now we're gonna add a filter. We're gonna do status is follow-up booked, long-term follow-up, and that's pretty much it. So it's showing 3. So each slice represents pipeline value. That's what I want it to do. I want it to show the sum. There we go. So let's hide this pipeline value. And I could maybe just drag that up there as well. And then let's make it look cohesive and pretty. So let's add a call out, move it in there. Bada bing. Bada boom. Let's just change this to more style options, height small, more style options, height small. Now we can see cash collected this month versus year to date. Maybe I could add in like a year to date cash collected as well. Let's just do that. Duplicate this, cash collected, year to date. Let's just do financial payments. That's what I want. Sum, like that's the easy one. Income sum, no filters added. Perfect. Or you could just move this up top and then have 3 down below, or add more if you wanted to. Cash collected by month, and then we could see cash collected year to date. We could see cash collected this month, and we could see pipeline value right here. That's another example of how you could use data. So there's really no limit to what you can basically build as long as we're disciplined with tracking everything and keeping track of our data really efficiently. So, and then what I would do is I would store them in key areas. Like you could even create data for specific people. So if it's like client success manager, like what data do they need to see that's going to be important for them? Maybe we could create a tracker of like how many tasks the client success manager has completed every single month. And then we can celebrate that. How many videos did John edit? Wow, he's crushing it. How many posts did Sally make? Wow, she's killing it. We can track all of this stuff, create simple data dashboards that allow you to create a really good culture, but also make informed decisions and see like the tracking the data at your company. So that's overview of the data dashboards and how you can leverage them and use them for your guys' business to make informed decisions, assuming that you're keeping the data dashboards up to date. All right, y'all. First off, I want to sincerely thank you for completing this entire systems course. That alone puts you ahead of over 95% of agency owners who are still stuck in the day-to-day chaos with no proper systems. By now, you've learned the 14 core operating systems that transformed my agency from just me being a glorified freelancer to a systematized business generating over $5 million in revenue. You've seen how these systems can free you up from being the bottleneck inside of your business, create a predictable client acquisition system, streamline your fulfillment, and build a team that can run your business without your constant oversight. And ultimately, at the end of the day, help you get your freedom and your time back. But here's what I've learned after helping hundreds of agency owners implement these systems. Knowledge alone isn't enough. Understanding what to do is only half of the battle. The real challenge is actually implementing these systems, actually getting these built, customized for your specific agency and fully operational. Let me ask you something honestly. How many courses and videos like this have you watched where you feel like, okay, I understand the concepts, you get excited about the possibilities, but you struggle to actually implement what you learn? And it's not your fault. Implementation is tough, especially when you're overwhelmed running your agency, you're juggling client work, you're managing sales calls, you're putting out fires all the time. Finding the time to build this kind of stuff can feel impossible in many ways. Plus, there's really also the uncertainty of, am I doing this right? What works for one agency, what I just showed you, might not work for yours in a specific way. That's what I call the implementation gap. It's the space between knowing what to do and actually getting it done. And every day that you operate without proper systems inside of your business, it costs you a lot. It costs you thousands in potential revenue from clients that you could be serving, costs you countless hours spent on tasks that should be automated or delegated, and it costs you mental bandwidth consumed by the stress and the overwhelm that the lack of system causes. And ultimately, it costs you opportunities for growth. It costs you quality time with your family and friends that you're never going to get back. Look, I've seen agency owners spend weeks, months, even years trying to implement systems on their own, making a ton of mistakes along the way and never really realize the benefits of what systems can do for them. Okay, and the truth is, trying to build these while running your agency is kind of like trying to change tires while you're driving down the highway. It's not just difficult, it is honestly nearly impossible. And that's why I want to offer you guys something today that can dramatically increase your results. What if you could have me and my team come into your business and build these systems for you? What if instead of spending months figuring this out on your own, you could have a complete operating system implemented in just 30 days? What if you could skip the trial and error and immediately benefit from the same systems that have helped our clients recoup an average of 600% of their investment into Agency U, collectively generate over $6.5 million in new revenue, recover more than 20 hours per week of their time, and increase their prices by 300%, and honestly scale by working less? And look, this isn't hypothetical. These are actual results that our clients achieve that we track. And look, when you work with Agency U, you're not just getting another course or some other template that these gurus are offering you. You are getting a complete implementation partnership. This means you're going to get a custom system build. Basically, we're going to build out your entire system for you, customize it for your agency model and your goals. You're going to get direct access to 7-figure agency coaches, basically working with people who have actually built what you're trying to build, not theorists who have never run a real agency. You're going to get personalized implementation, basically a step-by-step roadmap that's going to be tailored to your specific situation, so you know exactly what to focus on first, second, and third. You're going to get team training. We're actually going to train your team on how to use these systems so you don't have to figure it out and teach them yourself. And you're going to get ongoing support with regular one-to-one meetings, one-to-one calls to address the challenges that arise and adjust for your specific agency. And in addition, you guys, you're also going to get a sick community of agency owners. You're going to join a group of like-minded people like you, implementing the same systems and seeing the results that you want to see. Let me share a few examples of what's possible when these systems are properly implemented inside of your business. Dylan went from doing $3,000 to $100,000 per month in just 60 days after implementing the systems. Juliana went from $1,500 a month to over $15,000 a month in 4 weeks by implementing these systems. Michael went from $15,000 a month to now over $50,000 a month inside of his agency by implementing these systems and structure. We have over 500 wins just like this and dozens of video testimonials on our website to really show that this is actually working. Guys, these are not outliers or exceptions. These are actual predictable results as a result of the system that we've built at Agency U that we plug into agency owners. Now, I want to be completely transparent about something upfront. We don't just accept everyone into Agency U. And no, this isn't some fake scarcity tactic. It's necessary because we have such a high standard. Our entire reputation is built on the results our clients achieve. Case studies I just shared, okay, those are real people with real businesses who experience real transformations. And we can only maintain those kind of results by being selective with who we work with. Also, we have a consistent 9 out of 10 NPS score from our clients, meaning the level of satisfaction is pretty high. And it's possible because we're honest about who we can help and who we can't. And third, we provide extremely high level of personalized attention to each client. Okay, our team works directly with you to implement these systems, which means we can only take on a limited amount of clients at a time. So if we just accepted everyone who applied, regardless of whether they're a good fit, our client results would suffer, our reputation would decline, and we wouldn't be able to provide the level of service that actually gets results. So who are we looking for? We work best with agencies who are already doing at least $10,000 per month. If you're doing more than $20,000 a month, $50,000 a month, then this is going to make such a massive impact for your business. We want people who already have a team member or are ready to hire. They're committed to implementing systems, not just learning about them. They're coachable and open to having a proven process, and they're ready to invest in the growth of their business. And if that's not you, that's completely okay. This free course that you just went through will give you a solid foundation to build on. You can always reach out when, in fact, you are ready. But if that does describe you and you are serious about transforming your agency with systems, I would like to invite you to book a call with our team. And on the call, this isn't a high pressure sales call. It's a genuine strategy session where basically we're going to dive into your unique situation, your bottlenecks, uncover some opportunities for you. We're going to create a custom implementation plan specifically for your situation. And we're going to show you exactly how we can help you build and implement these systems that we went through today. And then lastly, we're going to answer any questions that you have about Agency U, our process, and ultimately determine if we're actually a good fit to work with you. But here's my promise to you. If we don't believe we can help you get an at least 3x return on your investment and save 20+ hours per week, we'll tell you straight up and recommend other resources that could be a fit for you. We've turned away a ton of people, and I know it's not great for business, but it's why we have so many success stories and maintain such high client satisfaction in the long term. Before you decide whether to book a call or not, I want you to consider something important. What is the real cost of trying to implement these systems on your own? Let's do some quick math. Let's just say you're making $20,000 per month. In proper systems, you know that you could have the infrastructure to scale to $40,000 per month within 90 days, which is what we would do for you. That's an additional $20,000 per month, or almost $250,000 per year. So literally every month you delay is potentially $20,000 in lost revenue. Then there's your time. Let's just say you're working 60 hours per week and systems could help you reclaim, let's just call it 20 hours a week. That's over 1,000 hours per year, or 26 full 40-hour work weeks back. What would you do with an extra 26 weeks of time? Spend it with family? Work on growth, take an actual vacation. The opportunity cost of delay is massive. And before you book a call, I do want to share a few more detailed examples of what our clients have achieved. Ken came to us doing around $30,000 per month, but working a lot. He had disjointed systems, he had an overwhelmed team, was handling custom client deals. And within 7 weeks of implementing our systems, he generated $100,000 in revenue with his new standardized offer with his new systems. And more importantly, his working hours shrank as a result. Ian, he is running a media agency servicing a lot of clients, over 500 clients, but he was stuck in that chaotic grind, constantly putting out fires. And after implementing our systems, he made a decision to basically cut 75% of his clients and only focus on the high value clients. And the result, he basically 3x'd his growth and scaled over $80,000 a month in recurring revenue with systems in place. Taj came to us completely burned out, disorganized, overwhelmed by basically the client demands. And within 6 months of implementing our system, he streamlined his onboarding, created clear boundaries, and was able to scale to over $30,000 a month while working reasonable hours. Look, again, we have hundreds and hundreds of case studies just like this from agency owners just like you that I just don't really have time to go through. We have dozens and dozens of videos from clients. We have interviews of me interviewing clients. These are not just outliers. This is a common theme of people inside of Agency U. So right now, you're probably feeling at a decision point. One, you could take what you've learned in this course and try to implement it on your own. It's a very valid option, and you'll certainly, hopefully, be better off than you were before taking this course. Or you can accelerate your results by working with experts who have helped hundreds of agency owners implement these exact systems successfully. The choice is yours, and there's really no wrong answer. It really just depends on your goals, your timelines, and your resources. But if you are, in fact, serious about transforming your agency as quickly as possible, I would encourage you to at least have a conversation with our team to explore what's possible. And again, because of the hands-on nature of our work and our standard that we have, we can only accept a limited number of agencies every single month. Our team works closely with each client to ensure that there's actual outcomes having, which means we have to be selective with who we work with. So if you are interested in exploring this opportunity, I would book a call with our team to see if this is a fit for you. Look, you've already invested time to learn these systems. Now it's time to actually implement them and transform your agency. So just click the link down below to book your strategy session with our team. Imagine where your agency could be 90 days from now with these systems fully implemented and running smoothly. Imagine getting 20 plus hours of your week back, increasing your prices, and scaling your revenue while working less. Imagine finally stepping into the CEO role instead of being stuck in the day-to-day operations. Imagine having the freedom to be fully present with your family, pursue hobbies, strengthen your faith, or whatever else makes you feel full outside of work. This isn't just possible, it's exactly what our clients experience every single day. And my question is will you be next? Click the link down below, choose your time, you'll fill out a quick application and book a call with our team. I hope to see you on the other side.